Close that. I am unfortunately and annoyingly just gonna go be right back now though. I just wanted to start the stream just so everything was going, but I do need to use the bathroom and I also want to go grab a drink. So using this as a chance to be a be right back screen whilst we wait. But yeah, it should be, well, it's gonna be a good day again. No shit about it. Expect a lot here. So yeah, won't be long. I'm just gonna go AFK for 2 minutes. Hello. Morning Breeze, morning Kites, morning Geekess. Missed you yesterday. I saw that you were out at some like indoor amusement park thing. Oh. I haven't done the Vita for this one yet, actually. It's been a hard day, actually. I had to basically double check that I'd like paid some tax. I don't think I have. I don't think it matters. It's weird. I'm just gonna have to double check some stuff out. So GENG vs Sentinels is the first series. We can let that all do its thing. All of the data should be updated too. Who's gonna ban what is the question. GENG, what are their options first banning? Do they keep going to the sunset ban, or do they... I think they still ban sunset, to be honest. With how, like... Well, I mean, Loud losing it to it yesterday makes it feel like it's... Probably Sentinels is the better map. One of them. Axe throwing? Jesus. Paper X... Oh, wait. Why is that Paper X? SEN. Wait, who's the highest seed in this case? Must be a coin flip. So we won't know who's the highest seed until afterwards. Maybe it's like based on how many maps they've won or lost. I think regardless this will be the order anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. What would Sentinels ban? I mean Icebox, surely. Although, maybe Breeze. And then, like, Icebox, see if it gets picked. Sentinels, what would they pick? Split? Surely.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
What the fuck? Does your head feel really cold during winter? Yeah, usually. It's more like, I just think the food that I had after, like I had tea late. I don't know.
Today our final four teams becomes a top 3.
It's just, I think one of the producers does the voiceover and I guess just wanted to throw one in that was a little bit spicier. GENG, what would you pick if you were given a chance? Do you go Icebox or Lotus? Ooh, man, this is actually a really tricky veto.
He thinks he's Mr. Rogers.
I mean, look, someone's got to do it.
You do have the red jacket.
I feel like Icebox,
I think
perhaps?
he should sing a song for the next intro.
Instead of Lotus? What would Sentinel's second ban?
Maybe not. I've changed my mind.
I like
SEN?
it. I like it. I think you're a great
Chrissy
singer.
told me I could be a singer.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
that's all I'm saying.
And then GENG second ban in Bind at that point?
Yeah, that's a class.
So Lotus is a third mapper? I mean, the video could be really weird, this one.
Talk about what we saw yesterday because we had
If GENG does not ban split, we need to fire the coach.
because we're gluttons for punishment. We had paper
I guess they could do that too.
For yourself.
They banned it once. They banned Bind mostly, but that's not really relevant. Ascent's not really relevant. Icebox is.
You know it's a bad day when Paperex is the team getting knifed for them, right? But GENG came out.
GENG has a lot of options, I'd say.
Over Paperex. Then we got into the second game, which was an absolute banger. Honestly, either of these teams could have won. It came down to like some 1 second off diffuses going one way or another on Sunset for SEN to close out.
Yeah,
Thank you very much for the gifted 10 community subs. Thank you, Geekess. That's not why I missed you, by the way.
Knowing that one of the teams is going to be sent home.
Yeah, it's you know, look, it's a sad
I'm not whoring myself out for gifted subs.
I think we're in for a treat here today. Coming up, we got
Not yet, at least. Whom did they ban split against?
Here with the upper final. It's going to be GENG taking on the Sentinels, and the winner
Not too
will
sure. We'd
move
have to do
on
some
straight
sleuthing.
to Sunday's
All this event, though, it's been Sunset, I'm pretty sure.
And then, of course,
3 series, 3 bans of Sunset. So I feel like that would continue on. I don't think Gen G would try to fuck with their own band too much. They'll play around with these maps. They take their time with their picks.
Both of these, I think, are bound to be bangers. Already seeing a team go home.
That's also, yeah, a good point, actually. Doing gifted subs early and stop people getting ads.
It's going to mean so much for whoever can win today.
But especially for Gen G,
My
if they
man has
manage
gone
to
off
make
for a
it into
second.
first international event,
It's also a little bit, like, I started late because they're drilling now.
making it to finals.
Essentially, they're replacing all of the cladding in my building, and it's going to take 38 weeks total, I think. And like for my balcony, it starts next week, luckily. So a week of nothing.
I like the purple.
Yeah. I don't think Gen G should pick Lotus. I don't think they're going to get the option to go Breeze. Did they go Icebox instead? Like, these are both like fair maps. It's more like what Sentinels don't ban. If they ban Breeze, I think Gen G should pick Icebox. If Sentinels ban Icebox, which I don't think they have any reason doing with how they played yesterday, Gen G would pick Breeze. Do you even pick a SEN?
I don't want to get into it.
Is that something that Gen G could definitely pick a SEN? Because we haven't seen Sentinels play it in a while. How much of a risk is it? That's the question. Like, I'm really at a loss at what they should do, because you could pick a SEN. You battered Loud on it, and Loud beat Sentinels last time, but you just haven't seen Sentinels play this map in some time.
Good afternoon, or good morning. Honestly, I have no idea when this is going to air. But hello, everyone. We're actually going to do some really fun stuff here. I got Coach Kaplan. I have John Quite Talented, a.k.a. John Cutie. And we're going to play some indiscriminate wood block topple game. Yeah, because, you know, can't really say that one out loud. Good news is, though, each time you guys pull a block, there's going to be a question on it. And you guys are going to ask each other the question.
Wait, what is this?
You're wondering to yourself, why are you here, Alex? Well, I don't know. Good news is, I'm still getting paid either way. So let's do this bad boy. All right. Oh, almost broke it. Who wants to go first? You want rock, paper, scissors?
He can go first.
You want Breeze as well, Jesus. Thank you.
To us elders. I like that.
So I'm trying to think. This video is really hard. I think it feels like it is Gen G's to fuck up, but honestly, I think that's just easy to go with like hindsight.
What would you want to do if you weren't in esports?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Because if
I mean, I was studying engineering before I left school for esports.
I don't
mean, it
know.
wasn't the most enjoyable experience though.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe something in sports.
Something in sports.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you? What have you done?
Probably go for therapy.
Okay. Yeah.
Nice,
I mean, I still probably
have therapy or
I think it all worked out.
I'm a therapist, but I would also
okay,
need
never mind.
therapy if I would both.
I misheard that, and it was even better.
I think Gen G go a SEN.
No matter what
Okay, that's fair.
after
You
esports,
do kind of give Sentinels the chance to ban Icebox.
Now, John, you said you're not
Yeah.
the best at this.
Yeah, I'm not.
But Sentinels ban bind over Icebox at this
might be
rate? I don't
just
think
a
so.
player. I just pick the one on top.
No, you can't do good. Just go around here.
What if I do?
engineering
What about
abilities.
this?
Yeah, use your engineering skills. Oh, that's a toughie. But you're doing it, baby.
Am I?
I think. I mean, at this point, you got to commit. There you go.
Oh damn. Alright, shower in the morning or shower at night?
In the morning, for sure.
Oh, I can turn this up
And then
too.
right up.
Okay.
At night, why bother? I'm just gonna have to shower in the morning anyway. The hair's gonna be a mess.
I actually agree with that. I agree with that.
Yeah,
Quite a bit.
you deal with that a lot, obviously.
Yeah, well, because I lose, like the hair just falls off in the evening too, right? It just keeps going. So, ideally, just wait for the morning, wipe it all off. What about you? Morning, evening?
Yeah, morning for sure.
Okay, I
Yeah.
respect that. All right, let's go, Cap.
How's everybody's day so far? Yeah, good morning. I think,
For the middle, a bold man.
I ate some at like
He has a strat.
either bad yesterday, but it just meant that I couldn't
What is the
sleep,
best map in the game?
and
Damn. That's a tough question. I
yeah,
always get this
just
question,
felt
I can
awful
never
this
get an
morning,
answer
like a
for it. But if I had to choose,
bad stomach.
I'll say
because usually I go for a walk, but
for no
there's like a
particular
supermarket on the way around on my walk. But today I just went to the supermarket, got like a load of stuff that I felt I needed, and then just went back.
Okay. All right, let's John. Let's see. Let's get another one. You know, I want you to try and go for a really tough one.
Actually,
I want to see if you can make it topple.
what's a tough one though? That's the issue. I can't tell.
Oh, this one, right?
Just enjoy some VC team around stream. It sucks that you've had a bad day so
I heard
far.
the ones that played
Hopefully it gets better.
That one actually.
Depends who you're cheering for, I suppose.
So it's terrifying.
I feel like Paper X is going to be Team A and that'll be Team B because Paper X haven't had the chance to pick sides yet.
I think this is
So I feel like that's just going to continue.
an agent's
Powers.
there's a
Ooh,
word.
Oh, okay, if you could take an agent's powers, who's
what would Paper X? I guess it'd been out Breeze. And then Loud could float the Lotus if they want. I don't think they do though.
Oh, actually,
Because
yes,
Paper
maybe
X
so.
have remained committed to still playing it, despite it
Okay.
maybe not working as well as they'd hope.
Yeah. Let's do one more.
Paper X, where would they go? Sunset, surely.
Oh, you should go for this one.
Loud.
I want to see you just
Oh
send it.
man.
Oh, actually,
It's close.
It's in there.
this is a tough eater too.
Magic
A
hands.
professional.
Kaplan, magic hands, Kaplan.
Who on your team could you beat in a 1v1?
Now, are we
Maybe
talking
they
about,
go split.
game or a fist fight?
Both.
Oh,
And then you sort of let Loud pick Sunset and then you have to
Fist
decide.
fight would be everyone.
Paper X is a second ban.
He has that dog in him.
Looking like it'd be Icebox.
Okay.
Bind.
In game,
Then Ascent as a third map.
pretty confident guy.
Okay.
I'll take anyone, honestly. I'll take.
Something like that.
That's what I like.
Because I want Sunset, Ascent, and
I think I can
Bind.
take Tyson, and I think Zach. I got a couple months left. He's been hitting the gym.
Yeah, no, you got to get him
I
right
think I
now.
could, yeah.
You know, attack while you have the opportunity. I totally agree with that. You know what? I'm gonna
Something that required me to pay a lot of money with to do that. Jesus, the gifted subs are a crazy amount today.
Let's see.
So aggressive. He's
You're going too hard, I think.
Look at this angle. Whoa! What are the chances of that happening? And this one says, buy the SEN bundle. Oh, man, what are the chances of that one? Guys, I want to thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. This was super fun. Best of luck in the tournament. Have
Sniping
all
plebs
fun
left
out
and
in
right.
Madrid, and I'll catch you guys later, all right? Catch you
Very
soon.
much having us. Bye.
Gotta say, it was a fun time playing indiscriminate topple block game with my friend.
That we would never say the name of.
We
That is
win.
infinite.
What would we?
No name
Ooh,
was
who would win out of these two?
for the show.
On Lotus.
In a million years, isn't that right, maybe?
Yeah.
Anyway,
What's the fun been like?
let's go ahead and jump into our first match of the day. No more funnies for now. It's going to be Pacific.
there been
number
any
one
Lotus?
seed Gen G facing off against the Americas numero
4-0,
uno
5-1.
of Sentinels.
It's a tricky
And
one, isn't
this
it?
is going to be a big match, and there are a lot of implications here because the winner will.
This is good to Sentinels no matter what.
You get to just
Breeze, Gen G, Bind. Ooh.
as we've seen in the past.
A couple of bands knowing how big the map pools are for some of the teams and how strong they are in other ones. Plus, getting that extra.
I feel like Sentinels on that one. Ascent, Gen G, Sunset,
I mean, you see this tweet from Kaplan. He's
Sen.
obviously very fired
Icebox,
up to get that day off.
Gen G.
How hard they've been working.
So
after
literally the
many
deciding
matches.
factor is like
They
Lotus.
don't care about them bands.
It's
They
the
just
same
wanna
for
see-
Gen G, right? Like those guys have also.
I
had
guess
long
because
runs
I have Gen G
so that
winning,
day off,
this is
that
what I
double
put it
day,
as, but I don't
mean,
think that's
it's
true.
kind of make or break in a grand
It'd be weird for me to
finals.
predict Gen G winning
So both these teams
a
are
best
gonna be
like
doing
a
everything
grand
else.
finals
And
against
also for the
Sentinels is what I had it
mental
as.
expectations
Sure.
of people, for you to come up out as the seed #1, but also having a clean, some maps here and there, but a clean run overall to make it to the finals, of course, is a statement on it.
Yeah, for sure. And what I think is really fascinating too is both of these teams have,
What's it
similar
like here?
journeys. Obviously putting that
Both
work
of them
in,
pretty
but
rough.
really, I think
Breeze,
what's really standing out to me is
Icebox, a little bit
the
better for Gen
fundamentals of
G,
both
Ascent,
teams.
really good for Gen
Phenomenal.
G.
Yeah, their fundamentals.
Split,
I think,
really good for
clearly
Sen,
the two best
Bind,
in the
really good
tournament
for
right now.
Gen
The
G,
way that these
actually.
teams coordinate, the way in the late round, you'll
Yeah,
see
but there was a
them
change up of like
take that
comp.
pause to
Sunset
set up a
was that
double
like
swing, set up a play together
kinda
is
close.
excellent. But they also both have this similarity.
I feel like
They're
maybe
not
it'd
just
be-
wildly structured teams, right? You see both
Maybe I
of
go
these
this way for
teams
Sen,
have
and then
players
I'd swap
that
this
will
for
be
Gen
given the
G.
freedom to take
Really
over the
just
map.
depends on what
Be it
maps we
Terra,
get.
Be it tens, they'll take the risks when they need to, and I think that's the style that has won both of
Maybe
these
country
squads
law or
all
something?
of the
Maybe.
close
I mean, it's not a
games. Being
problem
able to play
if you don't get
structure
ads.
against the looser teams and being able to take risks when you need to.
But that's the
I
flexibility,
won't worry
right?
about
That's
that.
what you need to make it further into the tournament.
Yeah.
We know that Sentinels has been able to take down EMEA, but it hasn't been since
Oh, thank you, Kim.
2021 that they won against a Pacific team.
Hope
VCT.
the
Thanks to the
breakdown
offseason,
of
they were able to
the
play against TRX and
veto
Paper
went
X
well,
here
'cause I can't
in
work
the
it out for the
major
life of
stage.
me.
In VCT, it's been 3 years ever since they take up.
I feel for this, the veto for Sentinels is a lot more like straightforward. Also, I don't know who gets choice of Team A and Team B. It's fine for the first series because GENG seemed to go Team B and Sentinels seemed to go Team A. So, like, easy enough. Should match up this way no matter what. But I think it's like, this, I think is understandable. This is understandable.
Maybe they're friends over at Paper X, whereas Sentinels has implemented a lot of new stuff. They're running Gecko.
GENG should high roll and ban split, making Sin decide between Sunset, Bind, or Lotus.
Bring into the roster. They got guys like John QT that really are, I think, like really shaping the identity, Kukuka, of this team.
Yeah, exactly. When we talk about the flexibility, the fundamentals, and how everything.
I think it's really down to Shirley ban Icebox. I think then GENG would pick Breeze. We just haven't seen Sentinels
every single match is the
that haven't been winning with it.
to translate everything that happens
True.
You know how we always say, oh, if the teams play that, they play it on screen.
I don't think it's super troll, and also the way that they played it, when they picked it and they looked confident, and even after they got destroyed by Loud, they were still like, oh, we just like made lots of mistakes on it, which is fair when you make like a meta shift for a team comp.
And that's even discounting the calling he came up with too. And I mean, what's ludicrous about this guy is it's his first global event that
I
he's
think
ever attended. Last year, he was
I feel like for both of these, it's just offering as many choices up for maps to try and make it a Venn diagram. So like the map that they end up picking is something that you've either not shown in a while, in the case of the Sentinels with Ascent, or it's something that you have a lot of like Bloodline.
This guy is just starting. If you like what you're seeing, this is the early steps.
I don't think it's as straightforward as GENG banning out split. Like, I don't think them banning out split and not banning out split doesn't have too much impact on the veto, as weird as it sounds, because it's just so open. It definitely seems like it could add up between, you know, if GENG do a ban split, Sentinels pick it, and then GENG try to go somewhere like Breeze or Ascent, somewhere where they haven't seen an awful lot of what they do, and then just hoping that it's gonna like bode well at that point.
Texture and Meteor are definitely.
Oh yeah, I think so too. I think if we go to split, there's no way that GENG win it. But I don't know.
I think so too. So excited to see it.
I don't feel the same with like Sunset. Well, I do feel the same a little bit for Sunset.
And, you know, look, Zekken is going to have a tall task ahead of him today. I mean, this kid's had so many challenges laid out in front of him, Kukuka, but today, my guy's running up.
I think both of the teams will want to leave and float Lotus as much as possible.
Out of the four teams that we have standing still in the tournament, Zekken is top on ACS.
And Sentinels are going to be happy with this. I think it's even more worthwhile for GENG to second ban Lotus, because then you go to Bind, which both teams are pretty iffy on. It's like if you go to Lotus and Sentinels get to pick the side and go attack first, that could just be it, you know?
But the difference between them, despite both being young stars showing up to the global stage and going absolutely insane, is the agents they're playing. Zekken has been the best race player of the event, while Texture has clearly been the best jet player of the event.
That win against Team Heretics was unreal.
I mean, I think
I have not been too impressed with, like, from going off how Heretics played against, was it Foot? A kickoff? Like, because I was really interested in watching the double initiator with the Silver to see how that looked. And I wasn't really that impressed with them. I wasn't really impressed with Heretics, even against Sentinels, because so much of their setups relied on, like, executing utility. Like, they should have won Bind if they didn't go for the play that they tried against Foot, which was the KO short running in onto B, and then they just don't have post-plant utility, everything getting onto the side.
Because they've made it here. Who would have thought that GENG was one step away from making the finals in the fashion that they did it? And it's what you're saying, Mimi. It's on the fundamentals.
As a Silver player, what do you think about that pairing? Which pairing?
Would see it a couple years ago, but they managed to
very confused. Hold on.
I think the difference as well is that
yeah, I think that this is like a. This is why I hope that this is the grand final, because I think there's some like strong maps for either side in there. But I think Icebox is really 50-50. Sunset leaning towards Sentinels, but it's still a chance. Lotus is very 50-50. I can't tell between them.
But just executing on it incredibly well.
What do you think about that pairing? Oh, the double initiator.
rookies on each side of the field, right? But you also
I guess
have some
it's.
veterans. You have some
I guess it's okay. It's more the Silver. It's more the Silver choice.
Karen versus Tens, which I think was very fun because you got yourself. Hey, look at that! It's almost like we planned it. What I love about this particular matchup is you got a rookie.
I love the Team Heritage combine. Me too, but I didn't like the way that they played it.
You have Tens reinventing himself.
I think Silver on Bind is very underrated, and teams should play it more. I know that Gecko's the flavor of the week, and I think that there's valid reason to that. If I had to have like 2 initiators, I think the KO for sure is one of them, and then either or, depending. I kind of feel like Gecko KO would be really spicy for teams. Are those HyperX monitors? I don't think they do HyperX monitors, so I don't think so. Raisin. Yeah, I think KO is the sleeper pick in this meta right now, on the maps in particular. Icebox, I think there's a lot of merit to running KO at the moment. Breeze, obviously, is good. Good for them all. Bind, more of a valid pick now. Split. Yeah, I think that like KO on Split could definitely fuck. I think Breach is also a good option there, but I think you can play the KO. He's still awful by the numbers. I think there's more reason to play him now than before, is kind of what I mean. But it depends on sort of how you run, what you run instead. Like, for example, NA Challengers, they were running without a Jet, and they were doing Sage, Double Initiator, Viper, Killjoy.
Hey Karen, annyeonghaseyo. Of course, it's a very important match for you, and
It's the best. It was always the best.
Into your professional Valorant career. So, where do you get the confidence to go
I
up against
think
superstars?
it depends on the team realistically, but I think some teams sort of fall into that a little bit. Like,
I totally understand that. That makes sense. Yeah.
unless things change dramatically. I think Gecko Sage is growing on me. Carmen Cause comp on Icebox, I'm really a fan of.
Yeah. There you go.
I would have liked it better if you would have said buy the
You really need dive agents on Icebox?
You know what though, guys?
But what are you diving is the question.
We have to find ways to agree or disagree. Whoa, looks like we got a game. That's right, folks. It's time to play. Agree to disagree. It's actually
What a
the name of the game.
You don't?
Look,
Oh.
Can you explain what the segment is about?
All right, guys. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm gonna read some spicy statements.
And I wonder
okay?
what we're gonna do with those statements.
And then what we're gonna do, mira, ay, Dios mío, oy. Okay, there we go. We got signs. All right, we got signs handcrafted that we flew all the
Just
way
wait
from
till the airport.
Americas.
Sorry.
Yeah. All right, so
Famous location, Americas.
yeah.
It's just literally nobody's doing that for some bizarre reason.
Let's go ahead.
I don't
on our
know.
First one, and it's all relating to the games today. So, Loud is going to make a lower bracket run. Agree?
It depends on the team and depends on the players. Like, if you can...
I want to know what the
If with Narrate you can get more out of him on Gecko than on Silver, I'm more down for that.
Look, I mean,
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. You explain first.
I think I was like really fond of the Harbor Viper. I thought that that would start to take over, but I think between like Loud's Harbor Viper and like the meta comp, I think I'd go with a meta comp. I just think that there is room more in this environment, right, where there's very little time to anti-strat, and you're maybe running some kooky stuff on various teams. Like I think what GENG are running on Icebox with the Gecko and KO, it's really tricky without like a Sage. Because if your Sentinel's here, you're running the same comp. I think this comp actually did a lot of damage against Harbor Viper, but I don't think it'll do that much against Sage. But I think it's all just about like plant denial.
All right, well, let's go ahead and check out our second one.
I prefer Gecko KO to Gecko Sage, I think, but really both for troll. Yeah, but it's like the little plays of like the Gecko flash and then the KO flash backside.
Do we think he's gonna do it?
Like, do they have a shelf life before teams learn how to adjust to it? Yes.
As someone who just loves good Valorant,
But that's like, I like doing that stuff now because I think there's like a lot of little set plays that teams can come up with that are going to completely catch their opponent by surprise.
I think that the level for both of these teams is too high for that to happen. Somebody, and just based on those fundamentals.
I do think that personally Brim is underutilized for a lot of maps beside Bind.
Sooner than he gets the ace.
I did kind of vibe with seeing the Brim on Icebox. I can't remember who ran it. It might be 100 feet.
It could happen. If someone
Might be C9. Somebody ran it in Americas. Just for like the post-plant mollies.
Hey, right, look at you. Okay, now this next one is going to be a fun one, all right? GENG have a good chance to win their first major title.
At this point, I should probably read another wiki of other agents besides Sage.
They're all in such form. I think it's so close. I favor.
I don't know what ones to recommend. Probably Viper right now.
I struggle with this statement because I would rate it mild, you know? Like, I think that any result for GENG after making it to here...
Sentinels get 2 bans in the grand final? Ooh.
So what signs do you have?
There's been a weird history where teams that have got both bans have still lost. I don't know how it happens, but it does.
No, it's time for me to yell at you. Okay. Trickle down yelling. Okay.
Is Viper a hot woman? Yeah, kinda. I'd say so.
Disagree. Okay. Unfortunately, I do think that
depends if you're into the dominatrix style or not.
Is only because there's always that possibility in my mind, especially with how they've been playing. But I just feel like Sentinels is really just feeling it
I'm kind of a turncoat here.
But yeah, I don't know. I'm not too like opinionated on it, I suppose.
Play Split or Sunset. I think both those maps are going to be a gimme.
But and
I really see it being highly likely for them to pick up another in the pool. And then
I think the KO has a lot of merit right now. Like more so on Sunset, Bind. What else were we talking about initially? Bind mostly, wasn't it?
That is so important. I think it's unlikely, but it's nowhere near impossible, especially if they win today.
All right, so we have time for a fourth one. This one would have been on the chopping block.
Nice.
But I'm curious, so let's see what we end up getting. All right, the finals will be a
he's great against everybody spamming Viper. I think he's also really good against teams that are running double initiative.
I mean, I think I know the way.
No. You said regional rematch. You didn't say what way. So strongly agree. Either one or
it's a 50% chance.
Yeah.
It's 50% chance.
It's also like when you look at the teams that made it, so much of them are like got really nice like utility set plays, like Common Core Heretics especially. Loud running something really different, but it has still some nice string of like combos of utility. Sentinels have had some marvelous bits and pieces to highlight. GENG have. So KO just being like, we know that you will wait until all of that utility is off cooldown again, and then we're going to knife you then. And just buy more time. Just keep buying as much time as possible.
Honestly,
if there's one thing hosts are great at, it's contradicting ourselves on a regular basis. So the reason why is because I would like to see.
I also think like when you're looking at like meta versus what's optimal, I think the playing solo initiating Sky is not optimal anymore naturally because she got nerfed. But I would say if there's a player that's making the new version of Sky work, it's Sassy.
Okay, folks, we asked you earlier in the day, well, just like a couple minutes ago, Massacre fan poll, and the question was, who do you think's going to be going to the grand finals?
Sentinels will never lose a fan poll.
Yeah, I feel like, you know.
You hear that? That's people cheering for Sentinels.
But like if I'm coaching a team and I'm doing stuff on Icebox, I'm definitely just going for like the normal comp initially. I just think that Sova's
so impressive.
I don't know how mandatory Silver is, because I feel like the impact that you actually get out of him on average isn't that major. However, I still think his average might be more consistent than what a volatile agent like Gecko can do.
They want to keep the expectations. As I said, any further that they can take it is already a huge win for them. But I want to.
I don't really know what to suggest.
Let's go ahead and find out where we're going to be playing, and well, let's go ahead and take a listen in for our map selection.
Welcome to Map Select presented by Omen. Both of these teams came into this.
I have no idea what this is going to be.
Record. So therefore, it was a coin flip that was done before this that ended up being Sentinels Team A, GENG Team B. So we will jump into the pick ban phase. Sentinels, your first ban.
Ban Icebox.
Ban Icebox. Your
Instantly
ban.
wrong.
Ban Sunset.
Sunset.
Okay, that's fine.
One from Sentinels.
Pick Split.
Yep,
Split?
that's fine.
Side on Split.
Do you take the bait
Attack.
Attack. And
Do you
map
go
number
breeze? If you go breeze, I think you lose. I think both of these are bait. I think Sentinels might have done this. Victoria, you need a fucking timer on these guys. They take the piss with how long they take. He still doesn't know. He genuinely doesn't know. He's so unsure. Look at Drew. Drew knows he's owned them. Is anybody timing this? It's been like a minute.
Lotus.
Lotus. Side on Lotus.
Attack.
Attack. All right, next set of bans sitting with Sentinels. You have Ascent, Bind, and Breeze.
Ban Ascent.
Ban Ascent. You're a ban. You have Bind and Breeze.
I guess you...
Ban Bind.
Ban Bind. Map number 3 by default is going to be Breeze. Sentinels, side on Breeze.
Attack.
Attack. All right.
Oh, Genji have fucked it. They have completely fucked it. This series will be over by the time the fucking solo picks a map.
A lot of time, but I want to break this down real fast. Split first map.
They had to pick their poison. Sunset.
And the third map that you go to is one that's still a coin toss.
So hard for them to win. If they're to win this series, Genji, it has to go to Breeze.
Yeah, exactly. And when we talk about knowing the teams, knowing the fundamentals, a split comp with the double duelist is something.
You also pick Lotus and let Sentinels attack first. I mean, it doesn't really matter either way. Like, they're still attacking first.
A bit of an edge for Sentinels.
Lotus is the pick of Genji, but it's still a scary map. Both these teams play that same standard Fnatic comp with the Fade, with the Raze, and honestly, they both execute on it incredibly well. I think they're the two strongest teams on that map that are still left in the tournament. So that's kind of a coin.
It feels to me incredibly clear that they were expecting, like I did, the Sentinels would ban out Breeze.
Just 2 maps to see these 2 teams playing it. It would have definitely been a split in Lotus.
Yeah.
I know that Sunset was out of the question.
Yeah, well, it looks like we got our gift, and this is going
We
to
have
be
3 days, maybe Genji cook. That's the only hope. Imagine if Genji come out with like triple duelist or something. Oh, that'd be so fucking funny. Genji are like, we have learned the ways of bullshit. Would you have gone for the same veto as me? The only thing they seemed really sure on was banning Sunset straight away, which is the thing that we were like, maybe they don't need to do that. Maybe they have some freedom, and they're like, nope, we're still banning it. It's a shame because I really wanted to see Genji on Ascent. But maybe it's kind of like, would we be saying that about like Loud going to Ascent against Genji as the third map? Like, would we have maybe gone, there's no chance for Genji to win it, and then they just came in and dumpstered?
Right near my home. I dream about this, and now it's real. I'm so excited.
There is no chance, there is no hope. Sentinels, inevitable. Sen look incredible here.
I don't want Icebox Breeze split and Lotus because it's color coded correctly. Yeah, I'm not too sure how to color correct. Well, color code Bind Ascent.
Win against Loud. I think as a team we played really good overall, and I think we showed a good version of ourselves.
This isn't impossible, but I think it's an uphill climb. I'm curious what other people are saying about it, if anything. I know Thinking Man's Valorant focuses on the veto a lot, but
they play very slow and methodical, but at the same
I
time,
mean, naturally, it seems like a lot of people are doing that. I do like that we're seeing more like stats and stuff, but some of the stats that I'm seeing are just kind of shite. Like, they tell us nothing. It's like, oh, that's cool. This team is like this % win rate on attack. It's like, but surely that's going to be different on all of the maps. And
Where are you guys from?
From Madrid.
From Madrid, yeah.
From Spain. Sentinels. We are supporting Sentinels.
Yeah. On paper, right. Jason Susanto is the GOAT.
What do you think of his beatboxing? It's really good, actually.
Yeah, what is it? GENG, I'm just reading Reddit. GENG lost during the Vitas versus Loud, so let's see. That is true. But I think they were more lost. Like, they clearly got surprised.
We will like improve very fast, and hopefully in lower
Also, people said fucking NRG moment.
Ir pra lower bracket é difícil, deve ser frustrante pra vocês assistirem, assim como é pra gente perder um jogo tão close. Mas faz parte, somos humanos, a gente também erra.
We'll see. I hope that this isn't just a complete snooze fest. For, like, disappoint, like, expectations. I'm doubtful, but we don't know.
A gente já venceu times com esses.
Watch the FNS video on how to match SEN. Yeah, that's what we need.
I'm just gonna go all in this match, and I hope you guys enjoy our W gaming.
Vamos, lad.
Vamos, lad. Go Paper Rex. Mark my words. Paper Rex for the winning.
I think with these teams in the top 4 and the map pool at the moment, yeah, having 2 map bans is kind of GG. It is a little bit against, what's the word? It's not always a cut and dry, if you have 2 bans you win. I think it is literally like 50-50, which is kind of shocking. Hello, Silver. I can't wait for TMV's video about the map ban. I don't know. I'm wondering if I'm overthinking it. But then again, like, I am overthinking it by proxy by having this. Because, like, it does have these as the 3 most likely maps, which somehow is a thing one way or the other. There's definitely been a lot of series where, especially with Odd One Out, where I'm like, we've won the veto and we still lose. It depends even in the order of where these wins and losses go. Because if GENG win on Split and then it's close on Lotus, will they have that kind of like bounce back?
Strong region, Kukuka. It's about GENG establishing themselves as a top-tier team in Valorant.
Exactly, Alex. Seed 1 is no longer enough. Both of these teams.
GENG ban Split and Icebox makes sense to play Breeze. Just make them. I have a feeling Sentinels lose here, but I always have that feeling when they fought against NRG and Lev. Yeah, like Sentinels have gone from having a bit of an edge to a massive favorites here.
Over 1,000 days ago. SEN won that. They went on.
But even if we see Sentinels lose this, I don't think you could turn around to SEN and be like, you've lost the veto, or like you fucked up anywhere, because Sentinels did the veto as best they could. There's no gambles in there, it doesn't feel like, other than maybe having well, they didn't even get a choice of bind or a Breeze or a Scent at the end. Hello, Gal.
Against this new Sentinels.
Crazy. I mean, when you set the stage and you really think about how this has all come together, it is
I would have said that the veto went pretty well for Loud yesterday. Still was a close series, went to overtime. I wouldn't have given much thought to Sentinels beating Loud on Icebox. It almost happened. Probably should have happened.
We have seen the miraculous runs before. There has been teams that have been breathtaking. EDD last year made us dream.
Yes.
But it was most of it was because of Kangan. They had that one-star player that everybody was looking
See how
at.
it goes, though.
As I said, it's quiet. It's the
Really exciting series, though.
relying on those fundamentals and how far they can take them.
I don't wanna just be down and out.
Quietly. They haven't gotten the same fan attention as a team like Sentinels. They haven't shocked in that same way, but they have consistently performed and played excellent Valorant throughout. Their players have come out with unbelievable form. Remember Karen? He's a rookie.
Yeah, it's fucking...
He played his first VCT match.
That ban of Icebox was just a stun lock onto... It was just a stun lock onto GENG.
It feels like for all 10 of these teams,
Comps the same, comps are the same.
confident walking onto that stage, and oh boy.
And GENG, GENG choosing to attack first is kind of scary.
Incredible on this map thus far. Their defense looks indomitable, and GENG are playing a very different.
But look at this, the win rate. Like, this is the side that you pick.
Texture and Meteor to be set up for insane individual performances on this double dive. That's how they beat.
They took that chance. I mean, I think a lot of people will focus on the why did they ban Sunset instead of Split. I think no matter what, it's just like pick your poison.
Watch out, because the retakes for Sentinels have been on point this event.
If GENG can beat Sentinels on their best map, there is no denying that this team is ready for a trophy.
Well, folks, this is
Also, the other side of me would say we've had like teams be dominant on maps like Lotus and Bind in the past, even like Ascent to an extent.
Thank you so much,
But
and Kakuka. We've got a
I feel like Split.
looking to reclaim their former glory.
I don't think there's like a hold that you can have on it. Like, sure, Sentinels have been dominant. They are the best team on Split at the moment. But I feel like all of the teams in this tournament play Split. And even though it's like a lot of like mid rounds, how you want to effectively call, it does sometimes become a lot about angels. It sometimes does become a lot about clutches. By winning a pistol, winning thrifties. Even if the better game plan goes to Sentinels, I don't think that inherently means that it's theirs to win. If you have good like macro play on Icebox, Bind, and well, for Fnatic previously, Lotus, you're in a fantastic spot. But I think Split and Ascent, and yeah, I'd probably say just those two maps. Sunset's too early to say. Every team plays Split pretty well at the highest level, to be honest. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you're not good at Sunset, I think that shows a lot more than being not good at Split. But I speak from the perspective of we were permabanning Bind a lot when we were playing in Game Changers, and Split was always our second ban, but it was also basically our permaban. Like, we didn't play either of those maps, but nobody ever like challenged us on it until we got to playoffs, where I think was it Anonymous? No, it wasn't Anonymous. It's KPI. KPI picked it against us. We dumpstered them. Like, we never really practiced. We only practiced it like the day of because we felt that it was coming. And so we just prepped it a little bit, tried to sort out roles, gave ourselves a bit of freedom to play with, and went from there. The team you coach for? I used to, yeah.
And look to play after. Meteors also snuck up behind Tens. Didn't matter with Lackey.
Don't need to over PK. You're in a 5 versus 3. You got 3 people pushing him though. Oh my good god, he still managed to get one more. Celsius is trying to fight a player Danger, which has been moved away. John's still alive though, which means that these runs are scary. He's only 20 HP, but it's still a little bit risky.
It's definitely not going to be easy for the side of Sentinels to get back.
It's not planted for the B main player. That's the one that you're fighting first. One's still Heaven. There's just no time. Good pistol from GENG. I need to track how many pistols have been won either side.
And again, just the patience
I'm
shown
not
by this
totally sure.
side. You saw, as we said, Sentinels off rip, look for mid control.
You were gifted a sub last week here. Free content. You're welcome, Bandland. It's probably from Geekash. She's been good, crazy gifts.
But post plant, the idea to just send the 2 players in spawn and they sit there waiting, running the clock down. John QT couldn't go out and fight with his teammate because he's worried about a flank coming up through Heaven. This is a really nice pistol round from the side of GENG. I do like Sentinel's ideas as well.
Yeah, Sentinel's just playing more mid.
Just GENG were too wise to fall into it. Now on the attack side, you know, it's an interesting buy, Tom. I have to say, Texture is surprising.
Any buy up here? No.
We'll talk all day long about the benefits of playing this
They've been
outlaw.
practicing the China teams a lot. Outlaw Guardian.
Success with it right off rip. Nobody on the defense has shields, so this weapon.
Is it just me or Zekken kind of not firing lately? If you wanted to go off the last map they played against Loud on Sunset, yeah. But I think Zekken was farming on Split. He was pretty good on Icebox. Like spotty, but there were some rounds where he had a huge amount of impact. Yeah. Oh, and you even get the one player there too. Yeah, these are the kind of rounds that I'd be concerned about.
You know, he's pretty much in an even fight, regardless of who he takes on. That heal needed to come through. Luckily, there's been some time. As that clock runs down, the health goes back up for Texture. 100 HP. Lakia and Munchkin.
You need to get the spike. What do? You still got this camera up here.
To take that spike into a big cross.
But John's not in the camera. He's just flicking between it.
They're going to take some space in heaven.
I guess he's going to start going back into the camera more.
And here comes a snake bite.
Snake bite just as the smoke comes in too from tens.
Still a nade to play with for Texture. Flash for
Waiting to break the trip.
But they're caught off guard.
Oh, and they even watch it up.
Pick off both up top. That's a disaster for Gen G.
Just as you sort of feel like Gen G might have had a good
response with the Mastercard
position here, I suppose.
Maybe some jitters for Gen G because that was a heavy
I had a
investment.
drink. Where did I put it?
Already you're seeing the initial Jules Pitch being won and really isolated fights, like the spike going through the smoke on its own for Karam. That is an uncharacteristic error for someone like him. We've been singing his praises about his positioning, his movement, especially after the switch to Omen. I felt like he was fantastic. And that is a really rough way to kick off your attack. Rifles now fully bought up on what was meant to be.
Gamma is so stupid. It's very good.
Well, now Sentinels have the same chance.
Gen G with just a few pistols will struggle immensely on this. Now, we've seen this a couple times, this poison orb thrown up over right at the start of the round from Munchkin. It's causing a lot of problems.
I like this poison orb. Zelsis also has quite a few when he plays Viper. I think he has one where he stands here, and he throws it for top mid, so he can maybe lurk out this way or this way. Kind of forces the defenders to play one here and one here. Because just holding this, there might be a chance for them to score past. I really like the poison clouds that we're seeing that are like more to split up some of the angles. No channel point bet today? Ah, I didn't do it in time.
Got a huge advantage to play with here. Sassy needs to hold strong.
He's in a good position though. Already dropping a first, but the trade is instantaneous. Keeping that huge advantage.
You still have a trip in A main, but it's not going to tell you that much at the moment. It's a really nice snake bite too that comes in from Munchkin to slow this down.
In a good spot, has a teammate alongside it, may not even need it, and it's going to be
Mastercard, they're getting their fucking money's worth this tournament with the thrifties that we're seeing.
early stages of this game.
They bought hardly anything here again, Tom.
They bought more than Sentinels.
The addicts need their gamba.
You know, this
Good shot.
For the bundle, but there's a few sheriff shots landing there with the classic assists on the back of it. Just absolutely insane to see this in the first 3 rounds.
What is 54?
Zelsis's orb as well.
What do you mean 54? Like, what's it mean?
Yeah, you're right.
So that means that he got caught by his own utility.
It means that when you're on a buy that's, I think, it's like 10k below the opponent.
They've still got a couple of rifles. It's definitely not the prettiest of buys, but even still, somehow the team with the weaker has got off to a good start.
Yeah, 50's just an eco. Or half buy against a full buy, but typically it is a 20k buy versus a like 8k buy, I think.
Those 2 rifles.
15 to 50. It's also a good reminder, I suppose, that like the veto, the comps, all of that shit doesn't matter if these guys can't keep their heads above waters when the pressure hits. Which, in this instance, both these two teams have been fantastic when it's got chaotic. Like when it's got stressful, both of these teams are sort of risen above it.
40 seconds left. 3 players still within the B site, but you still have 10s with a paranoia available to
Sounds
him.
like he's having a stroke because it's always so unrelated to what's happening.
So it is going to be onto him.
I mean, it's fine.
Oh, he's forced out of position. That paranoia. It's landed on the players further up, and one was blinded. Caught by the trap, another now inside, and well, he's gone.
Trips are just too good.
With a classic for Zelsis. He's being wrapped on, at least a chance to shut him down. One that they must realize. Meteor, there we go. It's a connection with 12 seconds left, and the spike's gone
It's not really an... Oh, it is another 50.
Even if the last kill wasn't found, I don't think they were getting that one done. 2-2.
Where was that trip?
You're never going to believe this, but that was a Mastercard thrift. I don't know what's happening.
Is that the first one we've seen so far?
No, I believe
I want to go back to that, though.
This is such
Round 5, because I want to see what the money's like. Because I'm trying to understand what a thrifty actually fucking means.
The next one's not going to be, but
Yeah, like,
advertisement for buying the
They've played against Cyphers on this map before, right?
off the back of Zelsis, the man who's been plugging it this entire event. We're never going to hear the end of it.
Yeah, MasterCard are getting so much here.
They're feeling it too. Kaplan with his thrifty calls. Forgot the MasterCard in front of it, but I'll forgive him. I'll forgive him this once. Well, GENG.
Yeah, the match fixing actually comes from MasterCard to just get the sponsors red.
This early game, especially the fact that they got caught by not being able to shoot the traps. It's a little unfortunate, but these things happen.
It looked like Sky was in the trip, but it was highlighted still. Yeah, it's sort of like pings whilst... Like they were stunned and stood in the same spot, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Don't know for certain.
They're not taking the bullets.
Look at Meteor, though. He's just about to walk in.
Different trip. I do like this default like trip. You try and go for the plant, you're going to get hit. It's really hard to break. And there's various places that you can get peeked from when fighting it.
I don't think there's any denial on Meteor. Hasn't stopped his push.
Also, the only player that doesn't have a gun is Lakia, which is fine. I mean, to be fair, Lakia was shooting heads yesterday against Paper X.
You usually expect, but the big difference to this is Karen. He's also there with a paranoia in hand, and it's about to come through.
Big steps. Paranoia is good. I almost feel like Sentinels planned for that. Made so much noise to bait out the paranoia, but they were never gunning for CT.
Clear that back out, at least in his mind, but the paranoia is kept in the back pocket, now burned up to go towards
Time is low. The retake is fantastic. You know, are you going to expect a player on site here? Oh, the trip. He almost got killed by his teammate Snakebite. There's no time now. Really nice from Munchkin. And also, was it Meteor that just dashed here? Just buying a little bit more time. But that was a good attempt of a... What's the word? Good attempt of a retake.
For GENG, coming off the coach again, we talk about Sentinels in these retakes, and they're phenomenal. Just being able to come in from behind.
This attack wall is also really nice. I know Josh has started using it when we play.
The leader of the team, someone who's been highlighted so many times by different members of his roster to help elevate. Well, this time, he's done it individually.
Get out of my way!
And straight away, Blade Storm popped. The pacey side of this round looking to come out. As they take
right, Viper's pit in mid. 2 trips here. Yeah, look how high the jet is. It's like, I ain't fucking dealing with these trips. John Cutie still gets one and gets out. The pure alpha air play. And if he gets under a huge amount of pressure, you've then got Zekin that can beat Kevin and go and fight too.
Don't expect to see a Sentinels crunch just yet. And look at how much they're keeping in their back pocket for the eventual fight.
Great position for Munchkin to be in. But surely he gets cleared. Meteor, chill out. No, Lakia. Lakia, why are you going in? Meteor was going out. The flash was good, but you could stop there. Munchkin has been held here the whole time. Decides to go now because the Seekers gets used.
Huge position for them to play with.
And now John's on the site. Snakebite's alive for Munchkin. No, he doesn't have any. John, the Sentinels classic. Is he going to get the god tier play? Oh my god, knife! He just can't... John just never seems to die in those situations other than to the spike.
Yeah, we've finally seen our second round in a row after what was a crazy back and forth. It is GENG to come out on top, but again, it was close. And
see, when the rounds are like this, the game plan and the vetoes don't mean shit today, right?
Punishing them as they tried to rotate his late flanks in the back.
These are these instances where, like, the school of Anders, where you're talking about the like agent compositions, their general roles, any warfare tactics. This is where it doesn't apply as much because you just have 2 teams going into Crocodile Brain, turning off the rest of their brain. It's just their amygdala going. It's just danger, danger, fight, reward, eat, sleep.
Have been so fantastic at adapting. They beat EDG. They beat.
Could you turn up the stream a little bit? Yes.
Throughout this tournament, it's not going to be easy just because this map is solid for Sentinels.
Good cancel of the dog with a deep snake bite. GENG denied some more information around mid. Looks like the rotates are underway. Swinging all the way back to the B side. Sentinels have been able to win.
Back to more like of a generic setup for John.
Some ultimates to back them up. the side of Gen G, though, Munchkin's game has been fantastic. Just last round, the way he played and
I
controlled
do
Heaven
think too, it's like
allowed that spike to explode.
going B is going to be tricky here, just with the setup that they have.
Seekers as well, but they're not used. Instead, it's going to be dashed straight out in front of the Seekers. Meteor, though, he's caught. He can't quite see anything for a moment, but as the Cloudburst fades, he's able to find a target. Nice headshot, but the wall gets in the way. Sassy holding on to life, barely.
Viper's Pit is going to force Sentinels to try and fight a bit more because of the showstopper. Oh, he's waited enough that all these guys have managed to spread out, but he didn't get the Viper. Munchkin's still alive. John QT getting 1 kill is good. If he got the spray in and got Munchkin, he's got to go for this. But he just gets sprayed through. So a little bit of a waste. Maybe this is the time I hit for Sentinels because there is like a bit of a...
I just love watching his reposition within that
like the adjustment. I guess John's just like, he's 10-4. If there's a chance to make a clutch happen, it's now, because clearly Venus is in retrograde or whatever that means, but what it does have in Valorant is just a lot of clutches.
Takes him out, and then this, well, I'll be honest, this was just prediction. Knowing that his opponent would eventually try and catch him on the ping.
Mercury's in retrograde, sorry.
Such a worldie of a game. And here's someone as
But I
well.
feel fucking Mercury has been in retrograde for 500 years.
Has ever finished is 9th to 10th. He went through the likes of...
I can confirm only Phantom might have an aimbot. Good, because I'm going to go back to it. Wait, did I go back to it already? I might have done.
Gunning for so much more.
Yeah, they
Can't remember.
Crazy Raccoon, I remember a good regional team, but once they came to the international,
Yeah, good timeout from Sentinels.
for a lot of Munchkin's teams,
Like, it's not been consistent.
they couldn't stand up
Gambit, and it ended.
And actually, even Munchkin's runs, it was always playing the same teams twice. Like, it happened against Foot, it happened against
I mean, this is a lot better than what we've been seeing out of Gen G's attacking half.
This guy always ends up facing a team.
I think the defense side is good from Sen.
That's the thing.
It's good on attack. Like, it's just really good on attack and defense. I think Sentinels, this is their worst side, but they did choose to play it, which is kind of odd.
You look at some of the results.
But hey-oh.
Well, they played Loud a couple of times in their last 4 matches. Loud only managed 4 rounds and 3 rounds.
199 gifted subs. Why not round it? Ban and don't. I don't like how it makes me feel. Like, I feel it's like a parasocial relationship the other way around. When does Gambit play?
Clearly having a lot of faith in this gun, but
A lot would have to happen to see Gambit back in this game.
If I wasn't already a fan of Gen G, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna need a jersey after
Right,
this.
stay by expecting some aggression.
All tournament, all
There's no ultimates to work with either, which makes it harder for Sentinels.
and they're coming in attack side.
But there's a bit of a break here. Texture might want to farm up these ults. I think that's one thing that Sentinels has been doing pretty well throughout this tournament, is like ult rotation.
Well, 5 on the board already for Gen G.
So this is on a full buy.
A pretty start from what we get.
Seeing if they can just stop the orbs being picked up.
Like you're saying, but Gen G
It'd be half the
far
game.
exceeded expectations. They've got a commanding lead early on, even after a scrappy beginning.
It's not parasocial if we're actually friends for years and years. True.
The start of the end, Tom. I was starting to worry. But here we are, round number 8, and Gen G have another chance to extend this lead. Sentinels down to their last credits and use.
But it does feel weird to like feel like I owe somebody that money to an extent. Can you imagine if I owed like much to like Fonjask? I'd be his fucking drug mule if that was happening.
Consistently watching. And with only 40 seconds left, we're seing this late clear into middle. Now, a lot of this was probably off the idea
I'm also
that,
friends
okay,
with Ryan
we could
Kappa.
have double back through and taken control into heaven.
No, I've known Geekess longer than most, actually. Like, over 10 years.
Sentinel and Viper. It's never easy to get past this util, but they're beginning to predict it, and now they have to try and clear the players.
Flash is good, but they didn't actually hit John here. John is still able to get one, and it's been going so well for him. He's not done. I think maybe him overstaying there is a bit much. That's got to be tilted for Sassy. Because whilst John is fighting here, Zelsis is kind of like in this weird 50-50 of trying to fight and hold, but he also can't support John there.
But a shot to the head from Texture pretty much seals the fate of this one, with Tens having 2 players to drop and Munchkin way ahead of him on that fight.
You can't hold me accountable or stop me. Why would you owe me? That's a good point, actually. Is there a way to stop people from gifting subs?
The crazy thing about this is a lot of the setups that are being...
Not that I'd ever think that would be exploitable. Timeout? They've just timed out.
He's 12 and 5 because they're running into his trips. He's getting an opening
It's
kill.
such an important and good trade.
The response from GENG. That's been one of the things I've loved about this team is the trading is on point. They are so quick and so committed as well. You're going into a site with 20 seconds left. There are so many variables that you have to look for, but this team is ready to trade whatever.
Maybe GENG knew something that we didn't with the veto, you know? Because so far this is going excellent.
Start to panic. It's the point where I start to panic a little bit, but they were just
panicking for them.
yeah. I can only imagine being in the coaching seat. You're screaming about the time left, but they had it all under control. Cool as a cucumber as we go into round number 9.
Wait, you gave out 5 more gifted. I didn't even see that. Sorry. Thank you. I didn't even see the ones to like Christux, Aiden, Zar. A lot of OCE people actually.
He goes through the orb and falls right down. Let's see what else we've got though. The weapon's going to be upgraded and there's still some util to play with.
This is the thing, we've been hyping
Good
up
Lord.
controller players all the way through this event. We've talked about Karam. We've talked about the likes of Tens.
I'm at 200 now. It says 201 for me.
Because right now he is on an absolute tear. Again, just the patience. You're going to see the gamble. I don't really blame Sen at this point.
I don't know why.
Late A takes that they're reading into the fact that, okay, this is going to be A. And what happens? Texture just walks a little stroll straight in towards this B site. A round that now already looks over. Yeah, sure, the Sentinels retakes have been good historically. But if they
Plan right in the corner.
Couple of ghosts, a classic, and a sheriff.
I think Texture's always played here in like post plants. To be fair, I think Zekken does as well when he attacks. In the top gifted, it says 200. Yeah, it says there for me. It's just in chat, it says 201. I don't know why.
2-shot op in play for Lakia with everybody on light shields. It really is one of those rounds where you start to think about just going down to the spike, maybe dropping some weapons if GENG do get...
The fact that GENG managed to steady the ship after being thrifty twice, without needing a timeout, they just did it themselves, is crazy. No other team I've ever seen has been able to do that.
That was not on my list.
Because the one is my own sub. Yeah, but you haven't gifted yourself your own sub. It does say gifted, but anyway.
In fact, he's going to buy straight back.
That was just an eco, so we could just chat freely about stuff there. I have GENG beating Sentinels in my pick'ems. I have GENG beating Sentinels in the grand finals. This I expected Loud to win, and to be fair, I was just an overtime away. And honestly, from yesterday, I think that Sentinels probably should have lost. Well, more Loud should have won. But Sentinels were just winning a lot of clutches and buying a lot of time. Like, Sentinels played really well, but I think that Loud looked better. They just weren't consistent. Wow, it really just sort of felt like Sentinels are like, are we in? Are we not?
They even expect the 4th player swinging. And that is about as...
Because I think the thing that Sentinels this comp is lacking is just stopping power. Like, you have Zealous sort of peeking that, trying to maybe, like, he's like, do I snake bite?
That's how this game is going for GENG right now.
They genuinely
Wasn't GENG's attack win rate like 40%? Yeah, it was low. It was like 45.
It's absurd.
Again, like the stats, right?
They had the expectations, they had the rotations, they had the players in position.
Was 33% before yesterday.
John QT, all he can do at this point is just look to hold on to the rifle, but the credits are flowing.
Yeah, we got 66% yesterday. Yeah, same thing.
Try and hunt him down.
Yeah, why not?
So maybe that was a plan for GENG.
These players dying.
They don't mind playing split if they can attack first.
No worries.
And I think GENG's defensive side actually on Lotus was quite good. I feel like the curse that nobody's really considered here is it's Mitch and Tom casting, where I think at Champs they had the shortest series out of all of the casters. Like, a lot of the games that they were casting were like very straightforward 2-0s.
I've been complimenting
And I think that's been the same thus far, at least yesterday was.
run into the lighter side of the defense. Then we see what happens if they run into the entire defense and they still win.
So, regardless of what way it goes, the curse would say that it ends 2-0.
But that's the thing. I think going into this match,
I do feel bad for Mitch and Tom, though, because you get, like, series like yesterday with Sentinels and Loud. Like, Sideshow and Bren always get, and Pansy and Hypoc too, they always get the brunt of the great games. Yeah, like this Poison Cloud is so nice from GENG.
right now it's not looking particularly close.
And now they've just had to sort of force the Cypher over towards B.
Again, the ults not particularly close, at least the valuable ones, but they are looking to put pressure on.
Skydog to get some information, and it missed Meteor. Wow, he actually decides to, like, not opt to take that fight.
They've used a lot of utility to try and
The problem here, though, is Celsius is just going to walk up on these guys. They don't expect him here. Great read. I feel like a lot of these cases where Celsius is just sort of snake biting in when he probably shouldn't.
Meteor looking for a move. He's at least
Oh my god. Oh, just one more. The frantic spraying around to see where Munchkin was. You know that he's not gone new box as well because of this trip.
It's not going to be an easy fight.
John's spotted him.
Front. He's choosing the harder of the two. Just one player towards the spawn. Whoops. There we go. One player towards the spawn, but two up top.
Has to go pick up the Poison Cloud.
Come into position. No snake bites. That orb only going to block vision. Maybe add some decay. Give him an opportunity though to play up top with the shorty.
Nice try.
Like
really good round from Celsius.
Some opportunities, but ultimately too big of a task for anyone to take. 8-3, and the last round.
Still a way to go.
Sentinels find a fourth. Tom, that is not something I was ready to say today.
The good thing for
it was a bit of a weird round because I thought that like Meteor not sticking around would see more GENG tried to go faster mid. Like you've been pushed by 3 people A main. Surely you up the tempo and just alright, we're gonna go mid to B. And then Meteor could just like watch the flank late. But they just took too long and Celsius wasn't pressured at all. Tenz's had to use the Paranoia. Seekers has been used. The Nade is good as well. Sky Flash, I think the maybe just Omen doing a bit of damage or the Paranoia from before.
Sassy as well helps out. They're blinded and paranoid by Tenz, who's now making
his to be 8-4.
Boombot through. It's found a player and the bullets soon follow.
Really good snake bite here.
A healthy recovery for Sentinels towards the end of the half. It was looking a little bit.
You didn't even tweet your online.
Found their footing now.
I think for like Madrid, I don't need to as much.
I'm not sure if the dog got far enough through that wall to see.
Also, like tweeting with your live seems to be so
spike on the floor, and they'll attempt to take it. Problem is,
flawless.
On the other side of that smoke. Sassy up top, spraying.
Munchkin's giving him some time to
50
think.
seconds left and 5 players to take down. Well, we said the last round was a bit too big of a task. This one.
Look, protect the KD at all costs. Munchkin can't really hope for anything else. Looking for the fight. And Tenz is just being an irritation at this stage, just placing smokes in his face. This is all just a formality. No hope for this one to go wrong for Sentinels.
The satchel is just so nice to like throw him off a bit more too. Yeah, I mean, like tweeting with a link often tends to backfire. Like it just sort of tanks your like reach, I suppose. So I don't really know how to like properly tweet them live. But doing the whole like tweeting but like breaking up the link seems like such a wank way of doing it as well.
Things have gone so far. In fact, we've got some friends of GENG stood by in the audience. Let's hear from them.
Hey guys, Mega Fabs here in the crowd right now with Jules, a GENG super fan. Hey Jules, where are you from?
Texture's friend.
Yeah, but I live in the States as well. Oh, okay, so this is a tough match for you, but clearly you are for GENG. I actually hear you're a friend of Texture's, right?
Yes, I am.
Oh wow, so how do you know him, and what is he like outside of the game?
I'm his channel moderator, and he's just a great guy, a friendly guy as well.
Yeah, you mentioned that he works really, really hard as well outside of the game, right?
Absolutely. We call him pro streamer because he's a pro player, but he streams like streamer. He always works outside of his scrims as well. He's amazing.
Yeah, he's been such a character as well, and so
Thank
fun
you.
to watch too. Now, finally, I hear you're not just a GENG fan, you're not just a Texture fan, but you're
Mega Fabs Philippine represents.
So many events. Can you let us know what they are?
Yes,
Yeah, she's been really good in the
last year
interviews.
And also went to LA for champs. This year I'm at Madrid, and I'm going to Seoul for champs again.
Awesome. So we might see you again, and we might have to
take first step for the meme.
come full circle.
Christ.
Now, finally,
I mean, I guess. You're more than welcome to.
All of the GENG fans over here.
You can tell I've just been a YouTuber for too long. Where it's like I don't, not good at asking for stuff from an audience ever. Not good at selling myself.
Guys, GENG has been exceeding the expectations, and they're really gonna do well. So please root for GENG.
All right, let's hear it for GENG. But on the other side, we also do have to hear it for Sentinels before we get back into the game.
All right,
Testers are back.
Yeah, you know what? I got to hear a GENG battle cry, but the crowd didn't really turn up for Sentinels, Tom. Give me your best Sentinels battle cry. Hype them up. Give it to me.
I had a bundle. I knew it. I knew he was fucking gonna go for that.
I can't believe
you can work on your delivery, Tom. I'll say that.
The battle cry, I have a tear in my eye. That was fantastic.
It was wonderful. Well,
8-4 though.
We've heard about
I need to like
GENG's
move my
hard
desk
working
down, but I don't know by how much.
in
I
that
should move it
interview.
down all the way. There we go.
Listen,
It's actually
hard
not too
work
bad.
pays off.
But,
So far, a 4-round lead, double the rounds of Sentinels. Hailed as the best team in the world on this map, Tom. They've
where
got
we
to
at?
show us why
Just
they're
refresh
called
over
that here on their attack.
It is time to prove it, because as we know, next map up is the choice of GENG. Lotus has been a home turf for them.
Right.
5-map streak. Not a bad map for Sentinels, but you wouldn't want to be going in this series with a deficit.
No shrimp here.
Becomes the pinnacle.
Oh,
He's
shrimp
been
in
had a bit
around.
of a quieter game, but we know that at any stage this youngster can turn it on, can take over rounds, and especially on that raise.
All right, Trip walking across, camera broken. Fucking John just keeps owning him. Quality tactics over here.
A bit of a rough map individually, and the problem is this is all just the ruse. This is going to start pulling players over.
I played a playtest with John QT, I'm pretty sure.
That's a spot that you have to check on the way out.
I think it was when...
Imagine they will. John QT.
Oh, it might be when like Neon came out or
Just sneaking
something.
past towards the screens. They'll never expect him to be in this corner. And the steps heard on the rotation back. Oh, this gap is absolutely massive. No way that Munchkin could expect it. But does he expect someone to be on the site?
Surely not. Surely
One
not.
guy in screens coming back to check there's no one and running back. This all makes sense. For Texture to be here, though, oh, they'd have to be ever vigilant to see it. And now he's got an opportunity to trade it back further. It's huge from Texture.
Oh my god!
10 seconds.
John, he thought he owned it.
Back for the fight, but Second still wins it. 5
The
seconds.
fucking Riddler versus Batman over here.
On the spot, Karen does well. The fight.
Oh, that's close.
GENG with another round. The
That is ridiculous.
and bringing them ever
Texture is just mental for going for that.
That is the second time.
It's also the paranoia that came out from Caron.
That man there, Texture.
Like, just like, took so much attention away.
There was one where
Because it comes across here, and it just, like, the snake bite's used, the paranoia's here, so John's not expecting it. And John actually tries to go into fighting this a bit more. So even though, like, Texture gets free there, Karen just trying to take some of the attention away by paranoiaing as if they're going to set up a quick play, does a huge amount there to, like, give Texture that space. If Karen cuts noise, I think there's a chance that John QT turns around here.
And that's the pistol round to GENG.
That's got to be so frustrating. Even thinking.
GG go next at this stage? I mean, GG won the last pistol, and that kind of went to shit.
Not in danger. In
Yeah, fuck it. It's done now. It's so done. Oh, Jesus Christ. That was the most effortless free K I've seen from a judge. Like, Texture had nobody to aim at. He literally just clicked left on his mouse, and it went 1, 2, 3.
To their pistol, stacking them the chips even further on their side of the table.
History might be made in more ways than one today. Unless Sentinels come alive fairly soon, we could be seeing their greatest ever defeat with this iteration on this map.
Didn't even see. He didn't see the third either. He just saw the first. I didn't think he saw the first. I think it was just like the outline edge of him going for the smoke, and then the steps. Hello, Gorilla.
Showing why they might.
Do you think that GENG's like fuck the veto here?
To finally get towards
I guess it's unfair because you've been scrimming them, so you sort of know like what they've been working on. And maps like, oh, I almost said a map that you'd scrimmed them on.
A few
Wait, no,
rifles,
you had
an
said that
outboard
you had
as well.
scrimmed
Okay, Karen's left on a
both the
pistol, a
teams
bunch
on
of
a map.
SMG.
It doesn't matter.
It's not
I'm
the
not
most
leaking shit.
desired weaponry. I'm also looking at Texture being 2 orbs away from having that showstopper. The main thing, though, for Sentinel
Is EDG Paper X? Well, you played them both on bind, right?
Well, if anything, that's the pressure of this round.
Well, you didn't reveal how it went.
But they need to find success with it. Weaker weapons
I'm not
for
setting
Gen
them up.
G.
Sorry,
The
I just
Outlaw's
did.
dangerous. What's even more dangerous is the 4 players on this A site. We saw Gen G run into this.
I'm pretty sure you said it, though.
Up in heaven. And Gen G lost about 40 HP total.
It might have actually not been that map. I might be thinking of another one.
Sentinels are doing it with a split through vents. 2 players on their way to crunch heaven. Problem is, Gen G can crunch right back. Lakia and Munchkin aren't in heaven. Instead, out on the ledge. It's a very
Is there an NDA for scrims? No, you just get people to stop liking
you.
you.
Always have somewhere to fall back to. Oh, not with this knife out. That's a big mistake. Now they know
Damage from the Outlaw's been good.
They might even have heard them in screens, but
They didn't check plan pot. But John clears it up nicely. Neuro theft has been used too.
They bought themselves the space to plant.
Yeah, the one thing for Karen is he doesn't currently have a weapon. And everybody dying around the window means that he might even have to put himself out into the open to give this one up. The reposition as well from Celsius is sublime. It would have to be an instant headshot. And although they pushed in to pretty much all of Gen G, at least all of their weaponry, Sentinels do manage to weather the storm just about.
Also, to be fair, Gorilla,
Tom, you know,
like,
this is the expected
you've got Trex there now.
though. 2-round win, one on the back of the pistol, the other the
So,
follow-up.
God knows, like, what roles people play, and that's going to be
Still
different.
gets close. Couple of well-placed shots by Sentinels puts them ahead in those fights. A good reposition in the end. But one battle going slightly differently, and this
We'll find out soon enough. Yeah, exactly.
out of their control. They're holding
Tell us whatever map it is. Kind of hurts both teams to know what happened because everybody else does how the 2 teams line up against each other.
Showstopper! And they've gotten away just about rounding the corner in time. That was a target-rich environment. But now Gen G have to fall back, surely. They won't keep pushing. They won't keep taking this space. With Texture's gone back,
Yeah.
but Meteor's gone forward. He doesn't even have a dash on.
Me saying that, like, Vitality scrimmed both of them on a map and it went like this.
He's still not running away, Tom. He's sticking around for a fight.
It'd be worse if I went to the other teams and said that.
Maybe not expecting that many players to be there. Texture as well, he wants to try and recover.
Like, I've
this.
genuinely heard people being like, oh, we scrimmed, like, Na'Vi the other day. Do you want to hear what comp they're on in? And I'm like, no. No.
And now it does kind of look like Gen G is scrambling a little bit. Such aggressive positions, and the fallback is going to go towards that A site. The thing is, though, because they had so much map control,
0-24 against
it's
FPX.
been an early read from the side of Gen G. Once again, it's looking like we might have.
I'm trying to get you to, like, leak small things that seem interesting, but the more you think about it, it doesn't give you any insight. Like, for example, what was the hardest scrim that you lost? What was the score of the hardest scrim you lost this week?
Find the opening with it, but there's a response. Gen G equalize things, catch them on the rotate up through heaven, and drop the spike. 20 seconds left, and the nade buys even more time.
Because it sounds like a spicy thing, but it really isn't. You don't even know what map it was or who they played against.
He's ahead of them with 10 seconds left. There's no time for delay. They need this fight. They need to win it. And they have just about 5 seconds.
No time, no time, no time.
Just decide it's too late. They've bought it.
Munchkin is just like,
The spike plant doesn't come in.
we 12-12 every scrim this week? Really?
Has been
I mean, honestly, with the amount of Madrid teams that are still here,
every single time he makes the right read. Texture is having a worldie of a defensive half. And
also, that's another good question. Have you scrimmed all of the teams that went to Madrid? I guess minus Carmine Core and Heretics, because, you know, people don't scrim their own region. And I know that you didn't scream FPX, so I imagine you didn't because they left early.
Exactly enough time. The fact that it has to be slowed down just enough, that split second does the work. The heroes are there. The stars are aligning.
APAC will get the respect we need.
Sentinels are on their last legs, investing back into this one.
It's also like, if Gen G win this series,
Almost at a Viper's pit.
they have been the most successful Korean team in Valorant.
Gen G have been bypassed.
And they've done it the first time
Karen knows
in
exactly
comparison to DRX have had 3 years.
the judge in hand. It could be somewhat unexpected. They'll see his economy was low. Will they anticipate it upstairs in heaven? This is a danger up against any buy. And they're on their way straight
I think the only way that GENG win a grand final is because Solo.
That's another nail in Sentinel's coffin, and
Is it Solo? Sorry.
Some space and not getting out alive. In fact, sticking around for another fight, but Tens doubles up.
Is the coach of GENG, if he takes 50 minutes for each map in a best of 5, that the other team would die of old age.
Good trade though from John QT again. Bringing things back into an even scenario. The clock not so low this time, but Lakia already making a switch up. He's going to play into the
Meteor still has an outlaw. Oh, he gets off of it. Oh my god, even Lakia's winning clutches. I think Sentinels are playing like Fnatic. You know, when Fnatic gets super jittery.
A 7-round deficit for Sentinels on their
Like, GENG are doing what Carmen Core did to Fnatic.
I'll be honest, we did not see GENG competing in.
But yeah, that's crazy from Tens.
I was already looking at Lotus once I saw the veto come up, and no team's being able to shine a light on Sentinels here on Split.
Fucking Munchkin.
Is the best you could expect. A dominant victory, though? GENG, they really are changing the game. Round 18 could be the last with an early fight up top. It's done a little bit of damage, but not too much. Sentinels not deterred from their aggression. Another player on site now. 4 players from GENG here ready to fight. Meteor the first to take it, and he won't stop. 3 kills already. It's left it all to Sassy, and it's
13-5.
like that. 13-5. You might have expected
Jesus Christ.
in the hands of GENG. A devastating start to this series.
Fucking RRQ are watching this at home being like, the only series we got to play this year was against these guys.
Matching the best ever Pacific performance at an international event. This team last year didn't really do too much, but they have come out swinging. We'll be back after
Wild
the break
map.
to see.
But at no point do I feel like GENG like outstratted Sentinels, you know? They just like brute forced their way in and won a lot of like kooky clutches. It's just a mental game had gone. PaperX did better now against GENG.
It's Jimmy Lin.
Yeah, I mean, PaperX beat them.
Through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle.
Like on 2 occasions? But he obviously lost the more recent one. I think he only got like, yeah, 6. Attack on Pearl. Yeah, I can't wait to hear more about how to play it. I get how this kind of thing happens, but surely Riot would go to Aim Labs and be like, hey, could you just like change some of the footage here? Because you're showing a map that isn't even in the game currently. You won't see that shit in CS. Hey guys, here's a guide on how to play Cash. What other map did they choose? GENG picked Lotus.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Which is a good point, actually, because I want to look. Ba-ba-bam. Where are we? Lotus. Attacking side for Sentinels, really good. They start on attack. Defense for Lotus. Just over 50%. So it's like if GENG can have a good defensive side, which I think they did. I think GENG did. I literally looked it up last time. What did I do on the defense? Yeah, 8-4 against PaperX. Then otherwise, it's not since RQ. 8-4, 5-7. 5-7 half would be good, like they did against PaperX last time. And DRX, they'll. Oh no, attack and win rate, sorry. Did most of the damage there. So for Sentinels, they need to have like. Probably would say. They need more than 8 rounds. That's how like problematic it could be. If we're doing it purely off the data side, which we've already seen, is fucking dangerous. It would shut up the haters. The amount of people looking down on Pacific is ridiculous. Like who? Because there's some takes that came from there, like Bala saying that like the quality of Pacific this year hasn't been very good, which I would agree with. I think the top part of it, like DRX, T1, GENG, PaperX, all look good. Hell, even a lot of the teams sort of coming up and coming through. Sorry. Team Secret, Zeta, Talon, RRQ. I think it's just that the bottom part of Pacific looked atrocious. Like Global Esports and Bleed especially, and DFM. Like they're down bad teams, you know? So it is going to be difficult to sort of claw that back. The worst games this year have been coming out of Pacific. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Svina Gingy is one who lose against PaperX in their first matchup and almost got eliminated by Team Secret. Yeah, in overtime in play-ins. Don't think we'd see Team Secret getting this far, but you never know. Team Secret is Genji's hardest map so far. Yeah, like statistically. What do you think the Team Secret is missing? Just time, I think.
Welcome back. We're here right now with Solo.
Just how to get the most out of Jeremy in V.
Now, Solo, once upon a time it was you and Lakia up there up against a very different Sentinels.
And also just like not losing fucking ecos and stuff.
You're seeing this matchup, but now you're in the coach's seat.
감독님 마지막으로 센티널을 만났을 때가 감독님과 라키아 선수가 선수로서 뛰고 있던 때였잖아요. 이제 좀 감독으로서 지켜보면서 옛날 생각도 많이 나시고 좀 감회가 새로울 것 같아요.
옛날 생각도 좀 많이 나고.
Tier 2 as well for Korea is looking really spicy. But I'm gonna run some ads so don't get them in the middle of the game. Most of you will have fucking subs at this rate, I think. So I'm looking for some. Yeah, just gonna run ads so we don't get them in the game. So you're welcome, I guess.
Brought back so many memories from back then. We were also in the upper bracket as well, but we lost back then. And it just made me like, it just brought back so much emotions from you know, what happened back then. But I just feel like this time we're gonna make it different, and I really hope that GENG guys can pull it off today and we walk away with the win.
Well, it certainly feels different, so let's see if GENG can close this out.
GENG heard the Sentinels really like Split, so they said, hold my drink, and they did the business.
We had a coach play for GENG last year. Yeah.
Kukuka, this GENG team looked absolutely on fire in this map, and if anything, it just goes to show that, I mean, yeah, you can look at the results, but just stay up, man. Anything's possible in this game.
When we saw the map select, we thought, you know, it's a bit of pick your poison, right? It's going to be Sunset or it's going to be Split, and they were definitely very sure about what to do with this split, even though the beginning of the game was a bit shaky for both of the teams.
Like I said with Avita too, is the only thing that GENG looked sure on was we're still just going to ban the Sunset.
Because GENG was a little bit lost on how to play around.
Never considered banning the split instead. But this pick took them 3 to 5 working days to decide on.
In a lot of these rounds, after those initial few where John was getting the better of them, navigating the trips really well and getting into these sites, and in the post plans, playing these forward posts, Sentinels was never allowed to play the set retakes that they're so good at, and they love on this map, which was absolutely debilitating.
And I think it's brilliant the way that
like this fight was really awkward. Like Celsius tries to go and peek and then backs off, and then Zekken peeks and he goes down, and then I'm pretty sure somebody else did too. Might have been Tens.
Of those retakes.
And beyond just the
A lot of really mechanically gifted players in Australia, but they couldn't develop the most out of it. Yeah, I mean, OC seems a little bit screwed at the moment, in all honesty, with just how
ridiculous this map.
Oh, well, I'm actually glad you
like
mentioned
how
pressure because you know,
unsupported it feels.
You know what I'm saying? It's of course our HyperX reflex moment of the day, Kukuka. This was just like the best possible way to play this one out. The discipline was absurd.
This round made no sense. Like the fact that
the nade as well to just buy a little bit more time. But like I said, like Karen's paranoia onto John, just giving him enough of a window.
Like 2 seconds this was.
Yeah, and GENG was good on the rifle rounds, but the make or break in this match.
Because I think that if he's not hit by the paranoia, he kills John first. So he gets that one player, probably gets the plant, but he won't get the player that was over here.
Like reading onto the read that that Sentinels had. I remember when they went onto A, they knew that they were going to do something aggressive, and they responded with even more aggression, sending the race, sending all the utility to shut down any kind of idea.
I used to play Krunker at a pro level, but there's nobody supporting the pro scene. Yeah, I imagine in Krunker it's not going to be that.
Continue the conversation because GENG is in a great position here.
I almost casted for another like Krunker-esque game. Forgot what it was called. It was just like a one-off tournament.
The way they're playing, the confidence upon which that they're approaching this one, Mimi, it feels like it's a different conversation.
Yeah, and it's been a long time since a Korean team has been in a finals. The last time was when Solo was a player. We heard that in the coach. He's nostalgic in that coach's interview. We heard him. He's nostalgic about it. It feels like he's bringing something up again and really hopes his team can close this out, because it would be a massive moment for Korean Valorant, for the Pacific region, and especially for the rookies like that guy that was just warming up. Karon, at least.
Crossing's just not the most important thing in OCE.
Honestly, I don't even know why.
Yeah, they just don't have the budget or the sponsors for it, really. Have you heard about the Apex getting hacked during tournament? I did, yeah.
Do a little bit of crazy things. Now moving on.
It's kind of scary.
Moving on to Lotus.
I did find it interesting listening to Pirate Software Thor talk about it. He's talking to one of the Apex streamers of how they like actually got in. And they got in for like they basically got into the tournament client, put a like bit of malware in that allowed them access into the. So when the pros downloaded that tournament client version of the game, it downloaded like the malware that enabled them to access their PC. The instant makes me so paranoid. Obviously, like, go careful, I think. Like, you can always be like safe with doing stuff, but at the same time, the only reason why that happened is because the players were playing on a tournament client that wasn't as secure as it probably should be. So unless you're playing different client versions of the game, you don't need to worry about it. Somebody like Gorilla might need to worry about it because they have tournament clients for esports and stuff all the time. But at the same time, they play in LAN. The only reason why they'd be on tournament client is because they want to play on an older version of the game, which right now probably isn't needed. Depending on what balance changes might come with Clove, which I would assume wouldn't be much, but you never know. Do you think it's the weakest top 4 teams per region, excluding China? Weakest top 4? That's such a good question. I would still probably say Pacific.
1-0 down the series.
Because I think DRX and T1 don't quite mesh up with Na'Vi, Fnatic. There's other teams in there potentially for that top 4, Vitality perhaps. And then, yeah, top 4 in Americas, NRG, EG, Leviathan. A lot of really good options there.
They've even lost the series after winning the first map, but they always win the first map. So it's the first time we're going to see them properly have to fight from a deficit since the opener.
How do Pacific and China rank between each other?
With such an aggressive start,
Heavily in favor for Pacific at the moment.
Well, when you leave C, when you get pushed back, where are you going to go? You got to cross the B side. GENG, 3 push C, 2 push B, retake A. But hold on, Sentinels try to take the fight through the
Americas is very stacked. EMEA, if it was like Fnatic and Na'Vi, just making it through willy-nilly, it'd be fine.
It's a good spot to play from. Meteor tagged. Karon not too healthy either. And the head popped up. It's whack-a-mole.
Oh my god, Meteor.
Down at only 10 standing. This pistol looks to slip out of Sentinel's hands. And just like
good idea from Tens, but 3 people peeking into the smoke.
What a start.
What would the best Pacific team versus best China team look like? We saw it already. Like we saw like EDG versus GENG. Na'Vi have a huge problem. I don't know if they have a huge problem.
We don't care if that's their best map. We don't care if this is one of them. We are going to play our own.
I was more impressed with what I saw from Na'Vi over what I saw in Fnatic.
A highly aggressive.
Yeah, we saw the best China team versus the best Pacific team at this event.
This is a team running with confidence.
That needs fucking that needs to be like an animated emo. He's there just going like this.
Was there the smiles on their face. They are happy to be
People
here.
always say they're good in scrims, but always suspect during tourney. Just because they don't have that experience. They don't have the mental, I suppose, to play like they do in scrims. But, like, so many teams used to be like that in EMEA. There was a lot of scrim demons. That's what old Ascend was like when they were called fucking... Oh, what were they called? Seconds in, the Stinger Force.
With a nasty surprise, we've already seen this in the first
Penky.
An early back and forth. We know that Sentinels can do it, even with just the pistols.
I can't believe I remember that name. Oh, Meteor has to peek out, but he still gets one.
Lovely combinations from Sentinels.
I believe they even before Zelsis went down, he threw in a nano, so you just had so
Yeah,
much
they're frustrating teams to scrim because they don't play like they do in officials and then they get punished from it. So it is just kind of something that EDG need to work out, if that's the case. Also, I think people put too much value in like scrim results. Like, oh, we've won like the last however many scrims in a row. But it's like, yeah, but what sides are going well for you? What sides aren't? Are you losing a lot of retakes? Are you losing a lot of post plants? Are you winning a lot of retakes? Are you winning a lot of post plants? Like, you need to keep adding stuff to your game. Like, find out what you need and then work at it. GENG winning the pistol and then losing the round afterwards. Again, don't even think it was a 50, right?
Right back into things. That's the thing. They had a slow map in the last. They got outplayed by GENG. But to say they can't
Right needs to give the champ winner their skin design like Vandal or Phantom now. I like the champ.
Either way, not going to be a mass investment.
I mean, they get the bundle from champs, right, already, so that's enough of a win.
Definitely know what he can do. He's actually going for an aggressive peek around the edge of the one-way. But again, this control is being taken. Sassy farming up the orb, not far away from his ultimate already. Taking a lot of space.
Nice shot. Was it GENG that was doing... They were doing a one-way here as well. Which was really nice.
Miracle shot, although we've seen plenty of them.
Champ winner skin for the team that won.
Last map.
I don't know. Like, I like it from Overwatch. Nice shots from John. He's gonna have his Viper's Pit fairly soon. The problem I have with it is just what's going to, like, for Riot, they're just thinking of it this way. What's going to sell more? A bundle that supports 16 teams or one that celebrates one team?
Great shots for Meteor. Chances of him getting the last two, though, extreme.
Very unlikely.
At least make things a little bit more.
Like, say if Sentinels won, there would genuinely be people that would have bought a bundle that would, like, let's say we go to Champions, the 16 teams include the Sentinels, and Sentinels wins champs. Even if you fucking hate Sentinels, you'd still buy the bundle because there might be teams that you support there. But if Sentinels win and they get a skin, and you don't like Sentinels, are you going to buy it? Probably not.
Individually, definitely up there with best frag and IGLs.
Just add the winner skin after the event. Oh shit, we've worked it out. There's a variant.
Gonna have that Nightfall online for Sassy.
So you have the normal champs gun, and then say if Paper X wins it, it has the like color scheme if it works well. The only issue is you'd have to probably do it like the winner of this year would be on the champs bundle next year.
It was punished almost immediately. Most times the pushes come, but I think
so Sentinels win, you have like the champions, I guess it'd be another Phantom, and then you have like a red color of it.
Someone was on the angle, but 6 HP is all he escapes with. Now they've got to be worried about this position.
The issue is you don't give Sentinels more money for that skin. They don't get a higher cut. It literally is just like a legacy thing in the game.
That's one of the major things is you don't really have flash.
Be able to add the coloration later to the skin of this year, right?
The paranoia really is.
Not by the time that it's out of the store.
Already though, early rotations did
because champ skins don't come back.
You can see that Sassy has managed to drag them back. He is selling a ruse. This is going to put serious pressure onto Meteor. He is now.
I think that's probably the best thing to do with it, though.
Sentinels is sublime, even using the Nightfall. And Meteor's even
and then add it in later, yeah. I think the better thing is like, say Sentinels win it this year. The Champions Bundle for 2025 would have a red variant. I would imagine. But I kind of feel like these kind of discussions, I'm fairly certain that Riot would have had them and then decided against it.
Tense will make it out of there just about. The shrouded step buys him the space, and he's hightailing it to play the post plant. 6 HP.
Just like a lot of people would say, oh, well, why isn't there a champs bundle for the game changer scene? You know, support that, get more orgs to invest into it. But there's a lot of good reasons as to why Riot wouldn't do that. First of all, it costs a lot to make it. Like they make a lot of money from the champs bundle, but it still costs a lot and takes a lot of time to make it. And also, I think Leo said it in the plat chat thing. If we do more of that, GC bundle will start. There's a lot of reasons. Like, I would love it, obviously. Somebody like, I want to see more investment into game changes. But the problem is, this is a very distracted watch party. But honestly, blame it on whatever I ate yesterday, because it's a very, I guess, what's the word? When you have like a lot of things connect from each other. Like, for example, ADHD is connected, it correlates a lot with depression, low mortality, a high mortality rate, I guess it would be. Mount One Boom. I'm just not focused today. I didn't sleep much. I felt pretty ill this morning. I'm like mentally boomed because I had to do like all of my taxes just to make sure that I didn't owe money to HMRC. I don't think I do, but I still need to double check.
The damage done, it's still recoverable, but that makes it a little harder. With Munchkin down.
Do not be depressed again. No, it's not that. I think it's more like for somebody with ADHD, if they're having like gut issues, like they've just eaten something bad, you know, got a little bit of like stomach pain, maybe a lactose intolerant, and you've had some like pizza, so you feel a little bit bloated. Like, it fucks with your focus and attention so much. So I just don't feel like I'm in the zone as much today as I have been.
He's just executed.
I only have good issues.
Managed to get a kill as well. He peeked stairs, and now he's up top suppressing fire. The guy's got 42.
You feel annoyed basically the entire time, right? I have that too. Yeah, to an extent. But I think the best thing for me to do is be like, okay, I'm not really going to be able to focus on this game as much. But also, I'm having a lot of fun just talking to chat on this one. Like, let's be frank. If you want a deep dive analysis on how this has been played out, you got Slee, you got Thinking Man's Valorant, you got Tarot, you got all of these people. Like, I'm not against for this series of just sort of vibing out a bit. If we get a close map towards the end, we can focus down. But Meteor is actually on this whilst I was talking.
3-2 now.
Top 10 player. I told you, top 10 player.
I am flabbergasted. A 2v4. Both of them had pistols, Tom. And they managed to recover an Odin that somehow does some work, but this man,
Why'd they swing now? I don't know. I wasn't really watching. I was talking. Oh, there's no replay. You hear it.
And you'll see, you know, Meteor's really not that high on the board, but there's been so many occasions where he's in a 2v2 and he wins the 1v2 while his teammates rotating. So I am not surprised.
I mean, yeah, production.
He's been doing it all the way through the tournament. To use his
I don't know if the casters saw it from their perspective. I guess it was kind of weird that we didn't.
He's put them on the board when they shouldn't have been there.
Why wall up, just go together and trade? That has been the problem for Sentinels this whole series, though, so far. Is their timing and peaks off of each other, and when they're fighting versus when they're not, is bad. It's really bad. They're just playing the fucking hokey pokey. Hokey cokey. Wait, is it? Hokey cokey. Yeah, hokey. Is hokey cokey? See what I mean? Like, I'm just fucking distracted today.
One man down early on.
Like, just in and out.
Control for it, but not necessarily a worthwhile trade. From here, though, maybe they can posture a fake. Not really, though, considering Meteor's utility in play. They'll have a lot of information and content to play a little further back.
I messed up the vid with the audio. They were just on the wrong scene, I think.
Munchkin's in position here on this B site. Wall up.
Like, for some reason, it was just not on the right perspective.
We see the spike. Rotate around to A. Still stacked up.
We were just on, like, Price's POV. So I guess it's Price's fault that we missed a replay, right? That's how it works. Good sleep schedule is the best way to fix it? Yeah. I mean, like, usually I go to bed and I fall asleep fairly quickly at, like, 11, half 11, 12. I fell asleep at, like, 1:30, I think, last night. And I wake up at 7.
Karon's still in position.
But I was just way too warm, way too awake. I couldn't get comfortable because I felt really like full. Oh my god, Karen. This is DRX are having flashbacks watching this. They're demolishing them. He wanted the 4K. There's not enough time.
They've been flabbergasted, flustered again by just one man on the site.
This is becoming a recurring trend for this squad. It happened on Split with
This backbone, though. This just... The front, middle, and well,
the needle, they hadn't heard two
other way
players in
around.
this area. They thought that op on the angle was the only thing there.
But when you have texture going in onto a site, Karen playing support of that, and then Meteor fucking watching your flanks or going in off the back of that too.
If he's the last bastion of defense. But no, he wasn't.
Fucking, this is such a well-rounded team.
If you're a Sentinels fan.
Well, I don't like Lakia is quiet, but how can you make any more noise as a player when you've got these fucking free players going crazy, and then Munchkin's just winning the mind games with the calling? Nice opening for Zekken. This is the only thing the Sentinels has been able to do well.
He's just not stopping. The youngster's had enough. He's in the conversation for best player in the world.
Nice one from Zekken, yeah, really good. Is it luck or GENG playing good? GENG have been playing consistently strong. Like, they're winning a lot of individual clutches, so you could say that they're, like, peaking a little bit higher than they used to, but I do think that the way that Sentinels do look really rattled. They're not playing as cohesively as we've typically seen. I do like the bravery to show a replay before the round is over.
Caught, I believe, by a reveal on the way through, and then
Really good stuff from production.
with a showstopper, left to no HP, and you got a quick draw on that stinger to finish them off.
That's the
sensational round.
I feel like you have to look at someone like Sassy and just see how much under the radar value this man brings to the team. Like we saw his lurk in one of the previous round victories where he basically baits an entire rotation on his own using his ultimate. Does he get anything on the scoreboard for that? No. We've seen his lurks throughout this, but also just, again, the reveal.
Production is biased, confirmed. I think EMEA tried it a little bit last year,
but instead, it's just
but
a freebie.
I don't think you do it a lot. I think that if you do, it gets really confusing. But on a round like that, where it's done so early, and you can clearly see that there's two players saving on A when the attackers have gone C, doing it then is good. And just showing the play. No replays, no fluffy shit, just like the kills. It's pretty much saving. Yeah, like, but there have been cases, I think, where it's been clear that they're saving, but it was just done in a really disjointed way. CS do it a lot, yeah. Like, I think they're also just working out when they can get away with it versus when they can't, which I think is fair. Like, I trust, like, Jacob especially, Aatrox, that does a lot of the production stuff in EMEA.
Whoa, 10 HP. It's dangerous. The nade from Texture might delay them slightly, and he has a showstopper to work with. He's sticking around.
Meteor, good kill.
Actually landed perfectly, and now the showstopper comes through.
Killjoy Sentinel play.
A battle in the air, and Zekken takes it.
Karen gets one for the wall bang. Does he get him up here? On top of this box? Meteor is on site, played off the smoke with an op, and he's 10 HP. The snake bite could kill me. He has to fucking step back, and he's holding the angle. Oh. Lucky has opened the door. He does have this Nightfall.
There's 12 seconds left. This is where we want to see him stick that.
Seizes good. Oh, and he gets wall banged as well. How did he manage that? That was so well timed. It was like pretty much as soon as the C's hit the ground, that's when the shot came in. Zekken's movement's quite good. Yeah, I mean, he is just a really good entry. That's just a bit unlucky from Texture. Anime battle. And was a paranoia there too? Oh no, he was hit by the Prowler because it was an assist for the fade. So it's like, how? The entire round was how is he still alive? Meteor's farming them. Cool viewpoint from their production. Other than the round where we didn't see the replay because it was on the Killjoy's POV instead, production today has been amazing. The replays have all been good. You highlight the players. But what I really like is that sometimes I feel like when there's replays, they just chock-a-block it so much that you actually miss like the first like 3 or 4 seconds of a round, which I think is completely fucking unacceptable.
Pokes their little nose out before that smoke is up. In fact, the smoke is for Stairs. Texture's still good on the angle, but he doesn't find the shot. He's
It should be a crime. Oh my god, Texture gets one. Boombot is still going though. Lucky gets one before he gets hit by the paranoia. The nade is really good, dividing these players up, but the players that were fighting for tree, they've had to back off. They don't show enough utility replays either. I want to see the lineups. I think that's more for... That'll get better as the observers... And that's not to say to, like, you know, Zilv and stuff that aren't following this. Like, because I think Zilv is pretty aware of it. Or Prius and Sapphire. But I think, like, Riot would have to hire somebody to, like, basically be, like, a third tertiary observer to find, like, cool setups and utility to follow. But we're not going to get that yet. We don't have the game sense.
Not finding any gap, any way into
like, we don't have the people, like, resources to have those people. And also, do I think it's going to be valued by the audience that much? No.
want to allow Sentinels to get away scot-free.
I scoured through the depths of Japanese Valorant YouTube to find out what I needed the other day. Like, I sent you that channel, right? The fucking Iwata one.
Not this time, so few weapons saved.
But also, Gorilla, I'm like, I have a full fucking spreadsheet of lineups. So let me know what you need, and I will give you like 20 things. And if there's no thingy for it, I tried finding a recon dad that I saw in China that was on Sunset, like B main, and it's basically over the top and bounces into market. It took me 40 minutes.
Risky, no doubt about it. But that has been
Right, I have that before. When Silver shoots a shock dart, the observer will follow. Yeah, but like you've got the first observer, which is just player POVs. You've got the second observer, which might do that, but it's, you know, third person.
What we've seen from them, they definitely feel more comfortable on the
Slash picture-in-picture like utility. You know, like if there's a molly that's about to go into the spike. But I'm saying that they get a third that is just purely looking for POV util.
They've always been solid on this attack, and right now they are being challenged.
But I know that like Prezi and stuff, like I've walked past Prezi when he's done like observing for champs, and he has like pages and pages of Valorplant set up, like with all of the team's different plays. So he's always well aware of like, these are the plays that teams like to do. So I know where I can position my camera to follow like a certain execute. Or, okay, there's a nightfall here. So typically Sentinels will go B. They'll use this utility. They'll use something here. They'll use something there. So they'll cut to a secondary camera. They'll catch all of that.
So far, Sentinels had to be challenged by Texture's aggression once more. But this time they're ready. Zekin's caught him. And Lakia, he's left in a bit of an awkward position.
Does it cost too much to hire a third OBS? Well, they didn't hire Mel.
But that's the thing. I think
They went for somebody that works for Riot instead of a contractor. So yeah.
One player. There's always been a second layer to this B push, especially like the last time out we saw Munchkin make a play and Karam was just behind. So they made sure that they cleared everything. The operator.
There's a lot of saving money this year, which might be one of the reasons why I wasn't asked to work as like at all. Not that I'm like super duper expensive, but I'm definitely more expensive than newer people. They screen cap the PCs. Yeah, they do, but they don't have somebody to follow the utility because they're just watching the players' POVs. Like, that's what they're missing. Like, who do you follow? It's tricky. Got 4 zeros on his day rate, yeah.
Hoping for a little bit more in the crossfire, but Meteor doesn't land the first and now caught by some utility. He's brave.
I'm gonna have to go to the loo, which is annoying, so let me know if I miss a good tier round. I'll be listening in at least, but yeah. I'm glad I didn't leave just now. Let's see if they win this round and then I'll go loot. Production is like,
make sure he can't cross out to main, and now he might have. Be in the back of his line. They're split on the angle, and Sassy.
I think GENG have done more than enough here. 5 rounds is good. I think Sentinels need to win the last two. Nice to see the Sassy's finding clutches too.
This game has been a treat already.
Tell us about a God tier round. There it is. Yeah, I saw that one. I meant after this though. Be right back.
Worldly of a game. Being able to take this much space. They even knew he must have been around this angle. Even putting in a snakebite just moments later, split second later, to stop him from being able to do that. But luckily, they have this man, my bold brother, in Sassy, to be able to clutch things out. We've credited him when it comes to his utility usage throughout the game, but he also has the clutch in his locker. Again, though, this control instantly fought for by GENG. They are never sat back. They are never comfortable just giving up map control. And while this is a bold position.
I've seen an AWP whole day alone before, Tom, but you know, usually from a little bit further back. Yeah, just
well, he does have the short range weapon of the AWP, so you know.
That's true.
You do have to get up nice and close.
Yeah, see if he pulls out any hip fires with it. Well, this might be a surprise for Sassy. Snakebite up and over. That's probably for Rubble.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's a bit more aggressive than you anticipated, my friends.
It's got to be infuriating. Why would he be that far? He's going back. He's not shying away. Like, that's the thing. He's gone right back to the same spot again, confident that he'll hit the shot. Obviously, his teams have also sort of stacked it up over on the C side. Utility being broken, still a chance, but just look, 2 players already. The Meteor goes through. He spots the majority. They're not, oh, just about. I thought that he might have flicked away. Karen's still here though, but he'll be traded out and back again, leaving it all onto Zekken. 25 seconds left, trying to fake out the plant, but Lakia not wanting to overextend. They've pinged exactly where he is, and Zekken's gonna go hunting, gonna try and take this man down and do exactly that. He's also got a flank coming in from Texture, but already he'll make the realization that this is gonna be a push towards the B site. He's actually gonna go running in, that's the thing. Texture instantly puts the nade, he has to try and stick this, may even go down to it, just 25 HP. But Zekken's still standing, still holding on. Texture just sticking it though. Already gets it to half. And looks to try and bait him in. He's got so much time to play with that he has to go back! But Zekken lands the shot anyway! It's a back-to-back Red Bull clutch for SEN!
What an incredible play! That headshot, it's what it needed to be anywhere else, and he was going to be traded out by the Bullets.
All right, so what did I miss?
And the idea here from Zekken.
It was a double check. I thought I saw him.
Was it 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3?
That was a fool me once. Shame on you. You ain't getting away with it again. It was Karen, I think literally the round before.
Just trading multi-kills. You missed a damn lot. I missed the round.
Of course they're going to check it. Great reactions to deliver. GENG. Well, they were all smiles not long ago. Now
Zekken's clawing Sentinels back into this.
And as we said, Sentinels usually have a very strong attack. So it's
I just got back for a timeout.
Even if it ends 7-5, and they've called a timeout here.
That's the thing. I feel like it's
I took the quickest shit of my life, and I come back for a timeout.
Own misplays, or your opponent maybe just doing something that you didn't foresee. I don't really believe that GENG did anything wrong in those clutches. Like, you look, the last 2 1v2s, you're sat there going, okay, they tried to play it together. Sassy manages to isolate the fight and win a round. Then you look at the next one, Lakia falls back so that his teammate can rotate, but Zekken gets aggressive, takes him down. Texture rotates quickly enough to nade him on the plant, and with 25 HP, he gets it to half, waits for his opponent, and gets insta-one-tapped. Those are 2 rounds where GENG are looking at going, well, there's not really an adaptation there.
I could have, in this time, looked and rewatched that last round.
Just better with those individual plays.
And sometimes that's all it is, man. Like, there are going to be rounds where your opponent just
All right,
goes
I feel a
off.
bit better now.
There's
That's
rounds
good.
that GENG have had very similar. I mean, even earlier on in this tournament, Texture with a pistol over on Split, emerging.
GENG trying to fight the same main aggression. The trades are going the right way, but it is literally just spraying and praying. They did quite a lot of damage to Sassy.
Find themselves in a disadvantage.
No, 4 versus 3, there's a lockdown on defense too.
Oh no. Oh, the timing is perfect.
And Zels is just getting caught out. Snakebite is good there, but John, if he gets 1 more, he has his Viper's Pit. They are going towards the site where the Killjoy utility is. So the turret's going to watch them to see if they actually come across. Yeah, I don't want him to use this like to stall.
Pit is great, but it's not going to be that impactful if your opponent has a lockdown.
Like, use the ult for retake. Don't use
Especially on this side, Tom.
the lockdown to stall,
very easily
please.
box them in, and the only way out is it's a long run. Probably not getting back in.
Like, the 3-star players here.
There it is. Ultimate ready. You hear the voice line called. John QT
And like he's gonna go for an aggressive Viper's Pit because of the lockdown. You can't lock down here now because it's just in a dangerous spot. They have to reach it, like change it. What a call from John.
But that's where Sassy's waiting, and the orb's obscuring him for just a moment. It's a beautiful angle. He can even get out of here.
Oh man, they fucked it.
Destroying the lockdown as well.
What a call, what a round.
Leaving Karen to do it all.
John absolutely owns him here.
Sentinels have earned their way.
But the lack of pressure on the plant and just allowing John to get up to waterfall to ult from here.
That was brilliant. Honestly,
I wanted to give them some space, but don't give them fucking a third of the map.
A little bit of extra space. They knew exactly where their opponents would go once they placed the pit. That is honestly a Jung QT masterclass in repositioning, and they've earned themselves the 7-5 at the half.
Well, a lot of
They really have.
drawn to Sentinels and Tens, one of the main players. He's been sensational.
However, I do think if GENG win this pistol, because they have won them all so far, the way that Sentinels came back in this last half is not going to be enough.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here, and we are back in the crowd
Is it Tens' mom?
very special guests. I have Valerie here, who you all know as Tens' mom, and you have Billy here, Tens' uncle. The whole family's out here. Let's give a round of applause. All right, I saw you guys getting really, really into the game here. Of course, how are you guys enjoying it so far?
Did he have nade yet? Possibly nade the plant. I think they had the nade set up to stall.
Hi, it's been awesome here watching the Sentinels play their game.
Yeah, and I hear that you were actually a big influence on Tens while he was, starting his gaming career.
Yeah, definitely it started out. You're definitely a gaming family and just making sure that he stayed competitive and focused on getting better. And he just took it off by himself from there.
And Valerie here told me a little secret. What is your rank, sir?
Probably Decade Ascendant, but my peak's Immortal too.
Whoa!
Oh, we're talking about peaks.
For that. Now, of course, it's massive that you get to see your son here. You go to another corner of the globe, and you have.
I'm just SEN. Nice.
Plotting his name. How does that make you feel?
It's very heartwarming. It's like.
Don't make me cry.
No, amazing. I'm so proud. Tyson, oh my God. So proud. We love
you. We love him. We definitely do. Now, let's hear the both of you. Can you give a massive shout out to Sentinels and to Tyson playing up there right now?
Let's go, Sentinels. You guys are amazing. Let's go. You got this. We love you, Tyson.
If she came out and said buy the SEN bundle, I would get that bundle. You know what I mean? If fucking Celsius managed to put the marketing clause into Tens' mum to get her to shout, get the Sentinels bundle, I would have been all for it.
We agreed on that. Tom, you told me let's do that when it comes back.
I've heard a lot of people.
I'm just saying, anywhere else I'd be a Tens. It's great.
Okay, fair enough. 7-5. Sentinels doing pretty well at this stage of the game. We said they're used
Sentinels win this pistol. It's game on.
Stumbles, but now let's see if they
Breeze as a third map does get really exciting.
On their defense, the pistol round underway. One ghost and just classics to back it up on that defensive side. GENG not showing their intention just yet. They've got some control for the A push, looking for any B aggression, but it looks like the intention is to take this to C or open that door and quickly double back.
Sentinels is going to win free. Trust in my call. Like map free if we go there. Oh man, I feel so much better now. I feel like I'm actually able to fucking watch the game.
Space towards that B side, but it looks like Sentinels decent read. Two players walking their way.
Free pushing mid. You could just got default aggression watchers. Zekin's in a really nice spot. Hunt is broken, and he just gets into a really good position to spam. The wall is enough of an angle here. Now Sassy's making the same like noise that Zekin was, playing from a similar position. So they're like, oh, the player that Zekin was here, he peeked out, got a kill, and he went back. But in fact, Zekin moved into this corner.
But A, on the other hand, has come under threat. They've lost robo control. They've seen
Lovely noise bait. Clearing this angle, which needs a good name for this. Because it's become such a prominent part of the map nowadays. Meteor's low, gets taken out by Zekin. Munchkin finds one. Paranoid doesn't hit Sassy, so he's just going. Oh, that's the areas where this team looks a little bit wank.
They've got to get that spike down. snakebite into position, but it's not
Karen! Jesus Christ! He's 25 HP for no reason. But Munchkin is the reason.
It's his 4th kill of the round, and just whenever there's a moment for someone to step up, it always seems to
Sassy, like, I understand the decision. The paranoia misses him, so he's like, I'm going to quickly take this fight.
I mean, this guy...
If he wins it, he catches him by surprise.
Don't get me wrong.
But Munchkin just, like, honestly, out-aims him.
He was quiet, and now he's woken up.
Now the fucking IGL is having 4Ks.
It's not just the 4 kills. He's 1 hit, and I'm pretty sure his team...
And that was first kill for Sen.
was Texture, the guy who won them the pistol on split by hiding and killing 3 people. And he's like, woo!
Force up at all? Nope. 2 players have died. If this is flawless, you go into their bonus. Never mind, that's 1 damage. But I mean, what? You'll lose the Marshal? So, like, whatever gun Texture had. I think he had a Bulldog, but I might be wrong. No, he had a Vandal.
My brain wasn't able to comprehend how
A Meteor picked up. You know, they're the kind of moments where, like, playing too much of the replay, you missed the part of the round. You missed the start, which isn't good.
I'm seeing Meteor with a sniper on attack, and I don't mind it, because at this point, not going to doubt him. 17 and 9. He may not
Like, if a broadcast misses a goal in football, they get fined a shit ton of money.
Couple off.
And, like, not that I'm saying this is the same level, but it's like, if you miss out on action because you're doing replays or doing something else, it's a problem. 4 versus 4. Yeah, 4 versus 4. Yeah, it's a great bonus.
They haven't gotten away with it scot-free.
For real? Yeah, in football. Because if they're running a replay or whatever, and they miss a goal,
with one of the stranger angles.
obviously there's more focus on a goal because they don't happen all of the time in football. 90 minutes, you might see 1 goal at most.
There's the advantage claimed, although
Might see none. So, but I do think they're like missing actual like time in the rounds isn't worth it.
There was expectations there.
Replay should end 5 seconds before the round start. I'd agree. But I do like to see 5 seconds before to see the map set up.
It's going to have to be an almost complete reposition. Now they've got the turret.
But your general casual Carl, you're probably fine with doing it either way. But it's like the replay in the middle of a round, right? It's like when you decide to do it is important.
Depending on the plant spot,
and also, they might have let the replay play out a bit more because it's like an eco versus a full buy. So,
it's probably going to end up in a retake, but there is a chance.
Expecting nothing to happen here, even if there's early aggression. However, if those eco like guns actually get all the kills and you've missed it, you shit out, you know?
Gotta wait a little longer after the nano runs the clock down, and that is a very tight plant. I think he's just about got it, but no spray coming through on the other side. That was 0.1 or
Texture with a showstopper too. Zekken up on top of the box. Oh, that's a brilliant adjustment from Zekken. I mean, it was brave.
The attacking side, now the defenders, I suppose.
Good shot from Lakia. 2 versus 3. Meteor has the outlaw. He's 4 HP. And they do claim fantastic round from Zekken. That showstopper gets him. It's maybe 8 for GENG. In the very late plant, yeah.
But they did have a fair amount of rifles going into that as a bonus.
My dad still gives me hell for having to go to a bathroom. Yeah, but like if it's just you missing it, it's like whatever. If you're running a broadcast where millions of people watch it and millions of people miss it, well, what's Zekken stats? I guess we'll see in a second.
They were able to find a lot of these kills before things really got too dangerous. And now we mentioned the showstopper. Texture used his in the last round. Zekken has his available now.
These rounds are trickling in bit by bit.
18 and 9. Meteor's 18 and 10. Immovable object, unstoppable force, perhaps. Oop, okay.
Again from Sentinels, a lot of utility, and most importantly, 4 players here.
Showstopper going to be used on the defense. Missed. Paranoia actually was really clutch from Karen.
And Sentinels start to fall back, concede some of this space. It's a good battle.
They found a late lurk in mids.
To work with Meteor sneaking through.
I wonder if they heard him or saw him. But like 3 players clearing 1 guy's kind of the sum up of Meteor's performance today. Takes a whole squad to take him out.
Dilly down anymore. They're gonna have to make their move again. Walking into the Lion's Den. Zels is with his utility, but also with his Odin at the back. Hasn't been revealed.
They surely expect him here. They don't. They're gonna peek him like 1 at a time. Well, the Odin spray is really good onto Karen. Yeah. GENG are like starting to splinter too much. Yeah, just shut down. Really good hold. I almost feel like him using a nano swarm just baited more that he wasn't on site.
Every part of that was so beautiful as well. The realization he needs to go for the wall bangs, then that they're going to swing him, he swings wide.
Yeah, that paranoia is so good.
A little more awkward for them to land. Like, this is good. The swing here, it perfectly offsets where Karen was looking to pre-fire.
So Celsius gets a good read of like, okay, there's a player watching behind me.
What an unbelievable play. And then to actually deliver sprays like that, hip firing when you're just beginning it, you have a lower rate of fire. Unbelievable.
That he knows that another player is potentially going to peek him here. But like, GENG shouldn't have done that 1 at a time from here, this side.
Dreams of GENG's 2-0 seem to be slipping away. Sentinels extending that lead and now back to pistol.
4K round win, 3rd or 4th. Probably 4th at this rate. Just to round it up. 4Ks is easier to say.
Once again, Zelsis is waiting.
Zelsis just standing in a position that can't get wall banged. You know, just in case. Because the way the GENG have been playing, in some cases they've been really lucky. That just a random wall bang headshot can get you right in the face.
All he really has to do is get that information, call for the rotations, and get some support.
See Tens flex a lot.
Also, GENG maybe being conditioned away to having Meteor lurk on his own if he expects that 3 players from Sentinels are going to clear him out.
We go to a map 3. Might see a little more from him.
Turret's used.
GENG,
broken. Now that there's definitely like an over focus now from GENG to make sure that this spot hasn't got a player in it. Nice try from Meteor. Mid lurk again, not finding much. Gonna try and go B. There's a nade still on defense. And a satchel. Satchel has to stop the plant though.
Just about far enough away that he could continue planting. Karen falls. Pistol standing, Guardian spotted.
Like he's done a little bit of damage, but that's about it. Munchkin's coming late. I don't think they're going to expect him in this spot. He needs to die though. There's one.
Shot connected. That's where the hope of the round ends.
John's going to take that fight. All right, lockdown. I also wish that the UI showed us what ultimates were available whilst they were dead. But I guess there's just not enough space to put it. Yeah, Sentinels are having some really good reads now.
7,000, and they have got the crowd support. It definitely seems like they are the favorites, even if
outside of Meteor, Karen had a really good moment. Textures had a couple of good moments, but it has been a little bit quieter from these two, like since they popped off.
Sentinels have won the hearts of many. And now have a comfortable
And like John's probably been the best pickup, I think, for the off season. The fact that he's doing so much, like statistically, and also IGLing. The C's has stopped Tens. He has a TP, so he's just going to use that to get out. You've lost texture. You've lost second. 4 versus 4. Really good ultimates to attack with. It's just, again, whether this gets cleared or not.
Could cancel it out. It has for Sentinels previously. Tens on the other side of this. Smoke has John QT covering the cross, but Karen's already...
Oh, and Karen's TP'd in just with all that noise. Nightfall's going to buy some space. It does hit John. He has to back up. Meteor's going to try and take the fight. And I know that he's in on this corner, but there's like, no, you got nano swarms, but they're just going to get broken. Snakebite is really nice. John is going to push up the alarm bot. Oh, Meteor, that's such a big fight to win. He's 16 HP too. Zelsis catches him 2 versus 2. Lockdown is going to be used. Similar round to what we saw beforehand. Jesus Christ, Lakia.
One to root out of that Viper's pit.
They both have to get off for a second. A little gap for Zelsis to try and catch them with. And then just manages to get Lakia. Munchkin. Oh, Zelsis has been amazing.
As 11 goes on the board for Sentinels, they're close to a
You can see just how much they were like fighting for the space too. Like Waterfall, GENG just didn't want that lockdown to go in Waterfall, so they were pushing and fighting it. And just, yeah, this fight in CT.
Sentinels have taken the first map every single time, but we're seeing that they have no trouble looking for a response in map number 2. Zekken leading the way. Urgence from Zelsis had a couple of really high impact rounds. Seems to love
The third was good too, yeah.
And more for GENG. They're going to give
Massive
the
impact.
legend that is Solo an opportunity to try and talk this one through. As said,
Lakia should have held instead of pushing backside.
against Sentinels the last time they actually won an event.
You mean like CT, or do you mean like when it was a 2 versus 2?
And lost. Now he has to find some wise words to try and bring this team back and have an opportunity for the 2-0. Otherwise, they head into Breeze. And honestly,
We just checked the doors open for Beth, but she should be getting back soon.
that map, so I have no idea which way it will go.
It's going to be whoever.
It was 1-on-1. I don't think it was worth it. All right, yeah.
What little of it there is in between these games.
You mean like he pushes to mount?
Of this match, I believe it was Kaplan that was talking about it, and actually it was because we.
Oh, you're talking about Meteor?
The fact that whoever wins this, first of all, gets to watch their opponent play. Always a great advantage to have, but mainly they get a day off. They can prepare, they can scrim, they can relax, get up late, whatever
And
they
the
want.
veto advantage as
Veto
well.
advantage, exactly.
Veto advantage, especially.
This series, it's not just about, oh yeah, they can get to the grand final anyways.
Like getting to see like GENG perhaps play a bit more bind, a bit more ascent, a bit more breeze.
4 rounds in a row.
Like just get some more data on what these teams like to do, what they're looking to do.
See the same again. This adaptation to the C-side control is to have aggression, and then Zelsis now sits with his setup on the A side of the map. And I think they're going for this again because it's yet to be tested. We haven't seen the pressure put onto Zelsis on the other side. But they feel
I'll
confident
check
in it. They've left
when
in
this
there
map
alone.
ends, because it
In
might
fact,
not be too
no
long.
support at all. The rest of the team are massively
Zelsis
far
doesn't
away.
need the support, he's on his own.
Sassy towards the players over on that C site.
GENG are playing this so carefully.
To go for a real hero
I mean, they're on a low buy.
whatsoever.
Oh, if he commits to it. If he just commits to it, he could have so much value spraying through that wall. Look at the players creeping up towards the switch. Zelsis doesn't know, though. There's no information to play with just yet. He's waiting for his alarm bot to get contact. Now the door's open. He needs to run.
Wow, he doesn't actually fight for it that much.
That part of the map where that they
I guess he's got a lot of utility, so they know that this is a fake. This player's here already intends his cut out. Nightfall is good. The snake bite even better because that combo would just melt you instantly. The Munchkin goes down. These players are backed into secret. They're just boxed in here. And then it's just mincemeat. This Nightfall snakebite combo is such a clever idea. It just stops them.
5 in a row for GENG. Well, we're going to go all the way to Breeze.
Yeah, they were so ready for that. Had the utility available to play the retake on C if they needed
What's
to.
that?
So Zelsis' only play
Oh.
was to just get out of there. They had 4 players ready for the B site, and the second the Nightfall goes in, Zekken, he can smell his opponents. He can sense the blood in the water and gets himself a couple of headshots easily. 5 rounds in a row now, and that's exactly what GENG need on the other side to take us to overtime. It feels unlikely with how clean this has been for Sentinels, and already they're getting the early read. The spam almost gets the opener.
Oh, it's going to. Because after you spam that, you spam this wall, and Karen's right there. The bullets get very close, but not close enough. Zelsis is now back on the site, reloading as pressure's applied. The door is open, but all the while Texture is creeping his way towards the stairs. 2 players spotted, 1 up close, and even suspecting 1 near the switch. Zelsis has a lot of information. Oh, and even the kill on Lakia. The blind fire pays off. Karen's in danger too. He was getting sprayed at. All the while, they're just hoping that on the side of GENG, somebody on Sentinels will make a mistake.
Look at where Zekken is. Still waiting. He's pushed all the way up, so he knows that they're not going back in this direction. I like this, though. The adaptation that maybe Sentinels aren't expecting. distracting. Never mind. Sassy makes the play, but gets caught out. Even still, though, Meteor's found another. Somehow this round has become competitive. 30 seconds left on the clock. They still have themselves a lockdown available. The spam might actually just about get rid of it. It's still online, at least for now, surviving an extra second, and they haven't been able to put the pressure on. Tens has got another.
They done it.
QT with one more, leaves it.
Oh, he had to run back. Oh, and he gets him in the smoke. All right, we're going to Breeze.
QT will close it. We're getting the map 3 we desired, as both teams will win their opponent's map choice.
You see these massive bottles, by the way? Lucas 8 Sport. It's crazy.
They never let go. It was a close fight all the way up to that 7.
I'm still looking forward to Breeze. I need to see the stats of that map. Usually they update fairly quickly on VLR. Not quite. Oh no, there we go. Where do I even put this? Here. Can we do it off ACS like normal people? Thank you. Almost 300 ACS and you lose. Zekken was amazing. 6 centuries. What was it like for performances? How many 4Ks? Munchkin got 1, Zelsis got 1, Zekken got 1, 3K, Meteor got 3. Three, 4Ks in the map, yeah. I mean, across the series, it's going to be a lot more. Oh, no, it's the same amount. More 3Ks. Or like a one versus... This was like the turning point, I felt, for me. Because here, like, round 10... What score was it? Like here, it was 5-4. I mean, I thought GENG's attack side was going to, you know, run away with it, but actually, no, it's Sentinels with a perfect defense. There's so many, like, clutch rounds. But just the momentum was taken back in the other direction, I guess. Meteor's been going crazy with the 3Ks, yeah. Is Run It Back updated? Nope. We got the stats from the first map. The first kills 10-8. It's the 5v4 that we're looking for. But the amount of advantages that Sentinels had and they let it squander. The shame. What about Lotus though? Why can't I not sort it? Wait, why can't I sort it from these anymore? That's weird. Hello? Here we go. 8, 9, 10, 11, 7, 8, 9. So really like 50-50 on first kills. Yep, curious. Yeah, I don't know how long it takes to fix that though. I do want to look at Sentinels' Breeze because we have seen it, but like I haven't seen it, I guess. It's one of the maps I didn't actually catch up on. Also, for some reason, why is this like... Why can't I see the tick on this one?
With this white-hot crowd here in the Madrid arena, the Sentinels managed to force that map 3, and what a way to do so. Zelsis had to pray to a Norse god, and then he just went brrr. That was unbelievable.
I don't know why I can't get to it.
Second half, John QT was putting on a masterclass with the defense. Lotus calling something like 5 or 6.
How did you get to access to Augment? Is it crowdsourced or something? I don't know, actually.
Zelsis' Odin was holding A space every time, and the retakes were looking
There's no select all option either. I'm just a bit like, do I have to do it on
the economy was so good.
another?
A second Odin and have someone behind you that is either like when
Like
you're
I'll
not
do it
shooting,
on this and then just copy the link across, I guess.
for you and you just keep going
It'd
on
be
those
kind
plays
of
because it was
lame, but
Real quick, just want to say real quick, I went to the back to go talk
Reese.
He's like, they need to shoot back.
They
and
did
I
it.
think Zelsis
They
was
did.
like, yes.
And honestly, there's
I think it's probably because it's not
chance
Chromium.
of a refrag they can't see you. You know?
It's also so easy to just be like Odin go Burr, but the way they
Is
use
this
it
updated?
strategically to punish the A pressure,
One
to
more.
repush,
There we
the
go.
way that they call
Takes
around
too
it
long.
as well. You kind of make the joke of having another Odin behind, but they always have
10 to
someone else ready
8.
to follow up off of it. It's another showcase of just how good the fundamentals are for Sen.
Yeah, it truly was impressive there. Of course,
And then just the majority of those Sentinels are winning, which is good.
we got to give some love to 2 players here, Sasi and Zekin. First, Sasi, for this brilliant player, I thought he was cooked.
Starts with 89 per month, it goes up to like 400 per month for all the tools, right? Yeah, right. I think there's like a cheaper version too.
I'm loving this place because these are the kind of rounds that get you back in.
Also, I don't know if it works that well in Firefox,
The
so
score that we see right now,
I guess we'll see.
need it desperately. But
Um,
point out that even Kaplan like asked for a timeout. This
Sentinels are attacking first, I think.
like guys, this cannot be the way. I think that he had a major impact also in giving them the keys as to what to expect for when their defense.
So John could do so much on this map. Holy shit!
Because they're like guaranteed to win at least 4.
Where's he put his camera?
Feels like.
Usually outside of like A main.
The John QT is
The usual trip there. Zekin mostly towards A or elbow. Pens mostly towards A, mid, elbow. Where's he knifing? Knifing double doors. Knifing towards elbow. Knifing A main. Sassy playing head. Just a lot of like early A pressure from the looks. And then some mid stuff. I am more interested in their defense, I suppose. Like, what trips are we seeing? This is John. I haven't played super close. Back here, bricks, various spots. Camera, the one that watches tunnel that's really close, or the one that's back sight. And then trips. God trip, I guess. I think there's one like this too that goes across here that I've been seeing.
So good at getting those openers.
Wow.
But I guess it's kind of hard because you just have the traces, like,
Turned 19, by the way. It was just like
and then various ones like right side of sight.
I was really trashing Halo. Meanwhile,
£350 a month price tag is crazy. It is aimed for organizations. Like for content, it's not great. And for various like smaller teams, it's not going to be great. But like, yeah, you want Sentinels to be spending like £300 a month on this kind of stuff. That's the aim, I guess.
And then EDG picked it onto them, and they were able to win that. But I feel like there were 2 very different matches, and it also
Because this, as a tool for that money, is a lot less than hiring somebody to do it.
And then Mimi, all the craziness that we see coming out from GENG.
Yeah, I mean, the last time we
Yeah.
saw
John is over here.
this map was
Zekin playing in A main a lot, or either trying to push this.
they had already clinched playoffs.
Tens playing, let's see, heat map it. Yeah, stairs, sometimes A site. I guess he's like flashing in a lot of utility for Zekin to play off if Zekin's going to fight this. And then like, yeah, flashing here.
Yeah, exactly.
Or play more supportive, what it looks like. Sassy, typical positions, you know. You might be reconning here for early information. You can also do a really nice recon that hits here if they go B fast. Just helping if Zekin does go this way. You got support from there. And then obviously you need to be holding tube at the same time. And then Zelsis swapping sides, which I think is really good. Where are they walling? Mid wall, okay. Sometimes on B. So I guess it's going to be really interesting to see where they put the wall on defense when we get there. But until then, we have the double duelist. They've opted away completely from the Cypher, and they're still committing to the Euro.
So long awaited.
Gen G has been able to turn
Whoever wins here, yeah, will make top 2 at least. They'll make the grand finals, and they'll get 2 map bans for the best of 5 VO.
The winner of this match has a huge.
He gets all of us access to it, which I guess is a sim for that. Yeah, like it's not really there to get people to pay it out, I suppose.
On to Sunday. I don't want to waste any more time. Let's send it back over to your casters to close this bad boy out. It's Mitch and Tom.
Also, we didn't run any ads, but I think that's fine.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy, and our fantastic analyst desk. Just saw the results come in from the fan poll, Tom, and it looks like Sentinels are pretty heavily favored to win this.
Sentinels are winning a fan vote? I never could have seen that one coming.
How many maps has Gen G lost this tournament? This tournament in particular, they lost 1 against Louds. They lost 1 against EDG. They've lost 3.
On the defensive side, they stumbled on the last with big plays coming out of players like Zekin on the side of Sentinels. Let's see what the
Recon actually gets a lot of information. So, default-wise, it's a little bit different. You got the Astra playing towards A, which I think is a common thing for not only Gen G, but for Breeze teams anyway. Like Berlin, when he plays the Astra, typically plays it on the A side because of all of the smokes that you can give yourself.
We don't know what they've got on the defense. We'll have to wait.
Yeah, and I was going to get the Astra, so the Grav comes in, but that's all that's going to come through.
The utility from the initiators is sublime.
The KO knife the wall. The shock dart is really nice as it gets tens.
So much damage. Zekin's almost dead as well. I don't think he's got anything else to throw at them, but they are slowly making their move forward. Here comes a recon.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G got battered on Breeze and then went and battered Loud on Ascent.
Second down, and Texture emerging from the smoke gets caught. They know there's a player in the corner, and they'll look to isolate that fight up close.
Fight from Munchkin. Oh, he's woofed it a little bit. They've both got off the spike to try and face him, and Zelsis has bought plenty of time. All he needs to do is keep buying time. He can't quite get it. All right, good pistol. Is that all of the pistols so far going to Gen G? Is that 5 and 0 on pistols? They got both of them on split.
That's the thing, though. You're kind of facing.
They got both of them on. Yeah, so Gen G won all of the pistols today.
What Gen G's running definitely has a little bit more spice to it on that attack side. That's the thing that I said. That shock dart was sublime. It almost killed off Zekin as well and ended the round. And seeing Lakia as
how are they winning all of them? They've just got aimers with a good game plan.
Versus Sentinels from a long.
And that was in a 4 versus 5 too. They lost Karen early.
Ridiculous. What was it? 1,029 days since Sentinels sent new turn to the lower bracket.
Yeah, it's just the way that they group up, like play retakes, play executes.
In this map at least, and obviously for the side of
like getting the right trades.
They don't normally invest much into these rounds, and they haven't again. It's either all or nothing. They're not like a sheriff team. They're not like,
I wonder how much of this is to do with just showing off the bundle like, as much as they can. That's to show off the classic.
And a lot of success found, but obviously don't put as much stock in
interesting camera
in that space on this map. And you can understand why. Normally, though, it's on the back of Cypher comps that are really hard to break through if you actually play diving.
I mean, I don't think we've seen Sentinel go B straight up an awful lot, but there is no Cypher here. So you do have that freedom to do that. Gen G clearly are okay with that because would have gone over it otherwise.
Plant down by the looks of things, and there's not a lot that Gen G had to push them out. Even the shock dart doesn't land. So
hits Meteor. Oh, that's such a good flash. Munchkin just saving Texture's life there. And you're going for like this quick paced, like close quarters fighting with operators and guardians. Not operators, outlaws.
Here on second, low HP on Meteor, but not a shot to hit. And John QT's last alive. Hey, okay.
I still think that's pretty good damage.
They do a little bit of damage.
Like 2 kills and a plant, I think is really nice, considering Sentinels literally just had classics.
I don't think either side is going to be particularly unhappy, especially with how Gen G set up. That was basically working off the retake. Now though is where things get that little bit more interesting. And, well, the plant, in some cases, will actually have made the difference of having...
John is always getting one QT, I guess.
As we know, there is an outlaw on the other side, so that will actually make a difference.
Yes, absolutely. You know, the outlaw here...
Shin stealing Koi's classic and throwing it off the map is still one of the most disrespectful things I've seen. Didn't somebody put one in the bin as well on the Ascent?
Attack side split, you know, we're going to have a conversation about that. But here, so much value. The whole map is just long-range angles. You can do so much damage. As we see, Sentinels have got shields on everybody, the full 150. Those pistols, weaker weapon spams could be able to take them down already.
I mean, this is a hell of a bonus so far for GENG. It's looking like it's going to be fucking flawless.
It's just Sassy left alone.
What happened? That was around, like, the bonus would have been really weak against the buy that Sentinels would have had.
There's barely been any damage done, Tom.
No. And
Gun upgrades now too.
Looking at their flank. They know that there's a very good chance, especially now that they're starting to clear out the positions behind, that he will be somewhere towards their spawn. Already pings on the map. It might even just be a scenario where we're going to have to wait the full 50 seconds for Sassy to just try and hold on to the gun. But again, I want to shout out the utility being thrown in from Lack here. He's someone that I definitely don't think always gets his plaudits, has some rough games individually.
How though? Because I would have had full armor.
Basically gave a free kill over onto the side of Karen. Well,
Need to watch her around again.
Sassy holding onto the gun. All 5 players looking to survive. Upgrades as well. We were talking about them having, I think it was a Marshal, a Sheriff, an Outlaw. None of those weapons are in play anymore. It is just the rifles for GENG.
Maybe in these instances, watching on YouTube would be better, just so we can actually, like, scroll back quickly.
That is a boost to their economy, if ever I've seen one. 3 upgrades across the board, able to make it work with the weaker weapons. And you know, the funny thing is, the Viper Wall can be so useful. Viper Wall
I don't know why here they didn't show replays in. I guess because GENG started hunting. Oh, and they get him anyway.
After all that time,
after we've sat there for
yeah, Lack 4 assists, 4 kills.
To hold onto that guard, and Meteor just goes, no, right.
Yeah, they're shocked out.
Like, that's the thing. That's where you see actually.
Actually, it might have been the Grav as well, like Astra Grav.
Like, it's having that second controller. Like, Karen's just been able
I forgot Lucas said spot of the big bottles now. I mean, I saw it today and I was like, I can't not. Early timeout from SEN. Ooh. Interesting.
It is paying dividends to be a fan of this team now.
What are the stats actually? For one, let's look at the stats for Breeze. Really tough defensive side for SEN. For both teams actually. But like really good attacking sides for both.
For GENG, got to be one of the most successful rebuilds we've ever seen in such a short.
And then like for GENG, what's their who have they played on Breeze?
At this stage, to have challenged Sentinels on split to move to 3-0
Bit
up, winning out
as well.
a low buy round there on Breeze.
Yeah, they battered EDG. They lost to Loud. They beat lost to Team Secret kind of hard. Lost to RQ. Beat PaperX, but then PaperX started abandoning it. That tells us nothing.
But now, for once, they were right.
And then SEN, we got 15 seconds still left. They lost to G2 and Leviathan.
Karen coming from ranked, but Munchkin definitely didn't have a great 2023. Meteor as well. Expectations.
How do you do that picture-in-picture? It's through Firefox.
Just works together. Nice start though from Zekken. That's going to be an instant kill. Looking to try and break back with what is some weaker weaponry here. They may even look to try and go through the smoke.
The recon and the flash. Texture just manages to get past it. They don't expect that he's here. You have given him a gun. You give him 2 guns. Like, you need to fight for this space more, and it's just potential sunk costs. Thankfully. Oh, timing. A Munchkin gun for that duel is brave. That could have really backfired. Because GENG could have just kept peeking into this over and over, just giving more and more guns. It's this like sunk cost fallacy.
They're not really going to struggle for that all too much.
Definitely got dangerous, but is this man again?
Especially because, what was it?
7-1 on the scoreboard. The comeback of Latvia.
It was it was texture, wasn't it? It was like on the other side of A main.
There are many of us who have been waiting for this for such a ridiculous
Lakia's
time.
Looked really good on this team in the last couple of series.
And then had a long redemption arc to even get this far. Texture about to come under pressure, but he's not shying away at all.
Oh, nice.
Zekken's removed him.
And this Fury, is it pinged onto anything? Doesn't look like it. Everybody's still alive. Zekken's now got an op.
But nothing to be found.
Great peek.
Confirms another kill, and Tens answers up.
Oh, just a movement from Zekin to get into a great position. Shots missed. Doesn't matter too much. Just Karen who has to 1 versus 4.
First is his. Pulled back a star, but well, that's going to be quite a while before that's up and online.
Actually gets hit by him too.
Snakebite up and over. If he's anywhere nearby, it'll take him down. But playing ahead of it.
Then John QT pushing mid late.
1 round on the board.
Nice.
They found their first on the attack.
I mean, it goes to show that most of these are just duels. Getting our first kill, getting that opening. But yeah, Zekin again putting the game on his back for a second.
That pressure straight onto Texture, picking up the operator as well, just taking this round into his own hands. That's the value that Sentinels have in this youngster.
It's a cool Phoenix cosplay.
Still just 19 years of age, literally just. I think it was during this tournament.
Genji Breeze is good. I mean, there was so little to go off. It looked bad from EDG more than it looked good for Genji.
Straight back in for this play in towards the
And this Fury used on the attack too. His steps on the site. On the one player that you get is the one that's using an ultimate in a down state. But somehow the duels are still going Genji's way. I was a little bit worried that, like, the op being here, you hit the KO, who can obviously get picked up, and then this would have been traded. Like, Sentinels not being able to trade the operator there felt like it cost them so much in the end. Because this player, you could just bring him back up. You get the trade, it'd be a 5 versus 4. But yeah, just Meteor just going through the Viper wall with his ult.
You can see they're getting hyped up on the GENG side, and understandably, as they now lead 5-1.
And another full buy for Sentinels. And Neuro 50 at Viper's Pit. It's about getting into a site first.
Behind the scenes that
Yori's pushing mid alone, but he does have the TP back for quad.
the results don't display that. When it comes to the officials, they were confident. They were happy to take it here. Again.
Wait, this is quad actually, isn't it? Just back site.
Successful in Americas, and it's definitely not looking great here. Tech's just so aggressive in his control. They have to be.
You have to owl drone this early.
Out of main, shock darts being sent onto him, but if you believe that he's giving this up, you'd be foolish. And look at what's happening on the other side. GENG are already stacking up players into this B site. The read they have is bang on.
And there's not even an intention to have Meteor go somewhere else, rotate to A if the pressure's there. His gate crashes on site, decoy used. They might even think that's the real one. They do. Flashed on Zek and he slowed down.
Second is some... Never mind. Oh, the brute force approach from Sentinels might work though, and the Viper's Pit just allowing them to get in. They've lost the spike though in quad. Oh, Sassy's fucked up there.
To the pit, knowing that they have to emerge from it to pick the
Meteor could be anywhere. He has both of his flashes. They know that the spike's been picked up now. So it's just timing this well. Okay, the flash is good. That's going to keep their attention. Forces out a snakebite. And now he's just going to walk the other side and he finds Zelsis. That is such a good read from Meteor. The flash is really good. Faces away from John. There was a world where they could have lined up there. But my God, Meteor's owned them. Like the flash to take their attention away in this direction and then just peeks out this side. It's so clever.
In such an aggressive manner. The operator on Killjoy in the last map, happy to run in 1v2s, use his ult immediately and clutch out. But then you put him back on the duelist and you almost miss it. If it wasn't for Texture, he'd probably be playing it on any other team. This guy is so
nicely done.
9-3, top of the board. Sentinels at the moment, they just don't have an answer. They're coming back in with a buy, but it is one of the weaker we've seen. Ults, none of them are even remotely close. And almost all of them.
Yeah, man. GENG are demolishing here. See if they can keep it up. Because all you need to do is have Sentinels have a clutch round. And they could just use that momentum like they did against Loud. No mid control either. John QT's going for a late lurk. Oh, and Sassy's cleared him. Nicely done. Your ultimate getting a lot of information. They know where the last is alive. This team play is ridiculously nice from GENG.
Sentinels have to be.
I mean, it's so much fun to like watch it. It's like an actual fun game of Breeze.
The problem they have is either they go for these direct, aggressive takes on towards the A side, or they lose that map control immediately because it gets pushed by texture. Like, they have to challenge for it. The problem is they're not winning that fight.
Meteor's 11-3.
Mid-control.
I own you.
It sounds like it.
I was so taken up by the lure battle, I missed what happened on site. Yeah, that's something that I often find myself in. But I was more like, Meteor's taking this, where's John? John's over here.
Now we're even seeing the switch up of GENG putting.
So as soon as I saw John was here, it's like, okay, it's the fight. You know, they found the kills on site. I think it was just surprising with how easy this peek was from Munchkin onto Sassy, I think. Second might be able to get through the door. Just, oh, I almost got it. And this Fury at least gets the trade. And Karen's just peeked out and got two of them. Oh, wow. It's a hell of a read from Sassy to shrug out that spot. He expects that Karen's pushed up early. Aldron is broken, but they're still like, where's Karen? Where's Karen? Where's Karen?
Flashes Cosmic Divide, insult to injury. Sentinels are locked out as more.
He shut the door in their face.
Munchkin.
Have they seen both? Have they seen the Cypher? That's the main question. I don't think so, because they have Viper watching this way, and then Hold in this rotation on this side.
Sentinels need a miracle to get away with this.
They also lined that up so that he can peek in front of it. It's a dual access ult.
Flash off of elbow? Elbow? What? Like pyramids.
Both players executed.
Wow. Maybe EDG weren't that bad, you know? Looking at how this map has gone, fucking EDG were putting up more of a fight here.
Pause coming out from Sentinels here. Yeah, I don't know how he won that battle. And like the flash, a split second later, I thought Lackey was going to be dead.
Breeze is such a like snowbally map though.
A Hunter's Fury through a snake bite, through a smoke. Guy just ran through the whole opposition's utility.
Like, I don't think we would get a loud Fnatic 11-3 comeback.
Sentinels in their pocket.
God, the music is like intense. Second time up for SEN. But yeah, I don't think we'd get like an 11-3 comeback into OT on Breeze.
Combining an effusion dance of brains to get this one across the line. It's looking grim, and the best part about it for Gen.
Oh yeah, one thing I wanted to ask: have people been playing like the new set TFT?
We had Yoru pop his, Karen pops the Cosmic Divide. Still now,
Because I played a little bit the other day, and I played some yesterday morning, and I'm really enjoying it. I really didn't like the last set of TFT. I thought it was just a bit too much.
Sensational to even have a foundation laid coming out of this half.
Like all of the music and stuff like that, I didn't really like it.
In the last 4 matches, they won only one of them, and they got 11 rounds on attack.
Breeze, just on Breeze.
Yeah, on Breeze. So, if anything, they should be feeling more, and especially when you look at the composition they're running. The expectation is that they'll be able to cause chaos.
Not looking good for SEN. No.
And you've got double control.
They could turn it around to be 8-4. Even then, I still think it's going to be a challenge. Like, GENG's comp is going to be really good on attack. Even with the Cypher on defense.
Dropped a nuke on them, and finally we're going to see some mid-control. I wanted to see this challenge for, but again, there's always another layer.
This would just boom them.
Disgusting position.
Because obviously it's not really been something in that spot. Maybe sticking around is a little bit much.
Not able to escape.
The Euro position is so damn crazy. It's a common thing. Like, you saw a lot of Sova's recon in this position too. Because one of the things that you want to shut down as an attacker is defenders pushing this, either standing up on top of this with an op, or looking down here, or just getting into this corner. Because you can fast rotate to B, you can even flank this way. So like Yoru fighting for this and being able to TP out. Because you could obviously just push down here and then TP out if you want. His position, however, from Lakia, don't break the trip. Don't let them know that you've taken all of A main. Karen fighting on his own is brave. I would have preferred to see both the players take A main. It's a shame, really, that he just gets headshot wallbanged. I think at this point they probably would. They're like, who else plays A? The Sova?
to
Yeah,
be an
Zelsis was watching.
battle. Otherwise, it's definitely going to become problematic in terms of the time. The thing is, though, in terms of finances, GENG can definitely afford to throw some
Get knife broken. Aggressive position for tens. It's taken out by Texture. Yeah, not much time, but like getting kills. Your money is pretty amazing. You can only get the 2. Like just a couple more kills on here with how bad this money is. You go into round 11 with a low buy, and then if you lose that and GENG win it, you go to round 12, and it's like a half buy again. Yeah, a bit brave for Meteor to be staying.
That's been the thing. It's been mostly A takes, like battling to make sure.
Oh, Wingman dropped his drink.
Can't be taken. This time it was taken, but it didn't matter because they managed to get those rotations back through, and a good call from John Cutie as well.
They have tried a few times with John lurking around mid, right, trying to get up through elbow, but every single time there's somebody there ready and waiting for it. John did also get a little bit of space on mid, but they've seen the constant aggression. Camera up, I'm watching this, but it's a little closer
Okay.
than you'd like to see.
Peek out, go back.
Gonna survive the round and rally the troops towards the A site. Good
Wingman's boba.
drone clearing it out, and the pressure on. Lackey is close to the wall. Meteor's already rotated through, albeit he's only got
Ooh.
HP. Now, never mind.
Good trade from Lucky. He's so low, and Karen peeking off of that afterwards is nice. Second coming out of A main though with an operator. Lucky backing up. If he can get a tag onto somebody, he has his ult, and he does. Is he going to pull it? Straight off the rip, he does. Right as he's planting. Oh, and Texture manages to get 2 great shots. Free. Fuck me. He just battered them.
Yeah, it's almost like he just completely ignored the plan. The plan was that Lakia would get a tag, kill someone with the Hunter's Fury, and they retake together.
And now the buy again for Sentinels is rough. The tag is the good part of it.
Most disgusting headshot.
Oh my god.
And then just peeks through. The Viper
He's just better. He's just fucking better.
whatsoever. And while for Solo, we've already mentioned, he may not be in the server anymore, but there is a story of redemption. Elise versus Sentinels.
Only one that hasn't is like Lakia. We need a Lakia 4K at this rate.
Reykjavik, that Newturn finished third.
Wait, no, we had a Munchkin 4K.
His move to coaching was something that anybody knew and was excited for. Now it's going to be a more
In one last map.
approach, straight in towards this B site for Sen.
So who hasn't yet? No command going in. Tech's just in the right place all the time. Oh, they almost lined up. The ping, the recon. Was it this recon? The one that goes like bing, bing, bing? I think it was. Brave. Him dashing out there actually saves him from that shock that was coming in. This fight, though, is good. Neural Theft is going to show exactly where Munchkin and Texture is. Ooh, that's brave. And really good, steady plan from Sentinels. See if the 9-3 curses, all that.
Yeah, it's definitely a scary prospect going forward, but similarly...
Yeah, Munchkin 4Ks too, but they're for Dunkin' Donuts. I'm curious, actually. I just wanted to double check.
You look at the composition that's there for the side of GENG.
Oh, Munchkin is the only one that's got one today. Thus far. Yeah, I mean, Karen's... I thought Karen had a 4K too, but I guess it was just a 3K.
As the best team in Pacific. And they are very
I'm going to run ads now so we don't get them because it's half time. And then run them in between maps.
What Meteor had to say ahead of this game.
So these are usually like, you know, a couple of minutes anyway.
젠지에서 활동 중인 메테오 김태호입니다. 일단 저희가 리빌딩 하고 나서 제일 성적을 좋게 내고 있는 것 같은데 사실 아직 실감은 안 나지만 그래도 또 저희끼리 잘해서 올라왔으니까 사실 페이퍼렉스라는 팀이 에임이 굉장히 좋다고 생각하고
We still have Loud and Paper X after this.
그 페이퍼렉스 팀원들
Pull up the Dunkin' Donuts menu now. Not curious about that.
그런 거 피하지 말고 우리도 한번 싸워보자라고 얘기했던 것 같습니다. 사실 감이 온다기보다는 그냥 평상시대로 공격적으로 할 것
I think we were
같아요.
aggressive as usual. We did a lot to increase our familiarity between each other.
많이 했고 그리고 팀들끼리 이제 각자 다른 팀에서 해오던 사람들끼리 모인 거라서 우리가 어떻게 게임을 풀어 나갈 건지 이런 거에 대해서 많이 얘기했던 것 같아요. 그런 부분도 이제 저희 팀
This could be a big win if it comes through. Nice work from Meteor. One bullet left. nothing being spotted towards the spawn.
Paper winning versus Loud. I don't know. I have I'd probably say Loud would win.
보진 못했는데 사실 센티널에 대해 아는 것도 많이 없고 그냥 이 선수가 뭐 잘하더라 이런 거
But Loud
있기 때문에 그냥 센티널이
should have been the better team in a couple of maps and still like lost or it was close. So there's definitely a chance that Paper X can upset.
한국 팀이라는 게 굉장히 자랑스럽고 그리고 한국에서 또 많은 팬분들이 응원해 주시고 있기 때문에 저희가 꼭 그 응원에 보답해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 세계 각국에서 젠지를 응원해 주시는 분들이 계신데 그 응원에 보답해
We'll do our best to get back to them. We appreciate them for we don't get to see.
Well, Meteor says they've got fans all over the world. I'll tell you what, plenty of them showed up here to support them today, and they'll be thankful that they did.
Yeah, here's that like defensive aggression stuff that I said about Tens a second. Meteor just diffs him anyway.
He is swinging with Zekin down. The man advantage goes to the team. 9.
Like he got his this map. Ah, okay.
This pistol could spell the end for Sentinels.
Well, that's the thing. He talked about the pride he has for being that Korean team in this tournament. They win 4
I've
rounds,
no info.
and they have got further than any.
Yeah, this is the trip. It kind of goes from here on like the default plant spot and goes right across.
Right now
You see it there loosely. It's a really nice trip.
To do it on their first time out be truly impressive. The fact is, they're building up into an A-take. The reaggression.
Teams are moving away from the God trip because it just gets broken too much. Oh man, Karen gets one, gets cleared. The thing about like Gen G's default is they love playing these sort of positions and just holding them for a long time. Like a lot of late executes. Shogda is good. And the spike still got planted with all of that, so that's worked out wonderfully for Gen G. You got Munchkin on a tube lurk too. Good pathing from Zelsis actually. Munchkin not fighting it at all. He has 11 bullets. I thought he was running away because he needed to reload. But no, he's going to close the door right in the face. And then they get to play a bridge. Wow. All 6 pistols.
Sensational pistol round with
All
GENG.
the pistols that you could ever want or need. Meteor 16 and 6.
I don't know if they'll consider the Force. I think they'll play the Eco, but either way, it's not looking good for the #1 America's team.
He could have been dead within the first few seconds, and instead he ends up burying the pistol round. The stories with this team. Munchkin, the leader, had so many bites at the cherry at internationals, never even come close. 3 rounds from a final. This would be his 7th international event. 9th to 10th was his best.
Is this full-on elimination? No, it's upper bracket final. So whoever wins goes to the grand final on Sunday, but they get 2 map bans. So it's a massively important game despite it not being elimination. The elimination game for today is the next one.
Already being made. For the side of SEN, it's not a pretty picture. I say they normally buy nothing. Well, they have a single Marshall in the hands of Zekin.
We have seen a couple of 50 rounds after winning a pistol, though, so it's not quite all sunshine and roses for GENG. They're pinging this, too, just in case there's a player there. They clear it, but they are still heading in towards the stack of players. Might not matter too much. It's going to matter here. 1 kill, full flash. Good reaction, like the kill on Tens is important. He's even good at ults.
Already, thanks to a fantastic performance in early rounds, he's already diving in.
You've just given him a gun. Well, John in 1 versus 2, he only has a classic. That might be all he needs. Never mind.
Player lands the first bullet. 11-3. Good damage.
Don't get your hopes high, Ryan. Wasn't so much that. I think it was just more like moments like that can happen and it can go very wrong. Like Tens could have very easily have killed Meteor here because he's fully flashed. Probably should have done.
For now, it's looking like they're going to have another fight later on.
His trade coming in there for Munchkin though is very impactful.
Players on the Sentinel side that have been there, done that. Masters winner.
It's almost like wholesome BMing, isn't it? Because he's saying like not even close, guys, or I own you, but he's saying it in such a joyful way.
A new realm in 2024.
Not even close, guys. Like he's almost being like supportive.
the rookie, Karen. Maybe the time of the comeback with some of these players. The thing is, though, Sentinels are not out of it just yet. They're trying to find a pocket, get a little bit aggressive. They've got the better buy here, but already not the greatest of starts.
Shot hit Sassy, but it didn't do enough damage, really. Trash talking respectfully, yeah. It's almost like the gimmicky stuff that they're saying.
See if anybody gives him a fight, but they don't.
Oh, and there was cover as well. Just in
Right ball is going to go up on A. Texture finds that opening. More utility to clear it.
And Texture's got another up top, aggressive. Still with a dash to
Who was it there that was holding? Like, was they not bothered about the recon dart?
corner. All their credits on the line. This defensive side has a decision to make. Carrying 2 weapons forward wouldn't be that useful, and it won't be possible. Not with
Is he going to ace?
on his 4th kill, a potential ace to put 12-3 on the board. John,
They know that he's bridge. He's going to like lurk up. He's going to try and save too. Like he can't. He has to go through mid.
But for now, John QT's making the right decision.
He's saving.
He's
But it's also like it's being chased, but it's not being chased in a silly way.
So he might have just managed.
Like they're clearing out every angle. They're double checking everything.
It is going to be an escape.
Saving the gun. They have the trips as well to protect him.
I don't think he's ever going to do that. He's also had his cam spot them out as well.
Yep.
Not going to risk the rifle.
No ace.
But it means that the
We're
purchase
denied it.
SEN
But everything else was pretty good.
needed.
Global really fumbled hard with texture. Yeah. He's spineless.
The side of Fnatic managing it versus Loud. This is absurd, but this just shows the confidence that this man is running with at this
You just
stage.
don't expect somebody to go for that. I mean, Sassy was just didn't.
It wouldn't be doom and gloom just yet. A lower bracket awaits them.
Incredible stuff from GENG. 9 more rounds the Sentinels need to get in a row. The buy isn't too bad, but they are missing like some utility, half armor in a couple of cases. Like, there's no trips at all
Kicked it off with an opener.
from John.
Dropped for a second, and Meteor desperately low.
But that doesn't deter him. He is still going aggressive.
Oh my god, he's managed to get the utility in hand. 5 HP. Watching for the mid lurk too.
History on the line, but still plenty
Snake
of
bites from Zelsis. I think that's going more towards where texture is now.
from Sentinels. They look to push some players on backside out of position. Here comes the util from Sassy. The swing from
Nice peek. This late peek from Sassy though. Ooh. Did he do any damage to him? Not really. Munch getting used snake bites on the plant. He's been decayed down, but they got half. Oh, and he's cleared them. He's actually just deleted Sentinels here. Happy to see GENG doing so well. I mean, yeah, like seeing him, like a Korean team make the finals. The fact that GENG being able to do that before any of DRX in their history says everything.
Texture, Karen, unbelievable performances from every one of these players.
Yeah, great series. Guess we can stop talking about them fucking up the veto. Veto went as expected, I guess.
That's the thing, though. There is still time to recover. It was mentioned by Kablan. He wanted that day off. He's not getting it. He's got to get right back to prepping. He's got to get right back to watching this next series because the Korean powerhouse, the new look GENG.
The 5-year map ban was worth it. I mean, they were fairly keen on going to Breeze over SEN, I think it was, or over Bind. So what, they get to go into the grand final by banning their permaban of Sunset, which against all of the teams left in this tournament is a great ban. And then your Breeze is good, your Ice Spot, you could take out Bind if you want, or you could take out a SEN.
They just need to win one more match.
Because your Lotus is solid, your Icebox is pretty good, your Breeze is looking excellent, the Split is looking excellent, and then like these two maps we don't know because we haven't seen an awful lot of them. But like 4 out of the 5 maps are really good ones for them to work with.
Well, like the fact is they lost their own map choice, but they smashed them on Split, which is the map we were saying the Sentinels are the best team in the world on. So this series by no regard makes any sense. A map that, as said, Breeze, they looked rough on. They just won 13-3. I don't think anyone...
Overrating a bald guy feels like bald on bald violence. It is Tom, though.
Is 3-3, by the way. One of those includes destroying EDG and destroying Sentinels. Like, this team has proved they can adapt, they can improve, but more so, they have faith in themselves. They go, okay, no, we like this map. It didn't work last time. We don't care. We're going to go back to it again. And they've done that a couple of times where they've made slight changes, slight adaptations on Split.
It's working now and again.
From an Astra to an Omen. And that took them from...
Why does casters keep saying Sentinels is the best team in the world?
It truly is impressive.
I don't think they're saying that. I think it's just like on some of the maps in this, like you'd say the Sentinels were the best team on Split for sure.
He's got to be in a shout for being a fantastic IGL because he's getting shouted out by Lakia, who's finally making his name back in the scene. I'm so happy to see this team succeed.
Hey, long have we waited. We heard about Lakia for a long time. This time around, you know, I'm just looking at GENG, a team who's been in this game
really good.
from day one. May 4th,
Really good win for GENG.
4 years ago, these guys put together a roster to try and compete, and they've never even come close to hitting this level. Even before today, there were accolades that they'd never seen. Now, though, history has been made.
See what people are
all the way
saying.
back on May 4th. It was
What's
the
word on the
Phantom
street?
Menace, like Meteor they needed, sneaking around in a different dimension. He was so fun to watch play. Texture's insane. But Lakia finally reaching that top level. This is what I wanted to see, and now I want to hear from
The Vanity Wave. What's going on here? Oh yeah, we saw that. This is nice. Everybody 1 versus 3 in.
Now, my first question is going to be, you of course have made it into playoffs in previous international events, but this is the first time that you're going to be in the grand final. I want you to tell me what makes this team such a good contender for winning the first trophy.
라키아 선수 그동안 국제전에서 결승전에 진출한 건 이번이 처음이잖아요. 젠지의 어떤 점이 결승전에서 잘해서 우승까지 가져갈 수 있을 거라고 생각하시나요?
It doesn't even like too much like analysis, I suppose. It's not that. What did I want to do? I wanted to maybe shift over to YouTube. Because the quality's about the same, especially when it's like a esports broadcast. I think that the quality on YouTube is about the same. This is it for today, right? No, there's one more series. There's Loud versus Paper X. We still got
The fact that we believe in ourselves, and
where is
if
it?
we just clean up some of the mistakes,
We got this one still.
mistakes don't happen, I think we have a great chance at winning everything.
It's 4:30 in the morning. Yeah, you should go to sleep, Silva. It's not a big game. Well, it's elimination. It should be fun, but you can always catch a VOD. And kind of go from there.
Now, my next question is going to be about the opponents
Yeah,
that you
so
faced. Of course, you have
can always
already
catch a VOD on
won
this one.
against all of the opponents that you have left here in the tournament, but you...
Sorry, I didn't mean to... Oh, I didn't mean to press...
Third map. What are
Do it
the
this way.
biggest hurdles that you want to brush off
This veto?
for the grand final?
Paper X banning Breeze, Loud banning Lotus, Paper X picking Split.
승전을 앞두고 좀 어떤 점을 고치면 좋겠다고 생각하시나요?
Or do they go Sunset themselves? Do they go Bind? I don't know if Paper X would pick Bind when we haven't seen Loud play it in a hell of a long time. Sunset, I think, well, they could pick themselves, but I think they'd sort of let Loud pick it too.
First thing would be
So Split, I guess, is a good option for them.
bots on us, but which is good for us as well because we can go review them and make sure we make the adjustments that are necessary and we keep the momentum going. So we'll just head back to the hotel and have a little talk with the coaching staff and our teammates.
The games today are the first Americas versus Pacific games we've seen all of Madrid. Yeah, because both teams are farming, China and EMEA. And I see Loud and Sen's back at it again. I think that's likely.
muchísimas bots en ellos, tienen los oponentes muchísimas repeticiones para poder sacar esas conclusiones, pero dice que ellos también los tienen y que ahora mismo se van a ir al hotel a darle una vuelta, a revisarlo absolutamente todo. Well, thank you guys very much. We'll see you in a couple of days. Thank you, Jen. Muchísimas gracias a todos. Esperad un momento.
I like the little GENG like
Nos vamos,
things.
tenemos otro partido por delante. Don't go anywhere.
Let's see Louderson back at it again. Lower brackets. Well, yeah, it'd have to be lower brackets. I think it'll be a Sentinels GENG rematch for the grand finals. That's a good point, actually, because I predicted GENG to beat. This was my pick'ems, so I still get the points here. So I'm like 0.1, 0.3, the 1%, 1.3. I'm in the top. Was it 1.6, 2.9, 3.9? I'm in the top 4% on pick'ems, which is pretty good. Now I have Sentinels. That's not going to happen here. This can still be right though, just in a different order. I'm bummed that I missed the Loud vs SEN game yesterday. Did you catch the VOD? Pretty good stuff. IGL, all of them. I mean, it seems to be the most accurate. I'm glad that Mitch and Tom got a good series, even though some of the individual maps were very, like, one-sided. I watched 2 maps, not third yet. The third map is pretty good. Well, the third map is very good to watch, just because of like some of the clutches that are won. But you're gonna see Sunset again, I think. All right, Pacific on top. At least for now. Be focused while watching. Yeah, that's fair. Did love the calling from Sadak on Icebox. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what was going wrong for Loud again. These pads of tournaments always sort of blur into one, it feels like. I mean, it was very, very close. I don't think it was attack or defense that they were struggling on. I feel like it was defense, but I could be wrong. I need to double check. Can't remember off the top of my head. There's their attack side. There's just so many defuses coming in. But yeah, their defense, a lot of these retakes were really good. Allowed winning both the pistols here and still losing. It's a shame, but it was a really good like call for John. So either a Korean team will win Masters or a team. So every international event the upper bracket team has won. Is that true? No, it's not true at all. Because FPX did it at Copenhagen. Last year, all of the teams from upper brackets won. But there's only 2 events. Loud's lose to Paper X and Sentinels, I can see Counting get benched and then send Pancada. I don't know. I don't think Pancada's had a very good playoffs thus far, but I don't think you'd bench him. EDG came from lower finals. Yeah, but they didn't win the event. Like, what event are you talking about with BDG? Are you talking about EG? EG for champs. Yeah, Paper X with a high seed, actually. Yeah, true. So, yeah, it's double wrong. So, I don't know what Golden Boy is saying. Yeah, Korean Valorant now looking great. EG is such a Cinderella story. It's a shame that the org is just horrible. But yeah, for the players, it's a great turnaround. I don't see Pancada for Kanzin working with the roles for Loud. Yeah, that too. This next series is going to be really interesting. I have a feeling the Paper X are going to kind of get snuffed out in the same way that GENG dealt with them yesterday. But Loud don't look as like comprehensive, I guess, as GENG does. From getting 13-0 versus Loud to making finals in Korea and then to champions. Yeah, I mean it's a great story. It's just a shame that it like got tarnished by everything that happened in the off season. Like I have no doubt, like the players, even like the players that they got for this year, like support them, but it's just a shame that the story of a great team was overshadowed. It's Wolves' fault, yeah. In a weird ass way, it's not wrong.
August 2023, the place, champions, Los Angeles. Loud and Paper X, kings of their respective regions, meet on stage for the first time. Paper X scores an overtime map win and bounces back from a 13-2 loss and manages to take down the defending champions on a run that sends them straight to the grand final. Hello everyone and welcome back to day 7 of
I'm looking at the I got very confused.
Between Paper X and Loud, and this
I was like, why is it out of sync?
Here on the global stage, but I'm expecting this one to be fireworks. Hopefully Paper X gives us some funnies. Of course,
I see Paper X winning this. It's definitely likely.
I mean, after the
not likely actually. There's a possibility, but I don't think it's likely still.
It was the upper final, right? It was the upper semifinal, so nobody was going home from there. We're talking about.
But I would like to see Paper X, because I think seeing Paper X versus Sentinels would be a lot of fun too, because we haven't seen that matchup yet either.
The standard that we hold them to would be kind of a surprise to send them home today.
I agree wholeheartedly with that.
It'd be really funny to see the two Pacific teams beating the two Americas teams. So I guess I'm cheering for Paper X this series, but I got my pick'ems on Loud.
Struggled to not just find an identity, but to find a rhythm.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for Paper X has been like balancing the confidence, right? In these early interviews at the start of games, it really seems like it's not there. They're not playing like themselves, but continually in big matches, in second halves where it matters, they continue to step up and find that magic at the very last second. That's what brought them here, but what we're looking for today.
Ascent's the first map. What did I have for?
This is the match for Paper X to prove they're ready to lift a trophy in Madrid.
Veto.
More with that one, Mimi, but earlier, Mika Fab's
oh yeah, here we go.
Chance to speak with Paper X's device. Go ahead and take a look.
Oh shit, I meant to do that. Whoops.
Hey Devi, what's up? What's up? How are you feeling?
I'm good.
All right, I like the smile, So, Forsaken previously at, I believe, the top of Masters Madrid, rated PRX a 6 out of 10. Now that you've made it to the top 4, would you like to go back and maybe give a score again now that you've come this far?
I think we
I've done it again, for fuck's sake. Sorry, I don't know why that's happening.
I think now we are like 10 out. L stands for?
What does it stand for?
It means less, so it means less coming for us again today.
Good luck out there.
Dude, that's a GV level pun coming out of that one.
I'm offended.
You should feel honored.
I am.
You should feel honored that I
I'm
would
actually
compare
quite
that.
proud of him. I'm quite proud of Divide for that one.
But by the way, least confident, like 10 out of 10 is at least saying that, right? We need to see the Paper X fired up for this match.
Did it just skip forward? What is going on with the stream? Oh my god, what's going on with the stream? Did it do that on the Valorant stream as well?
We know that Paper X is all about the flashiness, the quick plays, and
I think so.
had a response for everything, but it is an opponent that they know very well.
I feel like, though, we learned a little bit more about what Gen G is capable of today.
Yeah.
What we
Just
saw.
had a
Now that
freak
makes me
moment,
wonder
and so I
what
left it up.
happens here with Paper X.
So I'm already like wrong on this because I saw them load into a SEN.
Or is this a Paper X team that maybe has a little bit more to show here?
Yes, because I think in previous
And also like the order of the bands.
Gen G look incredible, but Paper
Because this could be, if Loud have gone second,
where they were making a lot of fundamental mistakes. Players were kind of going off, losing picks. They're taking the normal Paper X
trying to
risks,
think
but against a team like
really.
Gen G with their structure and their firepower.
Because I think the second map, no matter what. So who out of these two teams is more likely to pick a SEN? Probably Loud. So it'd be like Loud.
And that's why on the other side,
Like Loud A.
to step up here, right? On the Paper X side, you're really
So
looking
Loud
at
would ban out Lotus.
truly been impressive, but I'm excited to see him
Paper X would ban out Breeze.
feel like Kukuka that QCK
So Loud would pick a SEN.
grown as a player, and his stonks have definitely risen.
Yeah, let me get my strong leader.
And then Paper X.
Because it is crazy what we have seen from QCK.
I wonder if they're going to float Sunset towards the end.
When he had to go to the hospital at the beginning of the day to then come in here, play the way
Hey, Broken
that he
Blade.
did, and especially the performance that we saw yesterday. I am very happy with what I
I was going on a nice walk in the afternoon, started raining bullets.
how we talk about
It's
that Sentinels
FNS practicing his aim,
because in the end it was two very
raining down
times
bullets.
in a QCK that overall is feeling super comfortable, that has found his
And
lane.
all of the copy
Now,
bastards
many people have
today.
the question of, gonna be better or worse than us, but doesn't matter. He's his own person.
The similarities between these two, I feel like, are kind of endless, right? They both had to fill massive shoes. GENG, the best Raze player in the world, and Ospas, the best Jet player in the world, on the other side.
Ooh, that's a good comparison, actually, yeah. They're like, both these teams are missing an MVP duelist. And they have to sort of fill that slot.
Their own place in this team. Both got criticized a ton in their respective kickoffs in the early stages of Madrid, but in the playoffs, in the late group stages, where it really matters, both of these guys have
QCK more so. I don't think Monya's got that much negativity aimed at him, but it's more like what role is he going to be better suited on? And now that you've got Forsaken playing the Raze, it's even more like difficult.
If Sadok's telling me that this is what they wanted, I
If
believe.
we get a Paper X versus Gen G, do you think it's a Fraser or Gen G? Like Grand Final? Probably.
Sadok, as we get ready for this matchup.
He's good.
Hey Sadak, how's it going? How are you feeling?
Feeling super good.
Feeling super good. Love to hear it. So last time you guys went up against PRX came out on top.
Any
So
mod
what do you
share? I have
think
questions.
you learned
Lexi
from
should be
that
around.
match
You
and
just
think
got to
is
add them.
important in this one?
Summon them.
They're gonna be super crazy, so yeah, we're just gonna have to be super aware of what they are going to do at the start of the round and be prepared.
Out crazy the crazy?
Super crazy.
All right, excited to see it. Good luck.
Thank you, thank you.
Just walking around with his
Definitely two
suitcase.
teams that are going to be fighting here with very
Who would win in next match? What do you think?
Yeah, I think the last
Like
two
this
matches for
one?
these squads was very
I think Loud.
This was a game that came down to the
Sadak looks like a pure Brazilian, no? Sadak looks a little bit like one of my like best friends from
Loud
home.
ending up losing that versus a Paper X that's coming into this one after getting stomped by Gen G.
Yeah, so many of these rounds come to close to nothing when we're talking about, as you mentioned, in those retakes, they do not go their well for literally less than a second.
Yeah,
And time after time, it's not the kind of thing that just happens once. But for Paper X, I feel like yesterday, Gen G just showed every single
But also
retake
Sadak isn't Brazilian, he's
talking
Argentinian.
about what Lakia was saying in the interview, there's so much you can learn about how to exploit.
Can I ask why my message was auto-modded? I mean, I could double check. For auto-mod, I can check.
Paper X are definitely going to have to
I
dial
didn't
down
know
some
if it
of
was
these
going to be that or
risks
not.
they're taking, especially if they're shooting like they were
Big
against Gen
questions
G.
to ask.
Yeah, I mean, giving away those opening kills, giving away those opportunities is the reason that
I don't see anything
Paper X
there.
ended up getting rolled in the way that they did. Loud is another team with fantastic fundamentals. They will punish those mistakes.
I can't help but feel like I feel like Paper X just really wants to try and like be, you know, ridiculous, and they kind of have to not do that this time around.
I love this lower third about talking about the pistol, because I think that
I
is
didn't
also
see
a very
anything there.
important part of what is happening. Even though they are the 2 best pistol round teams in the entire event, for Loud, definitely yesterday it was not there on the first 2 maps. It was very.
I don't see an automated message at all either.
Through all of that, of course, but for PaperX, it was the other way around. They got pistols and not much else.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be fascinating to see how both of these teams compare against one another. But for now, though, let's send it down to the stage and bring out our teams for this epic battle.
Weird, very weird. Just think the PaperX could do really well here. Yeah, I agree. There's a potential there. It's going to be really difficult for them, but not impossible. Oh, I said the same about GENG, right? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything in the auto mod either, so. Only one that's focused. There's Mind Freak. Which, to be fair, with how he's played like against GENG yesterday, like, yeah, needs to be fully focused. Hello, Lion.
Unique and bombastic team from Pacific in PaperX going up against the well-oiled machine in Loud. But the question on everyone's mind here is, does that man right there, Sadak in the middle, have the plan to shut down a team that sometimes doesn't even know what their plan is?
Yeah, Sadak has done this before. He always leads teams to these
Oh, sorry, Vito. What do we like?
We're into the map select and we are starting.
Very different Vito. Very different Vito.
These teams play ridiculous comms.
Both floating lows towards the end. That's a big one.
I think that this is a match of 2 teams with incredible.
Bind too.
I think that the surprise comes.
PaperX having a choice between Breeze and Bind. Going to Bind, I think, is really nice for PaperX, but it really depends on. So I'm completely wrong on this. Like, besides, it's just kind of tricky. Like, they didn't even ban Icebox. They left it. Like, both these teams sort of float in maps more than anything. PaperX picking to attack?
Historically, some great calling from Sadak on that one.
Yeah, weird Veto, but I don't think that's really indicative of anything.
From PaperX's tournament, I love the way they play that Harbor comp. They haven't won all the maps they've played it yet, but I think they have some great ideas.
Map 1, anything can happen. It's also the last day that we have like 2 series, and tomorrow it's just best of 5s.
Or are we going to see Loud kind of do what GENG did to PaperX? Yeah.
I feel like for both of these teams, we have the question of if they're going to make it through, are they serious contenders to making it all the way through and take on
See how it goes.
Tomorrow, right? We need a convincing win for either of them.
I think that this map number 1 is really going to decide this.
So much tomorrow. Oh yeah, there's a it's not tomorrow, it's on the grand finals day. Yeah.
Both these teams have
Because it starts at 4 p.m.
times have looked really shaky at times on Ascent. I think PaperX
instead of 3. But the series starts at 4.
Yeah, and of course I think that
because there's a show match beforehand, which I think starts at 2.
Hand coming into this Ascent, knowing that is, you know, the more basic map in those terms. Now, if PaperX, like shenanigans, all the crazy rounds that they put, are able to disrupt.
I'm gonna quickly go for a wee now.
Onto Loud, I can see them taking this 2-0.
And then I'll be back for the start of this one, where we go to Ascent first, right?
I feel like no matter how you go here, one thing is for certain, it's that there's going to be just moments of absurdity on each side. Players are going to be pulling off some wild plays, but where I'm looking at here, I want to see if QCK is going to get rattled by a very aggressive PaperX team, and if PaperX, well, if they manage to find ways to kind of like wiggle around the brain of Sadak.
You got to look at the newcomers. You're talking about QCK. I'm looking at Munyet. What can he do in map 1? We're into the agent select, and PaperX is running back this double initiator, Raise comp, and Loud have returned from the Yoru back to the Phoenix.
Who would have said, you know, that in 2024, no Sova, no Jet, this is a new way that Ascent is going to be played. I personally really like the Gecko and the Fade as a combo. I think that the information and the hurdling that you can do, all the flooding that you can do with the utility and how recurrent it can be gives you an amazing edge. And I do think that Loud using the Phoenix here is something that can be countered easily.
This is a massive rematch for Loud. If they could beat Paper Rex here, send them home, have a chance to go for a run in a finals, and maybe get Sidok that second trophy, it would be incredible. But Paper Rex, they always show up at the right time.
Well, let's go ahead and get this elimination match underway and send it over to your casters, and they live for the drama. It's Bren and Sideshow.
Yeah, we definitely do. I mean, there's plenty of it here. This is an elimination game. Loud versus Paper X. Without a doubt, one of these teams is going to be going home, exiting earlier than they potentially hoped for here in Madrid. And it's a weird one in terms of the expectations, to be honest, Josh. I mean, you're writing down, going over storylines, whatever, putting a large focus. But for both of these teams, feeling like maybe they've got something to prove here, but maybe not so much for Paper X.
I think at the very beginning...
All right, we're good. Oh, we missed the first 5 seconds. And they've gone for the Gecko fade, aggressive comps.
QCK immediately has just spotted
2 Vipers, no Sentinel.
Got lucky that we didn't quite miss the
Fun way to be watching it.
because both of these teams are so
Kia and I can find so much value in this series too. Well, this map also. They've actually pushed up all the way into mid. What's that, 3 players?
Swinging into it now with the fault line to set this one up. They want to try and take the brawl.
Stern, Cowan is way too aggressive here. He's lucky to get the kill, I think, onto something. Even more lucky to get the kill onto Devi afterwards, because he's fully flashed. Now that opening has been found, 3 versus 2. Think the Loud maybe overdid it here. Did you at least get a drink too? I've already got a drink over here. Alright, instant 4K for Forsaken.
Focused on by the desk, talking about how much these pistol rounds matter for both of these teams. They're leading in terms of that metric here in Madrid, but it's Paper X who are the victors.
And guess who comes out on top throughout all of that? Being able to bail his team out of a rough situation from top mid against a tiles crunch, essentially. It's Forsaken, the guy who's been clearly, in my opinion, the best player for Paper X at this tournament. I don't think he was during kickoff. I don't think he always has been.
Big called out, like playing for mid.
Right now.
But it's such like a big focus of this comp, I suppose.
Major win conditions in a match like this where
I'm doing the same thing here.
so much of this to be
Like disrespecting this Viper wall is one of the key ways to take it out on defense. And with the lack of Sentinel, just look how much they're like trying to push behind. Mind Freak is about to be pushed. He only has a shout, so if he loses his gun, it's not a big deal.
Holds some util out into his hand, doesn't know which direction. Flash through, there it is. The follow
Managed to peek off of it. Vi peeking this alone, though, isn't as worthwhile. Good dodge of the flash.
Beautiful business.
Now Cowanzine can get a Spectre, but he's only got 28 HP. It might not be that worthwhile. We'll see. Good enough damage. You get the plant, but 3 kills. Really nice for this full bar that's about to come in.
Ultimates online their attack sites. They want to go for these big XX with them. They've got util. They want to dump it into these sites alongside the ultimates.
Yeah, and I think they're going to turn Ascent into an attack-sided map as well. It's one of the reasons I think the QCK's gone back to the Phoenix here rather than the Yoru.
Oh yeah.
They know that
didn't even see.
are running this comp without a Sentinel anyway. They're not worried about a Cypher or being able to get into the sites. It is truly a bizarre situation we find ourselves in. Very different from Meta's past when these two teams clashed.
Different wall as well.
Through thick and thin, through all.
Like much better for like ecos and lower buys this one, just because you can sort of fight top mid, closer distance.
Playing their Reina Harbor comp.
You're not playing for control of this, you're playing more to just eke out fights to try and take market control.
Taking a peek and a wander.
The trade, yeah, hard to get a trade fill out there too. Loud are playing in a lot of positions where they're getting one, but they're getting traded, so there's no value to them. More valuable for Paper X because they're on the lower buy. I don't think they're going to expect a player here. He opted away from it. Oh, and Tui's very unlucky for Forsaken there.
Forward close position. Lucky to be alive there with a util out.
Paranoia, Mosh. And Devi going to play off of that too.
Watching all the appropriate angles and avenues of the plant down 2 versus 2.
Paper X are going to be able to pull a lot of time off the clock here, even if Loud is successful.
the smoke, flash around the corner, but it's an empty site. Fully evacuated. Waller, this is cheeky. Divine now has to get a move on, pushing forwards. QCK half on the board, finds the first kill. 1 versus 1. Can he win it? It's a gamble. He's
2 HP clutch.
just about.
Jesus Christ. How close can you actually get? That's some plot armor stuff allowed there.
Now that is going to obliterate the Loud economy because it was a bonus round for Paper X. But still, to be able to find the 1v2 there, defending the wall against Divide.
Maybe it's a bit much for Divide to be pushing it alone, but this Blaze, this Viper wall, Phoenix wall is everything.
So despite the fact they get on the board, Paper X achieve their goals essentially. And already we're seeing an attack-sided operator come online for something.
He loves to pull it out.
Well, it's crazy, yeah.
You will ever watch. Do not study his VODs if you're trying to learn Gecko in your ranked games.
Been watching some old Kang footage.
Yeah.
They really do love to opt into it.
He's also got a vendetta against
KO up is pushing tree. The Judge is in a splendid spot here. You've already used one of the Prowlers. You've got one more for Forsaken, but is it going to be used on this spot? And also, if you do use it, this Judge is going to push. Oh, I can't quite get in, but he's done good damage to Money at something and Forsaken. Sees one in the smoke. I think might have seen it yet a Judge, but might have been missed as a detail. You are still going into the stack of 3 players here. Mindfreak has found a peak mid. They're really worried about Glass here, quite rightfully. But the double peek that comes in, like actual nice team coordination. The Thrash is chasing the Breach all this way. It does connect him to Knife, yeah.
We won't make the London reference again, but listen, you know the deal.
For a knife kill, I mean, it wasn't even a knife kill, but for the
Yeah, Mindfreak is like, I need my ult, guys, please.
Yeah, this is going to tick all the boxes.
I think it speaks massively.
No W gaming today. I think it is W gaming, but it's not a capital W. It's like a lowercase W. Little bit of pushing forward.
They're treating it as almost like just a practice boot camp. And so the fact that they've made playoffs, they're playing with house money. You might not think that's much, honestly, if you're listening to that as a viewer at home, but I tell you now, there is no team more dangerous than a team with nothing to lose.
Yep, agreed. Good point from Bren.
Oh, this is a great idea from Paper X. They're making it feel like it's full A main exec, and they've got Monyet so deep into tree already. Faking as if everybody's coming towards A main.
Rapid.
Wow, they've actually pushed these guys back. Did they get hit by the Nightfall or not? Because they wouldn't have obviously heard the glass break. And the naded back, the C's as well. Oh man, the cooking comps. Oh, they're absolutely demolishing them.
Eager to really prove his worth. High and mighty now, 1 player left standing. You don't need me to say it, you can hear
No way for them to get over to where QCK is. Timeout for Loud after this, I'd imagine.
What a beautiful setup, though, for Paper X. I don't think Paper X get enough credit for the way that they set up some of their tactical stuff, because they move so quickly and so fluidly, people just assume it's very intuitive and there isn't too much thought really going on. That round, they're making it feel like a big A exec. All of the utility is coming through A, and Monyet finds the timing down mid. When you're a
I'm just listening to Josh, sorry.
If you see utility being piled into A main and you're playing in like tree or grass, you are going to focus on A main. You expect it to be 4 or 5 people coming from that direction. And so the fact that Paper X have 2 going through as an A split, even though they're not throwing utility for those people.
The snake bite here, like, it just basically funnels these players into this corner.
Oh, lovely.
They're literally just shepherding the players of Loud into hell, and then they seize nade it. The Gecko is so good in double initiator stuff. Yeah, I agree.
And frankly, I wasn't that impressed with what I was seeing from Paper.
Like, I think, yeah, good timeout from Loud. Like, I think that that's part of the game that Gecko hasn't been fully explored in. Not even that much of it wasn't to do with the Gecko either.
We've been carried by our individual performances, in my opinion, rather than good gameplay and good Valorant. But to me, actually, some of that incredible individual performance has bought them enough time to start figuring out what is working for them.
And they get into a match like this, and I don't think they are underdogs. I actually think that both teams could win on any of the 3 maps that we have here. And it's so difficult to predict because they play such off-meta styles. You know, when are either of these teams going to be practicing for what the other person is doing?
Seems a lot busier now. Like, this was all empty, like, in the first, like, couple of days of Madrid. I guess now it's going to be really full tomorrow and really full for the grand finals.
Into their own game plans that doesn't quite feel like the old textbook, the old documents being read out aloud. They've had that time now to
Cooler Gecko's also throwing some more common diversity into Icebox as well. Yeah, and I think that whilst I think data dictates that the Sage traditional comp is the one that's winning out, I think that like Gecko has a lot of value there. Thought about getting tickets for this weekend actually. Yeah. I mean, I did get invited, but I guess we'll see. Like for future stuff. I'm also kind of happy to just be watch Pioneer from home. Nice and chill.
Tempo of a team like PaperX is quite difficult.
Okay.
Especially if they're hitting timing shots like that.
Just off the cue of the flash. 2 players are left stacked now. Cat is being watched. You can see something. He's got his eye on it. Anticipating that there might be that reflank with a minute on the mark here.
Same wall that's been used.
Definitely time to play with. Definitely time to work around. But if they do walk into the Bucky, there is some level of danger here.
Is it just a full blind kill? I think so.
No, but
You got Bucky right in this corner.
I don't think he's going to get traded, and he isn't.
Any follow-up? Molly's nice. Care knife to see how many. Well, just use it everything. Mosh is really nice. And Monyet knows that he hasn't actually backed out.
From the classic, okay, a heaven position, 2 years. He's got his, and now
Just back it away because they have B site control.
But Monyet lurked in through A main, and now Devi is lurking in through B main. So, because Loud are playing this composition, oh my god, what a shot! Because Loud are playing the comp without the Sentinels, that doesn't play spread around the map, that needs to group up and fight and peek for info, PaperX are finding those lurk timings.
Yeah, a lot of freedom, but the arrow and like an anti-eco too. So they have a lot more like space to move with.
Got that initial kill. They managed to get themselves into an advantage position, arguably here, lit up. A beacon pointing directly towards in a double face. There's no hesitation.
Need to see the flick again. I mean, it looked amazing.
I don't think that
we'll see. See what it, like. Surely that's the replay.
They just weren't ready for that horn lineup in the slightest.
Yeah, full blind kill.
So it wasn't the most danger in the world. That timeout that you were talking about, Render.
Wow.
That's for the rifle round coming up here. And we can
The fucking picture of breed.
Operator. So you've got the Phoenix op online.
The Shrek meme.
Get your bingo cards out. Did you have that one down? Phoenix op versus Gecko op.
There's no chance. Just no chance at all.
Where is the op? It's mid. Paranoia fragment to just stop this execute happening. The KO knife getting so much information too. Why are you still not afraid to go and spray it? So, what is the plan now? Bit of damage done. Like Monyet has lost his armor, 75 HP basically. Forced back out. The op has been smoked off. Like even predicted that Devi is going to be on top of the box. It must have hurt the TP. Must have done. So now Loud going for the same play again. Off their own smoke, their own Viper wall to take these fights. Really good fights from Cow and Zine. There's the op. So that gets one. Taps and goes down to 10 HP. This is just make it up as they go along. They catch QCK.
Let's see if this gets work here. Being defended up into mid, crouched, tucked into the corner. That's Sadak. He's essentially alone.
They're not going to expect another player here, though. I don't think. No, no, they do.
So 1v3 looks just less and less likely.
Nice try, Sadak. The short he was coming from too, but he picks up the operator. Money is still fine though for PaperX. They're going to be like good for another full buy.
The PaperX are playing pretty heavy from mid. And with the Viper wall that Loud goes for, they have the advantage over fighting that cat kind of area.
More chill so far. I'm sure Alex is pretty happy with how it's going thus far. The 5 rounds on attack, whichever way you look at it, is still good. But both these comps seem to be much more attacking sided than the usual stuff. Loads of ultimates for Loud to be working with. And
Traditional
Yeah.
classic.
Fresh, almost there. Showstopper halfway for Monyet.
Pull it out. Big ults now being earned and built up here for Loud as well. Plenty in the war chest.
Again, that's been used already, right? Not going to explode out with utility here yet.
Main control. Heavy priority here for Loud. Because
Yeah, I think there's a lot of freedom to like op with other agents that aren't just your chamber jet.
that's a nice one. QCK punishes that one. Mindfreak usually going to be the lurking player.
I like that Loud swap it up. Previous round they were playing heavy for mid.
No command is good to be used on defense, actually. Loud just stalling this.
What pressure that was off, but he certainly thought something.
Forsaken's lurking up too. Kaunzine is going to head her steps.
Oh my, looked all the way up. Does Kauzin even expect his nose backing away? Silent jumps up though. I don't think Forsaken.
Actually going to go for B. And this will be a great lurk if they can find that timing. There's just so much going on. Like, you've got people fighting either side, but 3 defenders are over towards A. The rotations are cut off by Forsaken. So a lot of noise is being pulled here to try and get these guys to go and allow Forsaken to go for that peak. But Forsaken, I guess, just gets a little bit, like, bored, almost.
25 seconds left. He loses this duel at 2 years.
Where are they going? I think timeout here for Paper X if they lose, because they just look really unsure on where the hell they're going.
Operator as well, the barrel practically in his mouth.
That is a bizarre round.
Oh dear.
But you can see that they're very clearly trying to work their lurkers into position. It's just that none of them actually
Yeah,
found
good
any success.
choice, I think, because either Paper X are overcooking it a little, or just whatever game plan they have is running into roadblocks. I'm not quite sure what the roadblocks would be,
If Monyet is able to win
in
the
all
duel
honesty.
against these lurkers are finding opportunities, but when they lose their duels, it looks stupid. It looks like they were just destined to fail. But with Paper X's style, if they win that fight, suddenly there's a gap in the defense, and Paper X are very opportunistic. They do tend to exploit those fairly well.
I'd see Alex. He's doing a lot of talking right now from the
Not a
looks.
successful one for Paper X on their attack side, but indicating a little bit of their game plan that Alex might try to adjust.
Good time to talk about Loud's expectations.
See how it goes now.
Series, right?
Yeah.
The team that are eager to try and take that battle again against Sentinels, who have just been knocked down into the lowers.
Yeah.
So winning this matchup would guarantee that rematch. And
for the
you
4th
know,
time this year.
Exactly. You know Loud are eager for it.
Loud Sentinels 4 times in a month, essentially, is kind of crazy. Look at him doing the fucking face as well over here. I see him.
Both of these squads had to retool in the offseason after losing a superstar player. You lost Aspas for Loud, you lost Jing for Paper X. Alex was talking about how difficult it's been readjusting to life post-Jing. Loud were on nose to the grindstone immediately. Started in October, only taking about a month break after champs, and tried to reinvent themselves, find this new style. And this is what they've settled on.
Hello.
Immediately, much more like aggressive wall on the defense. Really nice round from Loud. The call to do this after the timeout. Just fighting for mid a lot more aggressively.
And such a classic, great idea from Loud.
You know, you go for this wall a lot with Viper. And it's like Loud are just so keen on fighting for this a lot more. They did it as well when they played Ascent in Americas, because we watched that. Like, just how much they're gonna like fight past this line, and like the wall just. So the wall goes up. They're flashing and fighting tiles. The operator is in short. Like, and then you got Sadak pushing as well. Just a really nice offensive round from Loud.
Going for the glass cannon bundle in this round.
Oh yeah, missing some armor and half armor on a lot of the other players. Kaunzine has made up a lot from some of the rough parts of yesterday that he had. Been playing really well. Heard the Pancada rumors. Fully stunned, doesn't matter. They might assume that everybody else is offside. Oh, I thought Monyet got that shot for a second then. It would have been a little bit crazy, but it was Forsaken playing off of him.
Post-plan positions of Paper X. Pretty sublime. Divide 4.
Where did the up kill come from? What came from B main? So they're gonna like flag with the up, perhaps. Mosh into that corner. Sadak's outwardly facing, and it just gets sprayed for the smoke anyway. That's a weird molly.
How does that one catch? Everybody's giving this up. It looks like. What is that? Hello. 2 years. Chasing him over extension. I don't think there's any chances. Listen, surely time is running out.
Did he like molly this corner and it just goes for the door?
Handing these kills just over to him.
Something's going to go for peak 2.
The PaperX's economy was not amazing to come into this round.
They're saving it up, which is important.
These are not fantastic kills to be given in the other direction, but it won't make too much difference because
No.
we're so close.
Device on 350 credits, 1.1, 1.1, 1.4.
I didn't see how close they were to the ultimates, but maybe they're like, okay, let's just feed our life away. 2 years has already got it.
A little bit unlucky, Loud, in some of those instances. Well,
Right, Monyet
like
skipping,
a player fully stunned getting a kill,
for the trade.
you getting traded off the raise, make a lot of noise, getting killed for a smoke.
We'll keep an eye on that.
Unfortunate.
Oh, you know the camera operators are watching for every one of those
Hunting
situations.
for it, yeah.
Cowanzine set up with the Odin here to spam into B main.
Almost acted like a turret.
Early Knifefall. This is an attempt of a fake, but the early knife gives it away. Only one tag. That's going to be onto Forsaken, so the goal of that...
Forsaken's still going to keep pushing this and making noise.
Cut away the sound cue.
Ooh.
Spam spraying through.
Ooh.
They are getting absolutely destroyed here.
He's done so much damage. 58, 76.
Angle. Also, now with that showstopper, wants to send it and let it rip. Rolling Thunder cannot save
Aimed for the breach too, just because the run it back was used. What a shot from Tui's. Manages to TP out. I don't know if he saw Forsaken. I don't think so, but he's expecting it. Yeah, he's seen him now. Has to buck up.
Jump spots, gets a bit of additional information.
Good patience though, not trying to force.
C's trying to go for heaven. I wonder if that would have bungeed them if it had hit. I doubt it.
This is going to take effort from Forsaken and something to clutch
2
this
versus 3. Thrash. Clearing out sight, actually. Knows roughly whereabouts he is. Is he going to try and pick up the Thrash? Brave if he does. They've mollied it off, and they fully flashed him. So they expect that he's trying to go for this ultimate. QCK's gone for a flank behind. Ooh. You might assume that it's clear. Didn't expect it. QCK just moves around the entranceway too well.
PaperX have found some opportunities to burst into the site, but the more that they default, the more Louder picking them apart, I think. You saw there a cute idea from PaperX, like you said, going for that fake play.
Do you feel like PaperX are overdoing some of the cute stuff now? Like the fade towards A and then 4 people in B main.
Monyet on the entry.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that like Sadak's having that same reaction too. It's a bit like, huh?
Final round of the half. Chances to tie this up, but PaperX's economy in the
Back to the normal wall.
compared with
Back to the wall allowed. We're doing previously.
they'd probably toss them on the floor, looking to play them in the early game.
Heavy
Like
stack
it's
as well,
been
as well.
made.
They can play over towards A because Les has got the pit down. Not being contested. It was assisted with
Weber hit on attack as well with a judge. Not a great buy tab for round 12, but what else can you do?
Worried about it.
No, he's not. I mean, they don't. You know, you would be a little cautious in this situation for some pop flashes through the smoke or this kind of thing, but he's not worried.
Good shot. Backing up.
Expecting it from the high ground angle.
Flash.
Okay. Ball thrown at them. Still, it's back to a
Paranoia and the flash is nice too. The PaperX is still like in A main.
Still with the operator, and it's PaperX who are the ones who aren't coming up with really any of the appropriate answers. Double smokes out to try and get themselves into position, but it's
kill for the
spammed
smoke.
right for at work.
QCK just making a lot of noise over here to pull these guys across, so the operator gets a bit more of an opening from where Tui's was.
Loud, doing a miraculous job there, honestly, bringing it.
Yeah, I mean, like, the fact that PaperX seemed to just be absolutely routing them. What was it, 5-1?
I think it bodes fairly well for Loud that they were able to pick up so many.
5-1 to 6-all.
It's a game of 2 halves there.
Shame for PaperX to sort of lose out on some of that momentum.
Nice. Tui's with the operator on Omen. Ended up playing really well.
It's getting tremendous value. Putting
Like
in
I can't
the
get
work.
comfortable.
Well, earlier we spoke to QCK just before this match. Let's hear from it.
What's QCK got to say?
Sou o Gabriel, mais conhecido como QCK, atualmente duelista da Loud. Não sei muito específico o que eles tiveram de diferente, mas talvez eles tiveram mais momentos dentro do jogo, conseguiram otimizar esses momentos e ganhar rounds chaves que quebravam a economia ou faziam um snowball de ult, e aí o jogo foi um pouco complicado. Falar sobre isso logo depois da derrota é complicado, tô me sentindo triste, sentimento ruim, mas o campeonato ainda não acabou. A gente tem muito para mostrar ainda.
Did they record these straight after the series are done?
Muitas delongas, vamos pro próximo jogo. Sendo bem sincero, não importa. Perder é perder, independente de round. Perder por um round ou por 14 é a mesma coisa, derrota do mesmo jeito.
Did he say he's German? Wait, QCK? I think so.
Eu não vim pra substituir ninguém, eu só sou um novo jogador do time. O time se tornou um time novo, com novas formas de jogar, novas composições, então eu acredito que estou me saindo bem. Não sei se é confiança a palavra, mas traz um conforto por você jogar com pessoas que já lidaram com essas frustrações antes. Então a gente vai lidar da melhor forma possível. A gente já venceu times com esse estilo de jogo, então a gente vai saber lidar com eles.
Oh shit.
Really interesting insight into QCK and his
Yeah, I don't know if he
ideas.
said he was German. I don't think
Obviously, a lot
so.
of players saying, and a lot of players, fans watching it, saying, well, he's replacing Aspas. He has to fill those shoes. But no, he's talking about how they've reinvented the team kind of around him, this new style that they've come forwards with. And there's parity there between them and PaperX. PaperX have had to do the exact same thing, missing GENG, one of their best players.
But I feel like Moniet is filling in Jing's shoes a little more. They haven't adjusted that style yet. And that's probably one of the things that...
I don't want a cup of tea at this rate, or just get something quick to eat.
Figured out what the new team identity is.
Need a bit more caffeine as I'm starting to feel the
The deeper they
tiredness.
go in this tournament, the more they'll be learning about themselves.
Yeah.
6-6 at the half. Both QCK and Moniet playing well.
What are we looking like now? Gecko playing mid.
Composition is devastatingly effective when it comes to site execution.
C's already used in B main. Again, I've just got the raise, so they know where Moniet's playing from.
Allow your opponents to ever get into an exec.
And they are pinging this smoke. They're very worried about like this mid push up, which again is what this Viper comp is really good at. Just like putting pressure up to here that you kind of forced to play on the site, which is really difficult against straight A executes. So a lot of time and effort needs to go into PaperX like clearing this, and they have. But they've given up that space open towards A, and they're able to shut the door.
Hearing those sound cues out towards tree, but they've closed the door in their face.
Good damage done from Sadak.
Sadak is going to be safe though. Safe and sound.
Flashing for heaven, see if anybody was going to try and push in quickly. But yeah, like Loud are very far away. PaperX are looking to take their time a little bit more.
A play, a bit of a break in the timing, at least taking Moniet still with that nade now. Does he choose to use
Molly's going to buy some more time. But everybody from PaperX is good to go. What's the execute? The flash, the paranoia, the nade, snake bite. Great. The smoke just sort of breaks it all. They're just buying time. Sacred sticking. He's got half. Oh, class. And they have got him in the smoke though. Mind Freak's on it. Sorry, I thought Mind Freak died, but it must have been Devi.
Beautiful, flawless with the execution of that one.
I don't know how he's managed to pull that one.
Viper being nerfed a lot of times, but Killer's still good. The D over Cooker. Yeah, you need competition in that role, I think. The same way that like Silver was always going to have a lot of play rate until stuff like Fade and Gecko were added in. They could do that job in a very different way and bring a lot more.
Don't know, don't care. Go cool. It looks cool. Yeah, that's a nasty round from Mind Freak.
Please explain what just happened. Loud just put themselves in a bit of a box here. I think it was a good idea. Like, all this execute comes in and you just go, we're just playing for this part of the map.
So again, PaperX being able to win the pistol round, right? They won the first. Yeah.
I think an underrated part of that was Forsaken getting half on the defuse.
Kuka was saying that they didn't really get much else in their prior game.
Playing right close to this as well. Giving Loud a taste of their own medicine. I think I just said the same thing as Loud, as Bren did.
2 years grouped up side by side.
They can pivot this quickly into a B split though.
Contacting, punish for that.
It's like the Karen play earlier, just cutting through them like butter.
Simply couldn't get away from something with this judge.
Chasing them down. And into mid as well. Pistols out now. Wants to take the long range fight. You know the players.
They're not going to expect to play pizza. Oh no, never mind, they do.
Last one to stand.
Pretty clean, you only lose Mind Freak. Something is 2 ult orbs away from having Thrash. That was me, I'd be so mad. At least you sort of experienced it on an eco. If this was a full buy and he gets a 3k, I'd be more mad.
Cleanly, I mean, the economy is flourishing after this. They can come into this bonus looking nice and strong.
And just to talk about how Loud got anti-stratted so heavily during kickoff by EG, part of that was a Cypher, which doesn't exist for PaperX. Part of it was a double Odin buy, which we might see later on in the half, so keep your eyes open for that. and the other part was playing disruptively before Loud could get into execs. I think this is
There's the
perfect
C's
round
coming
to go for
in.
that more aggressive,
All
disruptive
giving it from Loud. This is a pretty good bonus, I'd say. 2 judges.
It's to make you feel like they're fighting over A, and PaperX already out there looking to try to
Yeah, PaperX aggressive on A initially, and then now resetting and stacking B. Loud have not fallen for this at all.
A serious gamble, but they have called the bluff of PaperX.
I
Perfect.
think this is better.
What a read!
Not sure who that is on the team. Give it a shot.
Molly and then closing the door. Nice, and Via step out.
Losing his life, but here we are.
So let's see how good these retakes are. You can't go for the same play if you're Loud. If you're on a full buy, you can't plant here and then put a smoke to cut it off.
Of the smoke. He laid down.
They're really paranoid that PaperX are just going to push through some of these smokes and fight them. But no, they're just waiting with a judge. Flash is great. There's that utility that execute. The judge is trying to go in, dodging the flash from the KO as best as they can. Oh, they're bouncing off the fucking ceiling. They got him though. Something, Wingman, good shout. You can't die here though. Oh, nice try. Important fight for less to win, but you have ammo rebuys here. 2 players going down. 3 players, sorry.
Considering that was a bonus round, but Loud do come out on top.
Trying to think of like what's a good. Might be a bit too much.
From 2Es, holding out in A main, supporting the rest of his team. And so here we see one Odin picked up for PaperX. This is what they're.
What are they on now? Run it back. Thrash.
That's over towards B.
Odin. Oh. Where's something with the up? Over on A main.
Odin's powerful there. But actually, we're seeing a fight.
Fight for this a bit more against the running back is a good idea, though. Oh my god. I didn't think he was just going to go fucking peek it like that.
Right timings, and they think that they're ready for it. I mean, they're holding that with a lot of players.
Good read from PaperX to sort of know, okay, if they have an ultimate, like, run it back, they're going to try and, like, set up for an execute and then go. So if we can get them whilst they're trying to set up, we might be able to catch a timing. But yeah, I can't believe he goes for that. Hey, no.
Yep, I love the way he presses 3 on the keyboard. Pulls out the knife just to run away. Oh, he does it better than anybody.
Divide does not have a paranoia to play off here. He's got to rely on the Thrash.
Yeah, he's using the Thrash to try to set this up here.
Divide plays off of it marvelously. Sorry about the slight tint, it's because Flux is on. And I haven't got it set up for when I'm in Firefox. It should turn on.
They've stacked everything in a fight over towards A main. They're losing.
Right, Wingman to get a bit more information. 40 seconds still, so there's good time and a null command now to work with. Seeing if it's close. Paranoid to go across. It does get on Timon yet. They haven't used null command yet. They have somehow found their openings. Nicely done from Mind Freak. Mind Freak is doing really well today. Let me just... Where are you, Flux? I'll just exit it for now.
They realize that their composition is extremely good at A executes, so they try to dominate A main at the
There's
start.
Loud's second and last time out. Both quite early.
Know that they're going A.
But the adjustments that came in on the first half were pretty good after Loud's first time out, even though it was early.
Start to take A main control. Something's already run out and got a pick at the very beginning of the round on their duelist player who has an ult to try to entry.
The tempo just at those extremities.
Was that Kyra?
Clear win con.
I think it was.
Funnily enough, it reminds me of when PaperX played against GENG in the regional finals, and GENG absolutely counter-stratted the ever-loving sugar out of them, and they were going for the heavy extremity control because the comps operate in very similar manners. They were disrupting that tempo.
Yeah, and I think Loud's comp does struggle the more you force it to split through mid and try to take map control, these kind
The
of
Rex.
things. It doesn't have, for example, a Fade or a Sova to be able to use drone utility or a recon to clear out close corners. It's much better at being able to get these big...
Looks really busy today.
Loud are skilled enough, talented enough to adjust the game plan on the fly, but they're always going to be limited by what the comp is good at versus what it's not good at. I think PaperX has got a nice read here. It's also great to see something, hidden shots, feeling aggressive, going for plays. Because I feel like outside of one awesome game against Karmine Corp, he hasn't quite been at the top level that I expect from him.
He's a very confidence-driven player, I think, as well. I mean, if you take a gander at any of the Paper X vlogs as well. You see
We're going across. Usual stuff.
On a frequent basis. You know, confidence.
I bet Break's going to try and do what Loud did by just going aggressive in mid, catching him by surprise. Not worth it because they're on an eco. A little bit more risky. KO Knife gets onto something so they know where the op is.
Many flashes to try to push him off the line.
Sees perfectly timed as the flash comes in. But more burning out of util. Jumping spot is not great. Don't like that Divide went for the outward peak onto 2Es there after missing the first fight. And now you've opened up a lot of space for Louds. You've basically realized that they're both in the back of the site. Monya is just miles away.
Look how bold Forsaken is. He just jumped up on the same spot with a classic in hand. 2Es? He's seen it!
Oh my god.
Knee or an elbow, I'm not too sure, but it just pokes out here. It's on the other side of the map.
And he's thinking, how on earth have my team lost this? What's going on?
There's no shot. I mean, less.
They just had no map control. It was all over the place.
They have no idea. And Paper X are the kind of team to over-rotate a little on defense.
1 HP, 25 HP. Why do I feel like Monya has just been out of the action so far? And he's just like, I'm just going to win him on a retake. They're both low. One good nade would kill them both. Yeah, exactly. It's Ibisatra. I just fucking said the same thing.
A lot to clear here, but maybe gifted yet. Bit of that information. Pulls out the rifle.
He's expecting somebody to like peek off of it aggressively. He kind of needs to. Are they going to expect that he still has the nade? Oh, he gets him in the smoke. Oh, he thought that he was closer. 2Es. He's buying so much time. He thinks he's on site. He is convinced. Oh, man. 2Es has just held his fucking composure. He saw him in Boathouse. Like, did he just think that, like, did he hear something? Very winnable. Maybe it should have been, but like there, if you're not in the shoes, if you're not in the server, maybe somebody called that he was out. What a wild moment. The twitch, the eyebrow going is They told me to think of the ocean when I'm stressed. I am very stressed.
Not too sure.
Why is he bringing up fucking mewing?
Yeah. Either inspired by Marcus Aurelius or Sigma males. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very similar, actually. Very similar. So Loud now in a great position, right? Having won that round, it just turns the whole of Ascent, at least this half, on its head. Their economy is now flourishing, right? They're going to be in a position where they've got a good economic bank to work with. And they're also coming into this round with a huge rifle advantage, starting to get up to big ults. This is where Loud's attack side comp looks so
full eco. Could be 9-0. Retake wall on B. Shame that Monya actually used the showstopper last round too and still lost. Is the execute? What kind of pressure are they going to put on stairs? They've paranoid it. Forsaken sends it back. Ooh, nice shots. Some damage done to Kanzine, right? Yeah, he's 82 HP. Planting right on the line of the Viper wall. So they're not isolated either side. It's clever. Because if they're planting this corner, this wall comes up, they can't play here. They have to play out on site. So they're like, alright, we'll just shift it up so we can actually see the spike on either side. One way on attack, all of this utility used on lane. Seen where Mind Freak is. The flash to be more aggressive. Yeah, good damage. That's all you're able to get. Less already has the Viper's pick. QCK, I think, is maybe halfway to having another one now after just using it.
And now keep enough players alive that they do still have
They're 2 instead of 3.
To work with. 2Es can drop Sadak, and they've got a good buy going with some spare.
No, I know.
Float around.
Early timeouts, both of them used in this series already. Like on this map.
The more you let them get set up to go for example, the Rolling Thunder, the more difficult it's going to be. I'm looking at the minimap, and Paper-X look
Odin for less. Is he going to do some like anti-Odin Odin spray? Looks like it. Oh, and the Viper's Pit too. Could you turn up the stream a little bit? I can hardly hear the casters.
Never mind, he's dead.
It's on full. I set it up though.
And now, to be honest, Loud have no reason to immediately go into a B site hit. Right? They know that Paper-X are very fast on defensive rotations. They cleared out Gelato early. Loud can just pump the brakes here and allow Paper-X to spread out a little bit around the map, or even force them into making a play that they can punish.
That should be a bit better. I have it so the audio ducks when I talk.
Block off B main here. Wally sent flying into the smokes available here, ready with the spam. Damage being done. Sadak barely alive, but does.
I don't like having my audio too high.
What a spot to the side, yeah, but not going to be clear potentially. But
all right, they've cleared their way in. Bulldoze in 2 versus 4, and I think both of them were hit by the knife. At least Moniet was when he was in market. Good fight, even if Kawanzine loses that, you've got a trade coming from B main. Yeah, the attack comp is starting to come in very nicely from Loud. Looking that they might be able to pick this one up. Looks that'll be really interesting between these two.
And you can see the Paper-X are trying to disrupt it. If that had been Loud taking A main control at the start of the round instead of B main control, then they would have had an enormous clash in Gelato. Yeah. And who knows who would have come out on top. But Paper-X kind of gambled incorrectly. They were going for the hard read.
Oh, sorry.
Loud do tend to favor the A side.
I guess. I mean, I thought it was the both timeouts we used.
Could hold stuff down on the B
on
side
both sides.
Les has got the read just inside his head. I think both of these teams struggled a little bit to be able to impose their will on the defense side, but what we saw from Loud on defense was that they actually found those rounds to be.
Why is this still on the screen? Why is it not?
And we're not really seeing that.
There you go.
When the sides are flipped. Paper-X are going for a lot of early round aggression instead of mid-round aggression, and I think that timing difference has ended up being quite important for them. It's easier to read when it's just straight off the rip.
Yeah, it is.
I main Sova on Lotus.
I mean, honestly,
I don't hate the Silver on Lotus. I think there's like 5 other agents that might be better.
Legends.
Okay, he said it, not me. I can hear cackling from the desk, man.
All right,
elimination game.
Paper-X are in a tough position here, though. They really are. It's about to spiral out of control. Forsaken's not really found opportunities to have his will imposed upon the game, and he snuck up to try to take fights. Grabs one, and he gets out.
Gets out.
Scot-free, man.
He's the player that's been the difference maker this tournament. And
oh my god, bit much.
So punished for that.
Like, you want to back out here, I think, especially when you've got players pushing here and players pushing here. I'm so happy GENG won versus Sentinels. Yeah, deservingly so as well. The veto was definitely a lot of question marks about it.
Difficult spot the Paper-X are being put into here is that the fact that Loud are just getting into these sites, obviously it's against a half by Paper-X, but they're not having to use ultimates doing it. They can save them now.
The wall on 8, so not really going to be too much to work with. Triple stingers.
Paper-X here. Again, the silver lining would be to a plane.
Les trying to fight it. Snakebite's going to go right into that corner and force Bite to freak out. He throws out Snakebite back at him.
Game plan has broadly been.
Vulnerable by his own team Snakebite is a
Paper-X's game plan has broadly been
bit of an issue.
Try to stack one of the sites and just kind of hope that Loud are going there. And the problem with that is,
yeah, it really didn't do too much damage. QCK are just going to keep spamming up these ults.
Paper-X are not playing the other side for full
no reason in pure hatred on Sentinels. I feel like a lot of people have that attitude with them. No actual justification, they just dislike the team.
They're on the eco. But if you're gonna stack one side of the map super heavy, you're kind of forced to play full retake on the other and just rely on your double initiator comp.
They're having so much fun.
At least something's enjoying
Something was like full smiling during the timeout as well. Like he's having a grand old time.
back in control if they have any chance of winning a set.
Need it. And group positions here. I mean, the Molly, they've got 10 for that one, but just to slap it down.
I wonder why they mollied that.
Paranoia, blind, nade.
Nade is good.
We'll clear out.
Too easy's gonna take. Oh, I didn't actually take any damage really. I thought he was gonna take a lot more.
But Loud are going for a lot of re-clears, right? We haven't seen them go for big rotates around.
I was a 100 Thieves fan in the Hiko era. Rolling Thunder's really good because it hits free, I think. Yeah, Divide managed to not get hit by it. Sees to buy a bit more space and time. Rolling Thunder run it back, just shut down. Viper's Pit trying to break in too. This would be a huge round for Paper X to pick up just because of the ults that are dedicated.
And maybe split or go over to B. It's not that great for going into site, but it keeps a lot of players on site.
Nightfall is going to be used to see if it's fake or not. It only hits 2, so there should be an adjustment here.
Straight through tree, wondering if that split's coming through, but now with 40 seconds, Loud are happy to wait this
A smoke top mid.
Which direction are they going to take it towards?
Are they going to try and go B? They're going tree. A lot of space given up here by Devi. They have to go careful here. Mind Freak's aware of it too. Trying to watch Switch, or at least the other side of it from the Viper's Pit. Yeah, Devi gets a good timing. He's seen the spike. He does. Don't over peek it. Oh my god. That is outrageous of an idea. Oh, and Forsaken's jumped in. I can't believe that Devi even considered going for that. It's so out there.
They got the read that it was over towards B. They're starting to figure out how Sadak's calling the attack side. Do you remember earlier on in this game, Paper X were throwing huge utility into A main?
Good position for Mind Freak to be in now. It's done a lot.
Do not want to hit a heavy site. And because Sadak's
Really funny to see that they're like watching like either side.
Paper X had stacked so heavily on that area.
That's definitely his reaction to that fucking. Yeah, it's gotta be that TP.
That one moment of despair and didn't follow up on it. He's actually ready to counter-op something in B main. But something, for whatever reason, has got those tingles on the back of his neck. He knows...
Yeah, he wants some help from the fades. The horn is really good. Ready to peek up too. I think I'm expect that it's the operator though. I think when you're on an angle like that, probably. There's no other reason why an Omen would just be out on that angle in the same way.
Wall up in his face.
Good kill. He knows that there's going to be some support there too. Sees. Sort of takes the attention away from something. What a round. Paper X have managed to switch it on after this timeout. Very clean.
Awesome round. This has really turned the tables. It's only Cowan Scene left alive. They know where he is. Trapped in a corner. He's going to have to duel 4 players to be able to get out of here.
Util in the stun.
He's just stuck.
No chance. So
11 to 11.
Great first map this has been. And you've still got Sunset and Bind to come too.
Super early. They've got like a slightly delayed op peak into B main, which is a nice timing to go for that. And they just
Might need to make some like sandwiches in a break or something.
Seconds ahead of the play here.
I'm not really that hungry, but I just feel like my energy's just like...
He might have died to QCK. If he was a second slow peak in B main, probably dies to 2Es.
He's so happy. Stood up and everything.
Fine margins.
Seeing something on the op is just a treat. I mean, it's been so much better than it has been the last couple of days. Or series from Paper X. He's finding so much against the team like Loud. But I feel like his mood just seems a lot better. Like, he's full on just laughing and giggling whilst playing. So I'm glad that he's feeling it a little bit more.
Something makes it feel like it's the same setup in this round, which broadly speaking it is, by taking that op shot into market. And now it's actually caused Loud to pivot away. They do not want any of that smoke.
Crack of an angle.
That's just good. Device got off of it. Hasn't heard anybody step in, so he's actually holding onto the paranoia, which is working nicely. Even got a TP out. Ultimates? No, really, just the Omen. Snare bite used. There's the paranoia on the other side too. He's still going. Oh, he just saw the player rotating away. Does he expect one more? I mean, he should now with the flash and a knife.
position into tree, lays the
Device off angle is a really nice one. I love this position.
now the repeat. It's a nice one, at least to try and cook up on the fly. But PaperX,
They're absolutely creaming Loud these last couple of rounds.
It's so reminiscent of their game against Carmine Corp. The late resurgence in the final rounds. It's looking excellent. Loud dragged 2 of the maps against Sentinels.
Device just doesn't give a fuck. He's just outwardly on that angle, dodges a breach flash, gets a spike. Mind Freak has been better. Something's been better.
But they were winning when they
The on the fly util from the breach was nice. Yeah. Counting on the breach is usually good. And he's walked up with the ult. Forsaken's owned them.
Plays working out again for PaperX. It's like they just run back the highlights of the previous rounds.
That's just insanity.
Forsaken spamming, as far as I can tell, the exact same line, and this time, Les goes down, something's feasting.
PaperX wins this. I mean, it's a 5 versus 2. It's funny just how much structure PaperX seems to have now than they did against like fucking GENG or other teams. I guess it's just the Lotus.
Out for Loud as well with his composition. They are struggling ever since they haven't been able to get those ults online. But Wingman is about flying. Quite connect. Kawazine seeking to try and pivot, but he can't break the door in time. Has to reload too on top of this. And already something is there. Following the sound cues, jiggle it out, baits out the op shot at least. But
Yeah, I found him. B main is last.
In the corner, but it matters not. It's a 1v5. It would have
13 and 11. A win on Loud's map pick.
And for PaperX, a leisurely walk is what it feels like. Happy and secure in the knowledge that they are just setting sail into the sunset. Happy as
On the judge to finish as well. All right, nicely done from PaperX. And now you got to Sunset, which I think you look like the better team and you got a good read. I think Sunset for Loud, though, isn't a bad map at all. So it should be a really good, like, map 2 to go to.
Going instead for more of a play through mid, trying to get value out of the Viper Wall and connecting so often with
Body language looking a lot better for PaperX generally.
Absolute insanity, and guess what? We've got plenty more action.
Still a chance for Loud to pull it back.
On the cards. That is going to be a fantastic one. 2 teams that are potentially evenly matched. It doesn't stop anywhere near here.
Setting sail into the sunset, yeah. Good wordplay, but that's his job, I suppose. PaperX, play-by-play.
Yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the
Casting's
pics.
always good for these
So
two.
many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
Verizon. I do like the Omen advert, but it's just because of the, like, the vibes I get from the thingies. I forget the, like, Omen and HyperX are a thing now, too. I've always been a fan of HyperX headsets, though. It's one of our like first sponsors that we got. Regular stuff with HyperX. Good. How are we doing over here? Pretty chill. Everybody settle down, I think. HyperX's Sunset is also good. Yeah, they're definitely the favorites on this map, but I've really been enjoying what I've seen from Loud on here. They just got a little bit unlucky against Sentinels yesterday. So they need to hope that luck is in their favor this one, because I think the general macro overall team play is a little bit better for PaperX here. Kind of who I fancy as the favorites. What about win rates and stuff? What are we looking at here? Lotus. Defense for PaperX is good. What side are they starting? Can somebody do exclamation point maps? so I can see what side people are starting on. And then Sunset, like, really good defense of Paper X, really good attack from Loud. Paper X are attacking first, so we get the more like chill start. But the second half, where we have Loud's attack versus Paper X's defense, it'll be really interesting to watch. I guess just Loud have played it a lot more. And then what are they like on? Hold on. I had Beth sneeze and I wanted to shout. So yeah, 5-1. Where are we at? 3 wins, 2 losses. And the 2 losses were both against Sentinels. And then like they beat FPX and EDG, I believe it was. So the wins, I suppose, for Loud on this map aren't necessarily too much to shout about. But Sunset, 3-0. Like, really good record. Running the no duelist Sage, which I think against a team like Loud could do a lot. Who wants it more? I almost feel like in a weird way neither of them do. Like Paper X often complain about being like homesick and stuff. They're using this as a chance to test stuff, to get some experience, to keep grinding. So I don't think they're that keen on like winning. Well, they want to win, but I mean for both these teams, they're just in kind of like a wedge wanting to make ourselves better. You know, we want to do well in this event as much as we possibly can, but we're looking for that experience more than, you know, battling out for the win of the tournament. Yeah, I will wait until we get to this, and then I'll run some ads. I'll go make like some quick food. I'll just get like an apple or something. And then we'll be a golden one. I wonder if there's any Valorant happening today. I don't think so though. I would have heard about it, but yeah, well, usually people play at 7 o'clock. Nobody's doing it right now.
Hey
so.
guys, Mika here, and I'm with Alex of
Chill evening.
Rex. That was a really, really close map. I want to know what was the most difficult part about the prep for this match, especially since it's such a high pressure match and you're up against a team that you really only get to play against in events like these.
Yeah, I think you know, Loud is one of the most intelligent and most consistent teams on the circuit, right? So they don't, you know, we don't even know what they're gonna pick on the map veto. They can play almost all 7 maps, probably can. We just have to focus on ourselves this game. You know, I think we haven't had the best run, you know, so we really just want to get this, get ourselves like quite more aligned, if anything.
Okay, keeping it humble, but that had us on the edge of our seats. So let's jump into the game for more.
So I was looking at the news for China.
You think when they're out of this one, when they don't have it anymore, they find the magic yet again, and they're up 1-0, Mimi, in this elimination game against a Loud team that I don't think a lot of people were giving Paper X the time of day against.
The thing is, even if you judge them by
So I'm going to be right back.
context,
Won't be long. We'll be back for map 2. So
throughout this tournament,
see you in a couple.
Came in not looking in their best form, but they just displayed an incredible map against Loud here. Their executes were looking clean on the attacking side. Something's up was dominating on the defense. It was clear that with time, this team is really starting to figure themselves out.
Yeah, exactly. And on the side of Loud, even though they have a lot of experience with this composition, we still see some mistakes, like, you know, dry picking when you have a composition that has Phoenix, KO, and Breeds. Cowan seen from the defense not finding a moment to even use his ultimate until like the penultimate round, and holding them and actually not using the composition to the full of its ability.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people watching this team regionally was kind of bringing up that some of the combos looked undercooked. I was one of those people, but at this point, it's so well put together, right? The timings they're playing with, using the Fade ult to deny noise, send that heavy presence towards A main, as Juanyet just picks the perfect timing. The coordination for this squad is looking on point.
Yeah, I think that overall, the way that they were working the map, sometimes at a certain point in their attack, it looked a bit overcooked. You see that the map looks very different when you don't have a Sentinel in both of the ways. And I also think it has to do a lot with the Viper play, right? Because we saw a lot of very different walls coming from both of the teams. I don't know if we will have the time to actually like dwell on what each one of them do. But I think that overall, this could have been an overtime perfectly.
I mean, you know what's the one thing I really enjoy about Paper X is that you think that they, like, when they go for these like wild plays, they look like they're geniuses. But when things don't go their way, you're questioning, you know, what their what they're cooking up here. One example of that, something. I mean, the guy was just lights out that whole map because he was just taking risks. He was getting in front of them, and he was creating opportunities and creating space for his team with that on.
I've been a big hater of the Gecko off in the past,
You have.
but I think the way that they played it, in particular on this defensive side, was really good. Loud is a comp that relies on getting extremity control with the double flashes and splitting into sites.
I'm still
Something
here.
is really good
I'll
at
be right
finding
back in a
timings
moment.
around flashes, taking that split-second moment and getting a kill on an extremity. That was utterly shutting down Loud's execute in the first part of their attacking side.
I got a stat from Space, shout out from him. Something took 33% of first engagements and won
Light work for him.
88% of them. That is crazy. Coming in from a Gecko. And by the way, you know, now that we're going into Sunset, this is not the composition that is played without a duelist, okay? This is his Gecko when there is a duelist also in the composition. Definitely, this is one of the other things that throws everybody so off of a Paper Rex. It's not that their duelist is going to be in your face, which he is going to be, probably on your back because of that movement. It's also that you have to deal with something on the operator.
I also really want to credit Coach Alex and whoever the IGL du jour was for this team today, because they really varied up. Thank you. It's a
I
very
did not
small word,
understand
actually.
I'm not a smart guy.
Actually. But they really varied up how they were going for that aggression. Early on, they were going for those extremity fights I was talking about. Then Loud figured it out. They varied it up and went for mid-round aggression instead. And then towards the end, very last round of the game, they go back to the extremity fight, win it. It was a beautiful map from Paper X. Another heartbreaking, close map loss for Loud, which now brings us to Sunset.
Exactly. We need to talk about Sunset, about obviously what happened yesterday. A Loud that was running out of time in a lot of instances, that was losing the plot, and how this Paper X is going to be different, right? We're talking about a Paper X that most likely will be playing with the Sage. Again, with no duelist on this map against a Phoenix. Definitely, I'm looking at the Gecko play. I'm looking at that kind of surprise that I think was off for Loud yesterday.
Well, I think also, too, when you pair in with the fact that, you know, these teams have played this map, where we've seen both teams, you know, go at this. But here's the funny thing. I was looking at the stats. Paper X, a lot more success here, right, in this competition. They've played it a few more times. They've thrown some unique ideas. They've beaten the likes of Heretics and EDG. They beat GENG in the Pacific Kickoff. This is doable for Paper X at a 2-0.
Yeah, I really like the way, especially these two teams' comps are going to compare. Loud is playing the Phoenix Breach again. It's a similar win condition of playing for really heavy extremity control on their defense, getting QCK posted on those lines, and farming him orbs. Paper X did a good job of shutting that down in map number 1, but I think it's a lot harder to deal with this breach when Loud will be on defense on Sunset.
And especially, we go back to something that we already saw on Ascent. No Sentinel for these teams. Of course, we see the Sage, but it is not the same. A Sunset with no Cypher, but both Vipers on both the sides. I'm looking at the Vi and how he's going to be using those walls, not only for him, for Moniette, and how Loud is going to read onto those.
No matter who's on the team around him, Sodox Loud has an expectation of making it deep in these international runs. They lost to Paper X at Champions. They have a chance to make up for it here if they can push us to a third map.
This could very well be a fitting battleground here for the final battle between Loud and Paper X. If Paper X end it here, they will sunset the run of Loud.
We all good? Everything working? Everything hunky-dory?
For an inside show for the call.
I was going to make some more food,
Exactly
but
right. It's
stop
Loud who are
time,
now on the
nothing.
chopping block in this elimination game, our first one of the playoffs. And Paper X coming out with some surprising form, surprising improvements, you know, against all regular expectations, I will say. And now we set our sights onto Sunset, the second map here of this series. Should be relatively even. Both of these teams, they like to play this map. They're quite good at it in their own way and form.
I love the way the Paper X approach this. We're going to see
Oh, the push and
immediately
fight
take some
mid.
big control. The clashing tiles.
Yeah, they're just trying to fight.
Tui's. I think he got a collat there with the Ghost onto Divine and Monyet.
A ridiculous beginning here.
Trying to push off the smoke.
Expect Mindfreak, who's worked his way in.
Gecko Flash. I don't know where it was used, actually. Was it used on A?
To market.
The usual spot?
The smoke deep down, not expecting that tile's aggression there. That just comes down to a game of chance.
Yeah. Paper X is so happy to opt into the variance that is ever present in this game. And I hope that it works out.
Interesting wall, too, and just got no value because they pushed mid. Died instantly.
Lines coming from bottom mid. But as you say, they just had no idea that Loud were going to run a pistol, which also involved them charging towards mid through tiles.
They want to take the fight straight to him, try and earn a few more of these ults, less onto the corner.
It's a good idea for QCK to try to push through that, see if he can find the kill. Yeah. It's going to be his ult that they try to build up early, but that's not exactly the way the cookie crumbled to open things
Red
up.
and Sacho, one of the big reasons why you're watching Valorant and also Plat Chat. Oh, you come from Overwatch as well.
We'll see how that opens up. I mean, yeah, they're just using that deep smoke to hide from a potential deep dart that gets used.
Just everybody lined up perfectly for QCK and 2Es.
Yeah. It's a specific
Pretty easy.
pistol, and Loud just happened to utterly destroy it.
Right here.
And now, Paper X stacking towards the A side.
Standing ahead.
Smoking mid in the exact same fashion, hoping that somebody sees it. Just a call, like there could be that presence into mid.
Les completely alone here. He's going to get overwhelmed. And now Paper X are going to understand that this was fake pressure early on, over towards A. So, Zadok's got to
You only get like a sheriff gun upgrade there.
You've always got to be worried with
The rest
Paper
of the
X.
team is going to be...
One player hanging around this
Yeah,
area.
just double checking.
It's going to slow them down slightly.
This team works a little bit different than most.
Showcase, drone through as well, making sure they're into the back of the site.
Flash.
Players though, deep flash, as long with
The
that.
Gecko Flash and the Wingman connected at the same time. Like, the util is just too good. The slow sticking these players in. What a thrifty this is. Even if they lose it. 2Es is 1 HP. Not up to 10, sorry. It was the decay from the Viper Wall. Like, all of this util was crazy good. The wall to break this. Device on top of it too. And he's just sticking it. Really nice round for Paper X. Like, all of the util. But like the flash that came in here with the Wingman. The slow here to just get everybody in this spot. This late lurk that came in from Monya to just sideswipe them.
And it comes down to the fact that their comp is so good for flood defending into B. That flood defending back B is one of the most successful ways you can possibly play this map. And when you have
He's so into Paper X here.
and then Sage Walls to block stuff off and
I wonder what he said.
Loud are going to find it difficult in post-plant situations.
Recon to clear this close. Knife is going to get a lot.
4 spotted here.
4.
Indicator.
I love that they just fragment this off. They don't try and repeat. They don't try and regress. They know where the last player is as well. So maybe these two can deal with this mid push together, or they're just going to hold. This is a tricky position now, because you look at Monya, he doesn't know whether he should be looking at short or whether he needs to be focused on top mid.
Also with pretty decent awareness on the other side, even
He's
though that
trapped.
one-way missed.
Yeah, into this corner. He's really stuck here. There's no repositioning. They've overwhelmed them. Doesn't matter about the superior weaponry. Be that refight, the
Don't have a 50-50-50 round, please.
that is their rifles. Aftershock can be walking too far into
The shock dart. Gecko Flash is brave for something. Why would you ever want to get into that position? You've just given them a rifle too. Oh, the recon just showed mine free. MasterCard again, getting a lot of volume.
MasterCard are getting their money's worth today. I mean, we're coming off the back of the set.
Platcha is just refreshing to watch, just pure comedy. I think they've got like decent takes as well. I think they're held to a higher standard than most.
Was Forsaken stuck in the corner?
I think the only downside is just that they haven't really been able to cover like and give Pacific its due diligence. Just because they're all like America EMEA focused. But bringing in people like Choba and stuff to fill in the gaps, I think is a really good thing for them to do. And like, I love being on Platcha. I'd love to be on there much more regularly, especially when it comes to talking about China.
That same smoke to try to deny.
Oh my goodness, you're joking. You're joking.
And it gets Cowanzine down.
Not again,
with
that's
the
a
spike.
spike dropped. And they've gained control and ground.
Oh no, it's a 50-50-50. MasterCard are fucking rolling in money right now. The sponsorship is getting everything for them.
That we've ever seen here. Wingman alerting the presence, at least to know now that a few Loud players are here. Spike still dropped down, but it's coordinated off, and they've obtained those rifles, and they're using them to great success. Now, having to really just brute force their way through. They've gathered the spike.
Right, they picked up the spike, would get killed through the smoke. Zedek holding in a really good spot. Flashed by Dizzy.
To back Thrifties. This is ridiculous. This is so similar to Split with SEN GENG. The aggression coming out, very similar to the pistol round. And Loud, think of things from their perspective just for a moment here. They're in an elimination game. The pressure is
Wow,
on.
nicely
They're playing
done.
against a difficult opponent. They've only matched
But
up against
fun to
walls,
watch.
and they lost
I also
that.
really like Device mouse.
For them to try to make a podium
What are we
finish.
doing over here, dehydrated people? I do want a cup of tea. I just need to find a fucking moment to make it.
Disappears out of your hands again.
I need to see if Beth wants one too.
elation to disappointment back again here for Loud.
A true roller coaster of emotions. Now, Cowan's trying to get Tiles to use this.
Oh man, the stun is really nice and it catches something. Not again. Not again. Not again. I wonder what the like record is for most like thrifties back to back in a row.
I say worst utility. I scrambled.
Must be 4. I can't imagine there's more than 4.
But that's Cowan's trying to get that deep Tiles position.
Because at a point, the money would just be too good that there'd be full buys either side.
It's a game of playing over various different areas of map control and a little bit of gambling of where PaperX want to fight.
Run it back. Omen TP'd on top of the box to hold this sightline.
All the areas are cleared.
Mind Freak, here's the stomping of the Phoenix. Now going to try and take his time, and he gets caught out. Cowan's happy to just get off of the plant in order to go help with the kill too. The 5 versus 2.
Yeah, really wide face there, and he's going to get beamed down straight through the wall. Devi does have the money to make a go of this, but does he really still opt into it?
Like, mathematically, I don't think it's possible to have 5 thrifties in a row. This might not even be a thrifty. Depends how much Loud bought up.
You never know what's coming out the other side, and we're all getting shaken up and down.
Backside position.
Right, managing to dodge the flash. Molly is really nice, but I guess he's going to be trying to save the gun. There we go. 4 thrifties in a row.
I'm not doing it. I mean, I'll do it. I'll activate the sponsors. I'll make them happy. MasterCard Thrifty.
Look, Loud are now in a position, though, where they're starting to get huge ultimates online. Their composition.
Here's me thinking, you know, you got your Red Bull clutch. You had your Prime Gaming flawless. Like Thrifty just didn't seem like a thing that would happen an awful lot to have a sponsor read. I was wrong. MasterCard are getting a lot with it.
Pretty close to some big ults. Now I'm looking at Cowan's positioning. And he sends an early fault line up towards A and is trying to take space off the back of this recon. But look, he is quite exposed in mid here. And he's trying to take this Tiles position. The second fault line perhaps for a later re-clear over towards A. If indeed you had somebody like Forsaken looking to fight there or something with his operator.
Take flight. Quite slow and steady though, cautious.
But they have multiple tools.
It's a must. I've heard MasterCard in forever.
Deciding to invest the drone.
Yeah, I mean,
no tag, so no
I had a Maestro card, I think was one of the first cards I had.
Delayed wall.
Yeah, and if you break it, you give away that there was serious pressure behind that.
Pinging up onto the top.
Now I'm on the other one.
Play on top of this here. Great flash. Taken, rattles off a few bullets, lets them know his presence.
If I say it, I'm just going to have like a shepherd's croak pull me off the screen. Hunter's Fury going to go in. Yeah, like here you can't have another Thrifty because the money's good enough for a full buy either side. So I guess the record has to be 4 Thrifties in a row. Unless people have been like absolutely botching the money.
Once more by Devi. That's that Phantom at play, at work. It's a bit of chip damage, but nothing really more to show.
Paranoia is really good with a Dizzy. The snake bite, I think, misses a little bit, but it's a good idea. Loud has pushed CT with less.
This particular position and any attempt here, they just want to barrel over the smoke position.
Saving it up.
No chance here on the retake.
All right, the chaos has subsided for a moment. Maybe there's a timeout coming in for PaperX now.
PaperX's composition is fantastic on those A retakes. You saw the amount of
So to see how it works.
And they still managed to come out the other side unscathed. Mostly, I think, due to the fact that Cowan's had managed to save his ultimate.
Breach done is perfect. It's a good response. I'd say that like Cowan's utility on Breach, especially on this map, is some of the best. I don't think playing Breach on this map is as good anymore. Cowan's dying to the spike is kind of weird. Less is 4K, so he has a Viper's Pit.
Luckily they've got money to spare.
Yeah,
Forsaken taken out early.
Unless choosing to try to take the aggressive option, not caught by any of that retake utility, is perfect. Les and Cowanzine stepping up for Loud.
Yeah, and now a timeout being taken here for PaperX. The
Right,
trouble
I'm
is,
gonna go
how do you get a grip in
through
terms
the
of what is
kettle.
replicatable?
One
Because the rounds that you're winning have been you know, seemingly down to just hitting a few stray shots, going for the mid-aggression.
Well, you can clearly see that they have an anti-strat prep with regards to Monyat's smoke to try to deny info for Sadak's recon, right? So maybe you try to lean into that a little more and put pressure onto Tiles. That was clearly their game plan coming in, and just because you lost the pistol round doesn't mean that you're always going to lose a fight happening there. But I think the other part of it too is that they just allowed, because of the craziness of how this map began, allowed to start getting some big ults online. And to be honest, in my opinion, that was the biggest problem there. If Paper Rex had been able to run that same retake scenario, but without the breach ult, I really think they're favored.
Looked like it.
And it is so important in moments like this to not overcorrect. If you have the right ideas and they're just not working, you might still want to stick to them. Like I was talking about earlier, Paper Rex do have a lot of variance in the way that they play. When you have two teams like this that are so down to just opt into fighting against each other, it is going to
Okay.
an enormous factor.
Just in time for another thrifty.
We could buy 4 Paper X. We'll see if it makes a difference.
I wonder what the record is for most thrifties in a map.
Freak is sole recipient of the
Like not in a row, but just all together.
Just by himself here. Orb's going to be given up.
Flash broken, so they know that somebody's still lurking around in this position.
Lurking around, a slow default play, which isn't anything out of the ordinary for Loud.
No.
This smoke is really nice because it is make it really uncomfortable here for Forsaken to like hold and help his team whilst also watching mid.
Now spot the shoulder of Mind Freak, and he hops away.
So it means that holding top mid is really scary. But all of this pressure is coming in from B main, so maybe at some point we'll see Paper Rex want to retake mid to get some information, but usually like mid to late round it's not really a factor that much. They're going to flank all the way around, however. Nice, and the wall as well to like separate these guys up. Not quite enough of a gap for Mind Freak to work with. Recon is nice, the transfer even better. Oh, he's stuck. Oh, the flash. Good information. Wingman's not quite cleared him. He doesn't quite know that all 3 of them are behind him. How's the day been? Really good game so far. This is another good one. Really good first map. He has to plant. Stay biting and planting. Monya is not afraid.
And there it is.
Oh, there it is. They know that something's in this corner. Not quite enough time, though. Oh, no, never mind.
Guess what? Another Massacre Thrifty.
Yeah, and also an ace.
So is that 5?
Just the cap off.
Ace for the losing team.
Crazy this game has been. We have another Thrifty round, powered by Mind Freak being able to get a Q play in this corner, and Kawanzine not really able to clear it. The Vive following up with the rifle. And Les does what he can, but it's just, it's not enough.
These gaming chairs, they look like they're from the fucking future.
Taking the risk, playing for that variance, and it pays off for Mind Freak.
Like early versions of the people from Wally.
Oh my goodness. It's Paper X taking a fight straight to them. Yeah, Loud.
Deep Molly too. The Sadak can't get away now because there's a Molly behind him. Good peek from something.
That's wild. That
Kind of one-way themselves a little bit with that fight. Alright, Loud. 2 versus 4. They need to make a play. This is brave from Forsaken. He's pinged it, and he's just got the right kind of timing. 2 easy's 8 HP.
Has the spike in his hands, but he'd have to do a lot more than that.
Doesn't have an element TP. He's really expecting somebody to re-peek him here, which I don't think is too surprising. You're up against Paper X. They love doing this shit.
Paper X have been fighting with 2 or 3 players every single time.
One by misses. It's alright.
I think you've got to
I think the TP might have been heard by Monya here, but I don't think so.
With the fault line or the drone. But I think trying to just run in and take that fight straight up is
Sees him. Nice fight. Good aggression from Paper X.
There are so many tools, though, that Paper X have at their disposal.
I think the closer this is to like 6 all, the more it really leans into the defensive side for Paper X.
I mean, what are the chances that both teams just decide to fight him in that fast? The flash connections were so perfect. Paper X fight through all of the smoke utility to get the kills.
Oh, sorry, their attack is really good.
Connections. I mean, the shots on target too.
Yeah. And that was something that I was a little concerned about going into this game, actually. Loud are going to take a tactical timeout.
All right, timeout for Loud. I'm going to go finish that cup of tea.
Over the course of the rest
Get rid of this bug as well.
Loud had more players stepping up with their individual form. you know, less, he's just consistent. He's always a monstrous player. But I feel like QCK's had some big moments. Tui's has been playing better than expected too, and Kawanzi's been like putting in some solid work at times. When I was looking at the other side of things for PaperX, it was only really Forsaken that was blowing me away. Something had some big moments, but wasn't always there. Today, he's been on fire. If you want to look at one individual that turned the tide of Ascent, it would be something with the operator in his hand. And you've also been getting better and better performances from Monyet as he spends more time with pressure on him on the stage.
Something that Alex has been alluding to as well in these interviews, but just that stage experience being so valuable for a team like PaperX when they've been making these adjustments, trying to find that identity, I think. But listen, if it's form that carried them to this point right now, the ideas and time are kind of flourishing, honestly. They've got good reads, they've got good adaptations, they've got good counter strats prepped and planned. They're making it so damn hard right now for Loud to try and deal with.
Again, PaperX start 3 players ready to fight over A. And Loud go for the exact same default setup again. You know, Sova, Viper over towards A, Kawanzi in tiles. Ready for any kind of mid-aggression, sure, but not actually taking aggressive map control in B main or market, anything like that.
Through mid, face wide, doubled up in the high-low, but no casualties or kills. Yet Devi, he's making a go of it, he's making a mess of it. I mean, Kawazoon puts him to rest.
Yeah, the Mosh got a kill, and Sadak's just sticking the orb right in the middle of all of these guys' faces.
Oh, win. Oh, no.
Wait.
He's what? What's going on?
That's wild. Just hoping that he would find another player involved. Kawanzi sprays down too, but something gets the response. And it's all left to Tui's, who, of course, is not in A main where the fight is happening.
No, he wouldn't be. He'd be on the other side of the map, of course.
He certainly is, without the Omen ult to be able to make the play happen. Thrash hunting him out.
Did I miss another crazy round moment?
But can't quite get a sniff this
I mean, that would take as long as it did.
Misdirection might be working to the favor
30 seconds
of
left.
2 years now. Time pressure will work against him. Spike is dropped.
Sounded insane, whatever it was.
Kill, though. This is winnable.
That's how the clutch really begins, but he was just aiming in the wrong location. 4 kills in the round for something.
And this round, Loud did actually try to... It wasn't early round market control, but QCK started walking into mid after they realized PaperX weren't fighting it, and then was looking to prod towards that area of the map.
Yeah.
But there was no smoke up towards top mid, not enough players in mid to dominate those sight lines. And so there's a kerfuffle that happens over there that PaperX come out, I guess, to the good. And Sadak's trying to make it fake like it's happening over towards A, and the PaperX players just peek. The more mess that's involved here, the more
Alex looks so stressed.
Fast play again.
By fault. Missing a little bit of the start of this. Recon doesn't get Mon yet. Oh, because it got smoked off? And now PaperX are absolutely farming here. The spike is left out in the open. He's going for the judge play because Forsaken's going to peek off the back of it because of course. Now Monyet's pushing into the judge. 1 versus 3. I like the Forsaken has chilled here a little bit instead of peeking a little bit further on.
Essentially an unwinnable scenario.
Another round, another Loud player surrounded. In a 1vx, completely surrounded.
Yeah, no idea the 2 people are pushed around.
Coming out here, they're really not adjusting their defensive setup too much. It's that Loud cannot come up with the answers. We've now seen 4 rounds in a row, roughly following the same kind of trend, where Loud want to take control of A and push PaperX back, and they can't figure out how. The judge, the paranoia, the swings from both sides, just getting pulled into the maw of PaperX.
I saw smiles on the faces of the PaperX players. Of course it would be.
Yeah, not the coach.
That's such an evil laugh.
It's scary when he smiles, actually. You don't expect it.
This is the first time PaperX decide not to fight over
Sage Wall is up on mid.
might see a very different round here.
I wonder why.
Given this
KO?
PaperX anticipating that they would
We've got the Viper's bit on B.
Surely they don't go A main again after we've just been...
I guess I wonder because they're like scared of like some of these ultimates are about to come online. Like fighting for the A main orb when they're going to be really hungry for it. And out of all of the ultimates, they actually get the silver ult online. I guess they want QCK and Kawanzin's ults for like the full buy, or they get them online here with a 5v4 like advantage.
Feeling the heat, feeling the pressure.
That's a weird one actually, because it looks like they're playing for retake.
And then it's just forced out early. Yeah, so I just made a good point. You're playing off site and then you use your ultimate preemptively instead of for the retake. Bit odd. The Kaon I've got used and it only got info on one. And like the Omen's now TP'd in mid. That would have been heard by a Devi. And Mindfreak is still playing in B main and there's no information. So Monyet needs to be really careful here because he's about to peek into free. The flash is amazingly placed. More lucky than anything. Hunter's Fury now into save. That's going to force these players out. Somehow Monyet's still alive. He got tagged once. Never mind. Les is actually pushed through short. Something Operator. Oh, sorry, Operator. Outlaw. Oh, and the support there from Devi is fantastic. Bit of a weird round, all things considered.
Even when Loud are given control of elbow, PaperX still find a way to come out on top. This is
Just a weird, like, back and forth, like the fights that were going on here.
when no team could really get a handle on the
It
economy.
wasn't up, technically.
Everything that Loud tries, bearing in mind that this was a lower eco buy as well, but it's all just been getting crushed. Surely Loud are going to change things up.
The only phantom just aimbot.
This time their defensive, their attacking setup, sorry, does look
Worthy of the aimbot, I think, too.
Tiles flash for mid.
Monyet's here already. Forwards.
Monyet's in. Phoenix ult has had to be used to try and clear bottom mid, and it's broken instantly. Loud look boomed. They've lost Sadak, and they have the Rolling Thunder, and their Phoenix ult got nothing. Les has found some space here, however. Yeah, he's found that space.
Flatlined to the side.
I think you could have waited a little bit longer, it feels like. Because now that rotation is going to come in, and these guys are still going to be late, and they're going short. This is super risky. But for something to be taking that fight, luckily it's traded. 2 players going that way. And they're planting now right into the open. What's the post plant here? They're going to Rolling Thunder this to keep going. And they do get Devi. And now a Viper's Pit. Mind Freak. Is he going to expect the mid push? I mean, he's just walked straight past him. Almost got straight past him.
Gets his value on the lurk. Loud with 5. But questions in my head about whether or not that's going to be enough.
Right, what did we say for the stats at half?
From PaperX on the defense side. And I do like the way that PaperX play.
What are we at? Sunset, it's the attack side for Loud that's pretty good. This defensive side for PaperX is really good. What was the run that I missed? It was just after the timeout from Loud. Oh, that's way too far.
Very clear game plan.
Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. Just want to watch this run really quickly.
That stage experience being so valuable for a team like PaperX and making these adjustments. Trying to find that identity, I think. But listen, it's formed and carried them to this point right now. The ideas and time kind of flourishing, honestly. They've got good reads, they've got good adaptations, they've got good counter strats, prepped and planned, making it so damn hard right now for Loud to try and deal with. Again, PaperX start 3 players ready to fight over A. And Loud go for the
Kick flash.
Sova, Viper over towards A, Cowanzine and Tiles. Ready for any kind of mid-aggression, sure, but not actually taking aggressive map control in B main or market, and anything like that.
So they show aggression on A main. They go CT. What's going to go up to cut some noise? The Mosh volley.
Yeah, the Mosh got a kill, and Sanak's just sticking the orb right in the middle of all of these guys' faces.
Oh, in. Oh, no. Wait.
What?
Oh, my God.
That's wild. Just hoping that he would find another player involved.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, yeah, I saw the rest. All right.
Okay, he's up top and not spotted.
If we meet Loud, I mean, I'm just gonna go all in, and I hope you guys enjoy our W gaming, you know. Actually, I feel like we shouldn't have been in the playoff. We should have been like lost, like long time ago, maybe against TH or KC, because I felt like lucky, I would say last time. But you know, like I said, when we got our breakup,
It is really funny how far this team has been going right now.
we win or lose, we will like,
You know, like just how much they've been able to claw on their way.
Yeah, Forsaken just handling that pressure like water off a duck's back coming into this entire tournament, just with the lowest of expectations, and now they're just improving at a meteoric pace, looking to really just take it to a team like Loud. They have the lead here at the half of a decider map.
Yeah, I think that one of the big problems for PaperX is that their previous playstyle involved them being in the flow state, of all just having the same understanding of what was going on. And the more that you try to force that kind of thing and worry about the fact that you're outside of it, the worse it gets. But just getting absorbed into this tournament seems to have brought back some of that synergy. some of the single-mindedness that we see from them, the hive mind of Paper Rex.
That's what made them deadly.
And the pistol rounds have been...
What's with this wall? Like, connects onto this.
Important because they did flip-flop a lot at the beginning of this map. But they could be...
I'll pick up the orb on A. There's 3 people here.
Tried to punish Tui's.
And then the flash with the gecko as well pulls that attention that way. What do these guys do? Do they go to try and support? Phoenix is going to. No flash, no utility to work with. And 3 guys are pushing right into the slow. My god, like Devi's util here to just stop that aggression is really nice. But I do sort of agree with what Sideshow's saying of like pushing this when you don't have a flash is way risky.
Okay, there eventually with the reset of the
And then Les is just behind his wall. Did he get up on the top? Not quite.
He's done damage, but he can't get through this wall.
Is there a dizzy in hand? And that's just why Gecko's so good, is just having like the flash to take all of these duels. Something's going around, misses the knife, has to get through the smoke. Snakebite is looking for safe. Wingman slaps him right in the jaw.
Kill collected, but he does have too much to do. Already the time's getting away from him. Look at Paper Rex. Stands up, holding their
Can't even get the shots onto something.
Pistol round, 1 out for them.
I feel like again, like Loud probably they had the advantage and they just couldn't do anything with it.
The initial start of this first half, but
they're slow and just allowing this fight. Like Cow and Zine's just out in no man's land. One player's backed off because I think they need to reload, and then another player peeks and is stuck in the slow orb. So a little bit uncoordinated for Loud, but I think that's more just good on-the-fly thinking. Like divide to smoke this, or smoke it to slow it. Not gonna like if somebody did that in ranked, you'd be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" But it just worked out wonderfully. But we've seen a lot of thrifties already, so this might not matter too much. The wide peak is really good from something. He knows that these guys can hit their sheriff shots, so he's just full running to the side. Oh god.
For a team like Loud as well, because yeah, you've lost a pistol round. And Paper Rex on our attack side again. Very alt generation heavy. Something now 1 away from the thrash to be used into the bonus round into the next. Assuming Loud can't do too much.
It's a really good pass plant setup. Like the gap, every team falls for this. Defenders are like, oh, there's a gap that we can use, and they just get mowed through it.
Whoa! Picking up 2. Still got that wall, but Tui's on the flank.
Yeah. Peppered here, holding the util. Good adjustment by Mind Freak.
Close. A decent opportunity, actually, to turn that away. Send us down the spiraling path of thrifty after thrifty. But it was not to be. And as you were saying, Brett, building up something's ultimate here is really devastating for Loud. Difficult to deal with. And I think the addition of the Sage Wall just makes so many of these post plants a little easier to play. This is a
right, bonus, what's it like? You got 2 rifles and you have thrash. You've got a lot to work with here. Half armor, half. Bit concerning, I suppose, for Loud.
Things get a little easier for
As it really starts to snowball in favor of Paper Rex if this keeps going.
A lot of teams. I mean, Sage is so unorthodox on this map. Early thrash. Used to set up here, out towards
Flash short, pushes these guys back. So much respect given up. But it's a fake. You're not really going to be able to pick up this thrash, so not having it to go here is a bit of a waste. They've walled this off, and now they're fighting over here. It's so odd of a round from Paper Rex, this.
Drops down as well, forced into the spectator's seat with the spike drop down. It's a favored situation for Loud now.
They have spike. Very difficult to retrieve.
Strange. But they smoke it. They get it out. Step by this corner. It's nice. Now you can go A. That was clearly the plan all along. Push these guys back. Go up here to pull these guys across. Go A. Because they're not going to do that. That's too sensible. Because these guys are going to rotate expecting that. And Paper Rex are going to go B instead. Because obviously that's the play that you'd make.
Wasn't there though. And now, because Loud was so heavily stacked up around that spike position, as you were saying, they've lost all map control.
Yeah.
They're having to triple up and re-clear everything together just in case.
And they're slow to do it as well. What you see from Paper Rex is that
very slow to do it. 30 seconds left, so you got plenty of time to work with. Did wall off A instead of B? Yeah, exactly. I thought that like they'd push this back and then wall this off and then go B.
With individuals finding timings.
It was weird to like have this pressure here and then wall this off and then go that way. Like if this was walled off and this pushes that at the same time that the thrash goes here, that'd be sick.
where they can upend the player disadvantage.
Miles away. Paperex seeking to try and fight them deep into
Well, you don't expect them to just peek out like this. Come on, yeah, 1 versus 3. Is he going to get clayed on this corner? Are they expecting it? No, they weren't. Not until he peeks it. Yeah, a plant and 3 kills is a pretty good bonus.
Surviving for Loud, they might even consider that a bit of a success.
Yeah, I think I would.
The only sad part is I wish that they got more out of the thrash, I guess.
And not just that, they did find a timing through mid.
Because you could also, like, if you go for the thrash, put some pressure in, like, elbow. Like, you go for A main, you go alley, and then you sort of bring it back. Pressure these players to go back. Pick up the thrash here. And then if you go for the sage wall, like, across this, and you thrash this way, that's a scary thing. And you wall this off, you thrash this way, and then you have people pushing this at the same time.
His opping was sublime on Ascent, one of the big reasons.
Because if you find nothing still, you could just reset and maybe go market, and you've like pushed these players like into this corner on defense. Like, that could be a good idea.
Have to really lock this one up. Pretty heavy with the economical investment across the board from Loud. I mean, 2 players with a bit of money to spare, all picked up as well. So Forsaken just doing his darndest to try and build up towards that big ultimate.
And a very slow beginning to the round from Paperex. Loud choosing to try to fight A main there. Recommitting to the angle.
Flash is really nice on GQCK, but it's not forced much out. Snake bite from less. Really good. That in itself has pulled Paperex away from going machine market.
Second tag, fakes like he could be TPing away, but he still maintains.
Got a one-way on market now. Knife is going to give info on 2.
Into market, wall through, broken immediately. Couple of shots.
You don't really expect that the op is going to be going for this gap and peeking you.
Break it though, Moniette. Could really
now they will.
That insurance player now coming out from the back.
They got the KO in this spot. They get the late push here.
The trigger. Now we see it. Players lit up like a beacon. Something only to one.
Oh, Forsaken just hiding here. The flash is nice, but he gets hit by the paranoia, loses a little bit of his senses. Divide alone. 1 versus 2. Not really that much time.
Is the call here. Tapping again, this time less sticking, not making the
same mistake. Spectre.
Game 2 years, locking down the angle and approach.
Retakes are working well for Loud.
After allowing Paperex to get in onto site. Really crucial that they picked up that mid lurk. QCK's at the bottom of the scoreboard, but most of that is because he found it so difficult on the attack side to get in through A main. He just got beaten up over and over again in that same position. It's not really that he's even been able to take some fair duels. And I'm surprised at how much the Paperex was hurting there. They came into that round with a Stinger and a Spectre, even though I thought they were taking the previous one as a bonus. Clearly they didn't.
Both teams still have 1 timer, right? Both got used in the first half.
Tough spot.
Oh, they're going to be happy with it. Ooh, wall down. Face potentially can hear it. The footsteps rumbling towards him. He's looking for a tussle.
A lot of damage to the less already.
We'll be postured away from that angle.
It's very rare that you see.
We're going to get the orb and then go back to A.
A little less than his calm usual self there.
Aldron is in mid. I don't know if the attackers heard it then. They might have done. The flash broken.
Sure that they can absorb up all the orbs around the map. Brooks now defaulting back over towards B main.
Nothing really towards A though, but it's still like a lot of respect given. Loud of 2Es and Cowan's lean over towards A.
So far. Yeah. And it allows them just to post him up on A, and they're not too worried. They can keep stacks towards the rest of the site. Having said that, Loud are mostly playing B for retake here. Not going to have any way of being able to challenge this.
Inside the market, Dizzy. What's that connection there onto QCK? So it looks like the wall is intact. Wasn't able to spam it down in time. Forsaken. Tux. Side by side, wants to play together now. Him and
running back, coming in from market. Being pushed and faced. Stinger's done some nice damage. Counsine's found an opening. Rolling Thunder's going to be even used. Monia tried to TP to the other side, but I got spotted. Mind Freak doesn't really have the guns for it. Oh, they are walking into him one at a time, though. Now that he's not on it.
Sneaking through, another tap will force Mind Freak out into the open. Kawazee.
They haven't got on it yet. Oh, Mind Freak's owned it. He's actually destroyed him. Oh man, Sadak and Kawazee. They didn't get half. They didn't stick anything.
That was them on a basically
Whoa, what the fuck? 1 versus 4.
Gonna be labeled as a Red Bull clutch, but could just as easily be called the Thrifty. Their economy was not good.
Like here, Sadak just only trying to stick to Len.
Not find a safe position to go for the half.
Hesitation just to stick it and trust that they could potentially just...
Only Paper X could do that. Only Paper X could do that. What a play.
It's very hard to play in SEN. John QT's playing the clutch. They can't decide who's a bit of miscommunication.
Oh, good lord.
Frantic. It's very tough in those situations.
I'm not surprised that there's a timeout here. Holy shit, Loud. You just got boomed. This stuff was happening a lot against Sentinels too. It hasn't so much other than like the Thrifties backwards and forwards. But yeah, like losing a clutch like that on a retake is no bueno. Bit rough.
Better in that moment. What a way for things to turn around. Because other than that, the game plan is actually not really working here for Paper X. So weirdly enough, it's Loud to take the tactical timeout, but I think Alex will be happy.
Oh yeah, also, I can announce that there's going to be some playing of the new Agent Clove.
And then they're forced to go for some post-plant aggression. And there's a bit of anti-synergy with the Sage Wall and the positioning. You saw them swing with just stingers into market there without too much util at hand.
So I don't know what the plan is. I don't know if we'll be doing like a lot of streaming for Clove after the grand finals. But that's the general plan. We'll see. It's a Sunday night, like best got work, so I don't think I'll be streaming too late. But I might be checking it out for a little bit.
Just a tad bit better.
So all the people on YouTube, you heard me.
It is, yeah. It is a force. Yeah. But Les would rather have a sheriff than anything else.
This guy, I mean, he is incredibly consistent with it.
He is.
It's insane.
Got some of the best calm, raw aim based on his crosshair placement that I've ever
So
seen.
we get to check out the new agent.
Slow beginning.
For sure, we'll do a lot more of it on like Monday.
Off the rip. Trying to see if Loud will overplay their hands. Initially. Lots of ults really to work with for Paper X on top of that. So being given that B main control essentially for free. Looking like there is that hesitation though in terms of how they want to play it.
There's a lot of ultimates. Like Paper X, even on the low buys that they've had, have done really well at like farming up the orbs. Like Divide picked up the orb on B main last round. Mindfreak is his Viper's Pit. 2-way from a Thrash. So I guess something would pick this up, if anybody.
Fairly weak sight. 30 seconds on the clock.
Orb rebounding. 2 years chance to play spoiler. But no, he's out of there. So I'm sticking around to find out with this one.
And his Fury used. Good spot too, because there's just so much like closeness on that angle between people. No command to try and stop things from going any further. Viper's Pit should kind of solidify this one.
Way of really using these flash players to retake in this spot.
Absolutely.
Like saving the guns might be more impactful. Like maybe sending less and Sadak with their lower buy. But QCK, Kanzi, and 2Es need to be very careful. They're going for it.
Flying straight past him as they're trying to attempt to clear through. Look at the orb placement on high. 2 years. He's got so much more to do from this position. He just doesn't have enough info to really work with.
Looks like he's trying to find this little gap. They dropped the Viper's Pit, which was nice.
In fact, the total investment.
Oh, 11-7, so this is going to be an eco for Loud 2, so that's 12.
It was weaker because it was a force. They were coming into it with at least one Sheriff and I think a Stinger to work with. Yeah. But they forced into this to try to stop Paper X from getting to 11 on the board. Loud are now only 2 lost rounds away from being eliminated in 4th place.
When was the last time that happened?
I mean, top 4 of the Masters, listen, that is not bad by any means. They made it to playoffs, but when there's only 8 teams here, sure, 8 of the top teams. Look at this, another boost play coming out from Paper.
The fucking TikTok play. I mean, they used it against the eco at least.
With that over towards A, and they do it again. Very reminiscent of when they first brought out the Sage Comp on Pearl. Bait out the fights here from QCK and 2Es. This tower
Oh my god, Monya.
Making a fool of Leicester boot.
They've boomed Loud. I think this is looking done.
Smiles on the faces as they're having it. I mean, they have brought this
Flawless too.
to series point, match point. Loud on the verge of being eliminated.
And I don't think many people had Paper X winning in 2-0 fashion.
No, I didn't.
Cloud now need 5 in a row to be able to pull this out. And for them to go for this boost play, they know that the Dizzy has been broken in many rounds, so they know that somebody is top mid, waiting to break that piece of Gecko utility. They boost up, get the punish, and all of that in a round where Loud were just going for the eco anyway, trying to play for overtime, forced to by the Force in round
Man, what a tournament this has been for Pacific.
This is now going to take some heroics.
The Flash
There with a knife.
doesn't get any information, I don't think. Oh my god, Monya is just sending it. Why would you ever expect him to push up that much? I do catch him though, maybe a little bit too gung-ho. Crash is going to push these players back, it seems. And they tried to TP just on the angle that Mindfreak was watching. Countzine, 3K. For 2 versus 3 now. Paper X, Forsaken, they're reading that he's going to push up already.
Good control. 4K in the round.
Right, something's got him. And there's one player behind. I don't think he's going to expect the flank. He really isn't looking like he's expecting it. Oh, no, seen him. Oh, he dodged it. Ooh.
Saves the day.
Still like a worthwhile, like Paper X. Christ, the money is incredibly rough for Loud to keep this going. I had very little confidence going into this match. Yeah, me too. It's a bit disappointing for Loud considering how they played against Sentinels.
Already shut down that play from Monya. Deletes 2 players as they come around the corner there.
But I am really excited to see a best of 5 of Paper X versus SEN. It really is like the clout match of the two sides of the world, I feel.
You have to see that repeated a few more times. Loud.
Attack up for something. Device still has to resurrect. And Viper's Pit for less.
Stay alive in the tournament.
Something looking to try to take an early timing here. Dueling against less. I don't see how he's going to find the opportunity facing against this Viper wall. Less normally plays a little more passive, actually.
We have seen, you know, when Loud's back is up against the wall, Les tends to take matters into his own hands. Mindfreak taken out. They still have the res online for this one, but fine. No longer available.
The reaction
rough. You had the res, but you have Divide just stood out in the open, the bottom mid. Slow orbing.
Committed by something.
Something's going. Yeah, it's a nice idea, especially with the op.
Drops it 3 versus 3 now.
Why would you expect anybody to push you like that?
Gathered, at least that they know that Les is going to be there, but he's already playing now. High-low setup. The rest of his team out wide here. Something going for the peak. Going for the peak.
Oh, the timing is exceptional. The opping is working a lot better for something today, that's for sure. Fully flashed. Molly and headshot. Monya gets the kill. So it's just too easy. He's headshot. Fake TP. The Paranoid misses him. Oh, and he gets him in the headshot right in that corner.
See you later. Sent to the airport.
Top 4 finish for Loud, which I guess is better than people would have maybe guessed. But Paper X top 3 with how rough they looked, even in like the first couple of series.
Sending home one of the VCT giants. What a clash.
But man, SEN versus Paper X.
To have this rivalry continue.
And then the winner playing up against GENG.
Over a team that loves brawling, loves playing against opponents that are
Yeah, I don't think many people had Paper X being in form enough to beat like the likes of Cat. But like the royal road the Paper X have been on, like pretty much down into the losers bracket from the beginning. So who did they beat? They beat Team Heretics, they beat KC, and now they beat Loud. Just giant killers. So can it be that they beat SEN and then they beat GENG?
They're playing against a team that wrote the book on playing an aggressive, mobile, constantly doing stuff kind of style.
Certainly did.
And Paper X
It might be a hell of a run if they can do it.
Still had a really nice
The only team that's been able to beat Paperex has been GENG and our boys over at EDG.
Let's send it down to the analyst desk to break it all down.
Unbelievable stuff.
What a tournament for Paperex. I think for Loud, like, I'm still like happy. I think top 4 is a good finish for them, all things considered. I don't know if they should have done more. I don't think so. I think top 4 is like a safe result for them. I don't know if people would necessarily agree.
From losing that final to GENG to now showing up here, and honestly, I think playing an exceptional game against Loud. They knew how to deal with this comp. The individuals are stepping up. Somehow something looks like a top.
Also, I just saw this on Reddit. I wanted to share it. I literally didn't see it until now. Look how cursed this is. Only losing to Rog since Kung Kung seems that way.
Proactive, wants to get out there. He'll send Wingman to go and handle business and give him a little bit of more information. He's using the kid in a way that is working for him.
Yeah, we really didn't know what this team's style was going to be without Jing, but they have continued to find themselves. Monyet has improved throughout this event, and they've hit that.
I'm just looking to see if there's anything else going on.
That is very scary for anyone else that they will go up against. The question is, obviously, can they maintain this momentum?
Because there was also this tweet as well. I don't know if this is going to work, actually, because I'm not signed in on Twitter.
And I say this with full respect. It was like a boring game to a certain extent.
Unable to fetch translation? Weird. Is it like a translate thing on here?
They had moments where they just looked very well put together. They weren't trying to go
Can you not work it out?
lucky, but when they did, it looked like they had a plan. It looked like
No,
they
Russian,
had a very
Portuguese.
solid approach. It was honestly
English, Estonian, no, English.
evolve throughout this competition here in Madrid.
Yeah, I mean, Forsaken as well. He's the guy you have to highlight, playing seemingly every agent, doing so incredibly well. The guy has improved to an unbelievable degree along with his team. I think we've really seen this evolution, this next
Yeah, I
step
think that's
of
valid.
And
I mean, people expecting like this Loud post Aspas with Farm as well as they are is dumb as shit. Maybe they should have won this series. Maybe they could have beat Sentinels yesterday. But overall,
explain to me, how does an Opping Gecko fit so well into a W gaming team?
I mean, technically on Sunset we don't really have duelists, but I mean, men just love to op, you know, like it doesn't matter what agent you put on him, like he just like, oh, I'm gonna op, I'm gonna op, I'm gonna op. Sorry?
On Ascent, you do have a duelist there.
I don't know, I guess maybe he thinks that he's still playing duelists, you know, but I mean, as long as he's working out, should be fine, you know.
I do love the Paperex guys though. Really happy for them that they've done as well. I'm not gonna hang around though today. I'm just gonna try to get some rest for the big best of 5s tomorrow and Sunday. So I'll leave it there for now. I don't really think it's worth hosting anybody, just because most people will be going offline. So yeah, happy for Monyet. If they went badly, the backlash would have been. I don't know about that. I feel like most Paperex fans would be a little bit more forgiving because they know how big of a loss Jing is. And that it wasn't a roster change, it wasn't Jing going to another team, it was just unfortunate that he had military service. So I think it's really hard to replace Jing, but I think Monyet's as close as you can get. And if he doesn't fit in straight away, well, it's going to take time. I don't think the Paperex fans are as obnoxious as that. Whereas I feel like from what Sadak has tweeted about the backlash he's got from fans, it feels like Loud fans are probably going in a bit too hard, I'd say. But yeah, I'll leave it there. Tomorrow, I think the time of it starting is the same as it was today, but I'll just double check. 3 p.m. start, and it'll probably be like a 2 p.m., 3 p.m. start for this, because Clove stuff. Like, there'll be a show match, there'll be a lot of information from the devs, but tomorrow it should be a fairly standard day. So we'll go over the veto then. I haven't really set this page up to be best of 5 friendly, but I guess we can easily fix that, I suppose. But yeah, thank you very much for another lovely stream. Thank you for all of the, like Kim for the raid earlier. Geekess for all of the gifted subs and bits and all the like. Crazy amount of support from you guys, so it's been amazing. And yeah, penultimate day of the tournament tomorrow. I'm actually kind of impressed with myself that I've been able to stream and commit to doing every single day, even though some days I've been ill and today I've just not had the energy. It's been nice to do. I am kind of excited for the event to be over, because the other thing about it is, like, if Madrid ends on Sunday, there's not going to be me doing late streams at all, kind of for the rest of the year, because we'll be just focusing on China and Pacific, and then Shanghai and Seoul are going to be at much more sensible times, I suppose, for me. So I'm excited to be able to not have to stream at 8 p.m. on an evening. But yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in. I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for tuning in on YouTube as well. Have a good evening. See you for the best.